Banished by the leaf, reborn by the Hōgyoku.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Banished from Village and Became Heir of the Hōgyoku Movie. Before we start, please go support Gabriel Casas 545 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In the Leaf Village, everyone thinks it is a place of love and companionship, but that is only partially correct, since not everyone receives the same treatment just for being different. Being weak according to the standards of the clans or for being a Jinchuriki, that is the reality of the Leaf. Well, in the last mission that Naruto did, which was to recover Sasuke Uchiha, which he did with great success, but instead of the civil and shinobi council rewarding him, they banished him for inflicting too much damage to the Uchiha. That was the worst mistake that Konoha made. Since they not only banished the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, and Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, but also the heir of the Hōgyoku. Chapter 1. Banishment. Currently in the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke were fighting. During the course of the battle, Naruto managed to defeat and knock out Sasuke with a Rasengan. Seeing him knocked out, Naruto carried him on his shoulder and took him back to Konoha. Hours later, Naruto arrived with an unconscious and very injured Sasuke to Konoha. The blonde left him in the hospital and went to report his mission to the council, something that he did not like at all, since he had to report alone to the Hokage. After a few minutes, Naruto appeared in the council chambers. Tsunade. Naruto Uzumaki, you know why you're here, right? Naruto. I guess it's to talk about the Uchiha Sasuke recovery mission. Anzo. True, you fulfilled your mission, girl, but you hurt the Uchiha too much, so the council sees you as a danger to the village for hurting the last Uchiha loyal to the village. Civil Councilor 1. That's right, demon, for which you will be banished. Civilian Councilman 2. Exactly, this is what you get for hurting Uchiha. Sama. You have until 2 days to leave, demon. Naruto. He smiles and says, oh well, so they chose a traitor who would kill them and then fulfill their revenge. Well, as you wish, I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. It was a displeasure serving Konoha goodbye. After that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Everyone was surprised because the one who was speaking at the meeting was only a clone of Naruto, and something that neither the Hokage nor the clan leaders liked is that Naruto left without making a fuss. It's like seeing another Naruto. Meanwhile, the real Naruto received all the information from his clone and smiled and said, Yakumo Hinata Kurama, it's time to leave Konoha. Now we can bring out our true selves. Hinata, I'll finally get rid of my weak and shy girl disguise. Yakumo, I understand you, I can finally take off my weak mask. Kurama. Yes, and I can't believe that Konoha has believed that story. And Naruto, don't worry, I already sealed everything from the Uzumaki Namikaze, Senju Uchiha, Kurama and Hyuga Mansion. Hahaha. Nobody will know that I hit them, as well as I took all the money from the Uzumaki Namikaze, Senju clans, and I took the Forbidden Scroll just in case. In addition to that, I picked up the body of the Redeed of the Sound, and the such Kamimuro Kagaya as you asked me are sealed in this scroll. Naruto. Perfect, Kurama, and you Hinata did what I asked you. Hinata. That's right, I destroyed the seals that protect Konoha from intruders, as well as putting explosive seals throughout the Uchiha district and in it a large part of the village walls. Naruto. Perfect, Hinata-chan, and you Yakumo-chan did what I asked you to. Yakumo. If I put a toxic in all of Konoha's water, even though the toxic won't kill them, but it will leave them very vulnerable, just as I put explosive seals on the Hokage monument, Konoha won't even know that I hit them. Naruto. Okay, now we have to go to Taki. We will rescue my Jinchuriki partner from the abuses of that stupid village, but before that it is time to activate the explosive seals, certain boys. Kurama. Haha, exactly, Naruto. After Naruto said that, both Hinata and Yakumo made hand positions and said activate at the same time. After the girls activated the explosive seals in Konoha, explosions were heard that scared the civilian and ninja population. Minutes before, in the Hokage Tower, Tsunade was thinking if she did well to expel Naruto, she knew that he was a danger to Konoha, but at the same time, she knew that it was not her fault that he was a Jinchuriki. But she came out of her thoughts when she heard several explosions throughout the town. The first thing she saw was that the Hokage monument was completely blown up. Then she looked closely and saw that the entire Uchiha complex was on fire, so Tsunade lit her chakra and several Anbus appeared. Tsunade, Anbus, disperse and look for the person or people responsible for these explosions. I want their heads right now. The Anbus nod and disperse, but in Tsunade's thoughts she wondered who the hell made all this mess in Konoha. While with Naruto, he was talking with Kurama, Yakumo and Hinata until Kurama said. Kurama, Naruto, how we met. Naruto. Yes, it was one of the happiest days of my life, brother. Flashback. The 4-year-old Naruto was running from a mob of villagers until they cornered him and said they were going to hurt him until Naruto heard a voice. Voice. You want to be able to escape from this place. Naruto. Yes, I do. Voice. Fine, I'll give you a small part of my power. After saying that, a bit of red chakra rhodium Naruto and a killing intent directed towards the villagers, which made him back off and flee. After that, Naruto was transported to his mindscape, where he saw a giant nine-tailed fox. Naruto, who are you, Mr. Fox? Kurama, I am the great Kyuubi, the powerful nine-tailed fox, the one who can destroy mountains, make tsunamis, destroy villages. Naruto, you're the fox that attacked Konoha 4 years ago, right? Kurama, you have a brain, kid, right? I am the great nine-tailed fox that attacked this pathetic village, hahaha, too bad I am sealed in you, otherwise I would eat you, hahaha. Naruto. So that's the reason why people hate me and see me as an outcast, but don't worry, I don't hate you, Mr. Fox, you must have had a reason to attack Konoha. Kurama is surprised and wonders if this is the boy his father mentioned, but he is brought out of his thoughts when Naruto speaks. Naruto, Mr. Fox, would you like to be my friend, since you are sealed in me, and we are both united, I would like us to be together as friends or as brothers, I would like you to be my family, Mr. Fox. Kurama is surprised and in his thoughts he says to himself, I don't know if he will be the boy my father mentioned, but I don't care, I will protect this child, he is one of the few humans worth protecting. After finishing his train of thought, Kurama answered, yes Naruto, yes, I want to be your friend and brother, and call me Kurama from now on, I will train you. Naruto. Thank you Kurama, I promise I'll make you proud. End of flashback. Kurama. That day you won my respect Naruto, you didn't judge me, but you tried to get to know me. Hinata. Kurama didn't know that. Sama, from what I understand, Naruto.kun also changed your life, just like he did Yakumo and me. Yakumo nods and says Naruto.kun, ever since I met you, you've saved me from loneliness, just like you did with Kurama. Sama and Hinata. Chan, you're unique. Naruto nods and gives a big smile to Yakumo. Hinata. But there's something I don't understand, how is it that Kurama? Sama is free, you never mentioned how Kurama. Sama took that form. Naruto sighs and says, well, that happened several years ago. Flashback. Currently in Konoha, a 6-year-old Naruto was running to escape from a mob of villagers who wanted to kill him, while Naruto applying chakra ran even faster and reached the Forest of Death, and inside the villagers saw Naruto enter the Forest of Death and stopped in their tracks. Villager 1, leave him in that forest, the demon will die. Villager 2. Yes, the demon in that forest will not come out alive, let's go home. The other villagers nod and leave, while inside the Forest of Death Naruto was sad since nobody wanted him, he wondered if he would ever be happy, but he calmed down when he heard Kurama's voice. Kurama. Puppy, don't sit down, remember this, I will always be by your side no matter what happens, you are worthy of me, I still remember when we met. Naruto. I miss Kurama, and I also remember it was a year ago. Flashback. Kurama. That day was when you and I became family Naruto. Naruto. Lose Kurama, I want to be strong and leave this village. There is nothing in this place that binds me. Kurama. I know Naruto, I will make you so strong that not even the previous Hokages together will be able to defeat you. Then I can help. A female voice was heard. Come Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, come and take my power, you are worthy of me, I want you as a bearer. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, you are the balance between light and darkness, you are worthy of me. Naruto followed the voice while in his mind Kurama was worried as he felt the power of the person or being that was calling Naruto, and to tell the truth, it was extremely powerful. After a few minutes Naruto unearthed something extremely powerful, something so powerful that it would make Kurama look like a child. This something was the Hōgyoku, the most powerful artifact created in the Soul Society. Hōgyoku, young Naruto, take me, you are worthy of my power. Naruto, because you want me to take your power. Hōgyoku. You are worthy, you are a being who suffered too much, who has great darkness, but at the same time inside you, I see a great light that even overshadows that darkness. Naruto, somewhat stunned, asks, and what will happen when I take your power? First you will be able to use Reiatsu, which is an energy similar to Chakra 2, you will be able to unlock your 3 bloodlines, as you call it 3, you will be able to use Hollow Powers 4, you will be able to use as Zanpakuto. These swords are special. You will soon discover it, little one. And finally, my creator before he died put a seal inside me, where several Zanpakuto are so to speak sealed inside me, so that the person with whom I fuse would choose worthy bearers of them. Naruto. I have bloodlines, I will have a Zanpakuto and be able to use that energy you call Reiatsu, that is incredible. I agree to join you, I accept your power, I will be strong, so that no one hurts Kurama ever again. Hōgyoku, well now we will be one. With time you will be able to use all my abilities. Young man, you will know everything I know, but you will have to practice the abilities and powers that I will give you. Naruto, hi. After Naruto accepted to be one with the Hōgyoku, it slowly merged with Naruto, inserting all of its power into Naruto. After an hour the Hōgyoku and Naruto were one. Kurama, puppy, how do you feel? Naruto, I feel powerful, it feels good now. I want to do something I should have done a long time ago. After Naruto said that he tried to remove the seal from Kurama's cage, but before he could do so someone appeared who made Naruto angry. This was the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. Minato, I'm sorry Naruto, I can't allow you to release the Kyuubi. Kurama, damn Yondaime, what are you doing here? Come here so I can chew you up. Naruto suffered because of you. Naruto, calm down Kurama, what do you want Yondaime? Even if you say I shouldn't release Kurama, I'll do it. He deserves to be free, and neither you nor anyone else will be able to stop me. Minato, if you do that, Konoha could be attacked by him. Would you do that to your own village? Naruto, I don't care, they treat me like garbage, they insult me, they try to hit me and kill me, so if I would release Kurama, it is his decision whether he wants to attack Konoha or not. Minato. I'm sorry for what happened to you son, I didn't know Konoha treated you like that, he says this crying. Well yes he did, Naruto replied, well, since I can't change your mind, it will be your decision to release the Kyuubi or not. I will give you a gift Naruto before I leave. Take it as retribution for the harm I unintentionally caused you. After Minato said that, he touched Naruto's head and gave him all his knowledge. Minato. I gave you all my knowledge Naruto take it as retribution for what I did to you unintentionally goodbye son I love you, and whatever you do I will always be proud. Naruto sighs and says thanks dad and sorry our meeting wasn't so pleasant Minato smiles sadly and nods and fades away. After Minato fades away. Naruto destroys the seal that holds Kurama and Naruto says Kurama will free you and you will take a human form Kurama is surprised but nods happily to finally be completely free. Naruto says release Biju after saying that a large amount of red chakra comes out of Naruto and takes the form of a 6-year-old boy. Naruto. Kurama why did you take that form? Kurama. It's not my fault I took the form of a 6-year-old because you're a 6-year-old you understand. End of flashback. Hinata. Oh, that is to say that the Yondaime passed on all his knowledge to you and at the time of freeing Kurama-sama, he took the form of a 6-year-old boy because at that time you were 6 years old, that is interesting. Ikumo, true, but well, we are already close to Taki, guys, it would be better to put on masks, we don't want anyone to know who we are. Everyone nods and Yakumo puts on a leopard mask Hinata as a dragon Naruto as a wolf and Kurama as a fox after an hour they arrive at Taki and infiltrate after a few minutes of searching for the Jinchuriki of Nanabi, finds him and sees something they did not like they saw nothing the Jinchuriki tied up and about to be raped by several Taki.Nin, in a flash of speed, Naruto killed almost a dozen Taki.Nin cutting off their heads, the other Taki.Nin were surprised but could not do anything. Since Yakumo put them in a Jinjutsu, and Hinata took advantage of that opportunity and hand to the rest of Taki.Nin, destroying his heart with his Chiken destroying the hearts of the Taki.Nin. Fuu was surprised by how strong they were and at the same time she was scared since they were able to kill so many of Taki's Jounin, but in Fuu's mind, everything was completely different. Chimei Akananabi was in shock, not because she saw Naruto's group kill the Jounin, but because of the fact that the redeed with the fox mask felt like her brother Kurama, and she wondered how it was possible that the redeeded boy had the same power and essence that Kurama had. Fuu. Don't hurt me, I beg you, I'm not bad. Naruto smiles and says you don't have to worry. I understand your pain. What's your name? Miss, I'm Fuu. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Nanabi Jinchuriki replied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, former Jinchuriki of Kurama. Fuu. Who is Kurama? And as an ex-Jinchuriki, it's impossible to extract the Biju and live. Naruto, in my case it is different Fuu-san and Kurama is the name of the Kyuubi presenting Kurama. Well said the redeed after saying that he said I am Kurama the great nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the Bijas the destroyer of villages the king of the foxes. Everyone including Chimei had beads of sweat, but Fuu was still doubtful of believing what Naruto said until Chimei said Fuu believed them that is Kurama, apart from the fact that his power and aura are identical, Kurama has always been too conceited for being the one with the most tails, he is definitely Kurama Fuu nodded still stunned. Fuu. And because they saved me, what do they want from me? Naruto. I want you to join my group. I promise that with us you won't have to worry about anything, you'll never be alone again. Fuu. Then we'll be friends if I join you. Sure I don't see any problem then we will leave for the land of waves everyone hold hands and one of you grab my shoulder said Naruto. Why would we do that said Fuu just do it, nothing will happen Fuu. Chan said Naruto the Nanabi Jinchuriki nods and they all disappear in a red flash and reappearing on the great bridge Naruto in wave country Fuu is surprised by what Naruto did and says. Fuu. Naruto.kun what was that jutsu you used to transport us all to this place? Naruto. Very easy Fuu-chan the jutsu is called Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Fuu opens her eyes very surprised and says that jutsu was not from the Yondaime Hokage yes that was the jutsu of the Yondaime, but now it is mine answers Naruto Fuu nods, very surprised that Naruto possesses such a technique. After Naruto's brief conversation with Fu, he and Kurama, Yakumo, and Hinata head toward the village, more precisely toward the daimyo's small castle. A few minutes later, Naruto's group enters the daimyo's castle. Naruto. Daimyo. Sama can come out, we need to talk. Daimyo. Oh Naruto.kun, I've told you not to treat me so formally, you know that you and I are friends. Naruto, well Tsunami-chan, well as I suspected, Konoha banished me just for doing my job, anyway, I don't care, Konoha doesn't know anything about me Kuku. Zabuza. Well Gaki you fooled everyone, but now what are you going to do? Naruto, simple, it's time for Kiri to be free, Zabuza.san, we will help the rebellion. Everyone is surprised, but then they smile and nod, and Naruto says okay Zabuza Karen Haku Tsunami did what I asked them to do the three nod, and Zabuza says well in my case, I taught the population to use a little Kenjutsu, as well as Suiten Jutsus. Haku. In my case I instructed them in seeing Jutsus as well as in medium ninjutsu. Karen. Well, I supported them in Fuinjutsu. Now they know how to create their own explosive tags. Tsunami, well in my case I made a treaty with Lord Mifune, a large number of settlers have gone to the country of Iron to train in the arts of the samurai among them this Inari according to my reports, is very skilled. Naruto, perfect in a couple of years Wave Country will have both ninja and samurai, besides that I want your Tsunami. Chan and Karen. And I-chan recruit as many missing nin as you can with Karen, you will be able to know if they are good-hearted and trustworthy, since she is a censor type. They both nod in understanding after that Naruto takes out a scroll pours blood into it and from them come out two bodies which impressed Zabuza Karen Fu Haku and Tsunami and Naruto activates his Rinnegan and says Jido Ren Tensei no Jutsu after saying that a demonic head comes out and swallows both Kimimaro and Teiya. After a few minutes of chewing them, the demonic head regurgitates them and comes out a Teiya without the cursed seal and a Kimimaro without the cursed seal and without his illness. Naruto. Welcome to the world of the living again Uzumaki Teiya and Kagaya Kimimaro. Teiya. You are the blonde dwarf who went to recover the idiot Uchiha no. Naruto, indeed that's me and I would appreciate it if you didn't insult me cousin. Teiya. Why do you call me an idiot cousin? Naruto. Kuku hey Teiya. Chan it's obvious because both you Karen and I are Uzumakis therefore we are cousins you can confirm it by detecting our chakra signature and you will see that they are very similar. Teiya follows what Naruto said and opens her eyes in surprise since she felt Naruto and Karen's chakra and realized that Naruto was telling the truth so she hugged Naruto and cried because she was finally not alone. Naruto reciprocates the hug and comforts her. After a few minutes she calms down. And Naruto says, since you calmed down, I will give you an Kimimaro gift. Kimimaro. What a gift, Naruto-sama. Naruto. I'll give you your own Zanpakuto. Teiya. Zanpakuto. Exactly I will give you a Zanpakuto I hope you can handle it since these swords are special since they are not only powerful but they also have life over time you will learn their name and when you do you will be truly powerful. Naruto said both Teiya and Kimimaro nod and Naruto says yin-yang element creation jutsu of all things after saying that two swords were created by Naruto and he said take these are your Zanpakuto and treat them well and I hope you learn their names soon. A few minutes after Teiya and Kimimaro received their Zanpakuto, they along with Naruto's group gathered together. Naruto, well I want Teiya and Fu to stay in the village I want them to train and become strong. Fu, and what are you going to do Naruto.kun? I'll go to Kiri and you don't have to worry, but before I go Naruto says demon release jutsu tailed beast extraction. After Naruto said that from Fu, a red chakra came out that took the form of a 15-year-old girl, this was Jime the Nanabi. Jime, how did you free me without killing Fu, that should be impossible, and how could you give me this form? Naruto, I am a skilled Fuinjutsu master and the power that belonged to Mjyoku helped me a lot when it was extracted and I was able to give you a human form. Fu and Chime are surprised but nod happily and Naruto says okay Chime I want you to train Teiya and Fu, I want Fu to not depend on your power, I want her to be herself but since she won't have you, I will give my sister a gift of burden and says yin/yang element creation jutsu of all things a sword was formed and Naruto gave it to Fu and said I hope you can control its power and unite with her. In addition to that thanks to the fact that you are a Jinchuriki you will be able to awaken your hollow powers. Fu. What is hollow? Naruto, you will soon know Fu-chan Chime will train you and Teiya-chan, while I and the others will support the rebellion and overthrow Yagura. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Kurigakura and a new feudal lord. Currently Naruto, Hinata, Yakumo, Kimimaro, Haku, Zabuza and Kurama were at the exit of the village to be able to go to Kurigakura and support the rebellion. Naruto. Well guys it's time to go and to get there quickly we won't be flying. Zabuza. Like we'll be flying, Gaki. So Kuchius no Jutsu summoning jutsu said Naruto after saying that a large dragon came out of the smoke that made Zabuza almost have a heart attack since Naruto had the legendary contract of the dragons. Bahamut. Naruto. Sama, what do you need? Naruto. Bahamut.kun would like you to take me and my friends to Kurigakure. Bahamut. You only summoned me to be your means of transportation to me, one of the four pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Naruto nods happily while the others, especially Zabuza, were sweating with fear. Bahamut, the sighs. Well, Naruto. Sama, I will take you, but next time summon me so you don't know how to fight against a summoning boss, or preferably against a Biju dam, says the dragon. Naruto nods in understanding, and he along with his friends get on Bahamut and the dragon flies away at high speed to Kurigakure. After a couple of hours the dragon was already arriving at Kurigakure. Bahamut. Naruto. Sama, we're 20 minutes away from Kurigakure. Naruto. Perfect, but it would be better to go down. We don't want the ninjas from the land of water to detect us. Bahamut nods and descends. After that Naruto's friends get off the dragon. Naruto. Well, Bahamut, thank you very much for bringing us. The dragon nods and dissipates. Naruto. Okay guys, I feel several chakra signatures near this place. Zabuza. Most likely the ninjas of the rebellion. Naruto. Perfect, then I'll follow his trail. The others nod and after a few minutes Naruto locates the rebellion base, but before entering a group of 5 ninjas appear. Ow. What is your business and who are you? Zabuza. We've come to support the rebellion. Ow, take me to the leader. Ow opens his eyes in surprise, as in front of him is Zabuza, the demon of the mist who was thought to be dead. The others notice Ao's reaction, and Zabuza says, well, Ao, I'm not a ghost if you think so, and I am very much alive, and it's all thanks to the mixed-haired Gaki. Ao nods in a daze and thanks Naruto. Zabuza. Okay Ao, I want you to take your boss with you, we will support the rebellion. Ao nods and guides Naruto and his group. After a few minutes they all arrived at the rebellion base. Ao. Wait for me at the door, don't enter yet, I will speak with Mei-sama and the others. If you wish to join, the others nod and Ao enters where the rebellion leaders are. Ao. Mei-sama, we have some ninjas who wish. Mei. And who are those who wish to join Ao? Ao. Well, the one who wants to join is Zabuza the Mist Demon and his group Mei-sama. Due to their chakra reserves, most of Zabuza's companions have chakra levels comparable to those of an elite Jounin, but there is one whose level is even higher than yours. Mei. That's surprising, but Zabuza was dead. Well, it doesn't matter, explain it to me later. Ao nods and ushers Naruto's group in. Mei. Hello Zabuza, I suppose you are the leader of this group, it's good to see you again, with your help we have a better chance of defeating Yagura. Well Mei, I am not the leader of this group, the boss is the mixed-haired dwarf. Zabuza, says. Mei is surprised and says, are you telling me that that young man of no more than 13 years old is your boss? Zabuza nods sighing and says, Mei, you don't know him, don't judge him by his age, since he is extremely powerful, even much stronger than me, and the redeed named Kurama is too, well the others are at my level approximately, don't judge them just because they are young. Everyone nods somewhat stunned. Mei. That's amazing, having your group will help us a lot in the battle against Yagura, but before that could you tell me your names? I want to know the names of our allies. Naruto. Well, my name is Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto. The redeed is Uzumaki Otsutsuki Kurama, the black-haired girl is Hakuyuki, the purple-haired girl is Kurama Yakumo, and the one with wide eyes is Hyuga Hinata, and well, the white-haired girl is Kamimuro Kagaya, and they don't have to worry about Kamimuro, he's not like his relatives, he knows how to control his thirst for blood. When Naruto finished speaking, everyone was surprised when Naruto said he was a Namikaze. They were wondering if he was a relative of the Yondaime, but when Naruto said that Kamimuro was a Kagaya, everyone was terrified. Naruto realized that and said they don't have to worry about Kamimuro, he's not like his relatives, he knows how to control his thirst for blood. Everyone sighed although they weren't very convinced yet, and Kamimuro came and spoke. Kamimuro. I assure you that I can control my thirst for blood. I am not a madman like my relatives. The others nodded and Mei said, well then, there's nothing to worry about. We're planning to attack the different regiments in Kurigakure and take them before going straight to the village and taking it. Naruto. You have nothing to worry about. Kurama will take care of the northern regiment himself, while Hinata, Yakumo and Haku will take care of the southern regiment while we go to Kurigakure, and I will take care of Yagura. Mei. You're crazy, how do you think Hinata, Yakumo and Haku can take care of more than 200 ninjas in the southern regiment and Kurama alone can take care of the northern regiment? That's crazy. He may be stronger than Zabuza, but for him to take care of the northern regiment alone would be stupid. And you know you can be powerful because of what Zabuza said, but taking care of a Kage and Jinchuriki would be crazy. Naruto. You don't have to worry, Kurama is someone very powerful, he alone can do it, I assure you, and in the case of Hinata, Yakumo, and Haku, despite not being as powerful as Kurama, Haku has a level comparable to Zabuza, while Hinata and Yakumo are at the level of an S-rank shinobi, you don't have to worry, and in my case, Kukuku, I have something that can subdue the Biju, so calm down. Mei. That's ridiculous, those girls are so powerful, and the redeed is even more so, despite how ridiculous it is, I'll believe you since you mean that you have something that can subdue a biju. You'll see Chan replied Naruto. The redeed blushes and nods. 2 days have passed since Naruto's friends joined the rebellion and went to finish off the southern and northern regiments, while currently Naruto, Mei and Zabuza were heading with their army to finish off Yagura, but suddenly Yagura's army appeared which surprised the entire rebellion, and they realized that the surprise attack went to shit. Yagura. Well, it's time to finish you off, those of the bloodlines are monsters and will have to be eliminated. Mei. You're wrong about that, Yagura. Today is the time when Kurigakure will be free. Today you will die. While both leaders were giving their speeches, Naruto activated his Sharingan and saw something that alarmed him. He saw that Yagura's chakra circuit was in a strange shape as if he was in a genjutsu, so Naruto informed Mei. So the one in front of us is not Yagura, but is just someone else's puppet, we must get him out of that genjutsu. Naruto. You don't have to worry, Mei-chan, I will free him. Try not to kill anyone, you just have to neutralize them. Just after saying that, in a burst of speed, Naruto threw a punch at Yagura, sending him flying. Naruto watched Yagura with a smile, while the Mizukage rejoins and looks at Naruto with a frown and says, I didn't think a child would be my opponent, it's a shame. Naruto laughing says, well, if we're talking about children, look at you, you don't look older than a 12-year-old brat, you're even much smaller than me. Kukuku. Yagura frowns and, fed up with Naruto's mockery, said, water, release water dragon jutsu. Like that, Yagura's dragon went straight towards Naruto, but he made hand positions and said fox. Earth-style stone wall, thus defending himself from the dragon, but Naruto did not stay calm, but made hand positions and said triple lightning release electric fox. The fox is headed towards Yagura, he dodges with difficulty, Naruto frowns and looks cautiously at Yagura, but then he felt a surge of chakra in Yagura and saw him in phase 2 of the Biju cloak. Yagura, with his chakra cloak, attacked Naruto. He dodged with some difficulty and said wind release multiple wind blades. Yagura dodged the blades. And he threw his tails to catch Naruto. The mixed-haired boy activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, activating his Kamui, so the tails pierced Naruto's body. As if nothing, Yagura was surprised by that and was in shock. Naruto took advantage of that and said Amaterasu, burning Yagura's body for a few seconds. After Naruto saw Yagura semi-unconscious, he turned off the black flames and went to Yagura and said Kai, thus releasing Yagura from the genjutsu. He cried for what he did and said, forgive me, I didn't want to. You forced me, kill me please. Naruto spoke and said, no, I will kill you, Yagura, since it wasn't your fault they were controlling. You helped me stop the war. By doing that you will be able to remedy some of the damage that the one who controlled you did to Kira. Yagura nodded, still crying, and said okay, and tried to get up, but he knew, so Naruto approached and helped him walk, and they both went where the rebels were fighting against those loyal to Yagura. After a few minutes, both the rebels on Mei's side and those loyal to Yagura heard a scream that made them stop fighting. That group was Yagura's. Yagura. Stop. Please, shinobi of Kiri, stop your battles, there is no reason to fight anymore, we do not need more bloodshed. Yagura Yonde Mizukage of Kurigakure was controlled to start the blood purges, but thanks to the young feudal of the country of waves, who defeated me in combat and was able to free me from that illusion, now I am here with you to stop this stupid massacre. All the shinobi, both rebels and those loyal to Yagura, threw down their weapons. There was no longer a need to fight, no longer a need for more bloodshed. After a couple of hours, it could be seen that a meeting was taking place in Kurigakure to decide the future of Yagura Yonde Mizukage. Mei. Well, Yagura, tell us your story, and depending on what you say and the evidence they find, your sentence will be decided. Yagura. Well, advice from Kurigakure. It all started a couple of years ago when I was walking around a lagoon near the village until someone attacked me by surprise, but before I could react, he appeared in front of me, and the last thing I remember is red eyes and an orange mask. After that, I was just a puppet, but I knew what I was doing, but I couldn't control my actions, it was as if someone had possessed me. When Yagura finished speaking, a killing intent so great was felt that everyone, including Yagura and Mei who were S-rank shinobi, felt intimidated when they all located where that killing intent was coming from. They were surprised because, since the one who released that amount of bloodlust was Naruto, but he took a deep breath and calmed down and said, excuse me for that. Yagura. I said something wrong, Naruto. San, for you to bring out such a killing instinct, if I said it, forgive me, it was not my intention to offend you. Naruto. None of that, Yagura, it's just that the man in the orange mask is an Uchiha, one that I have to kill. That bastard not only controlled you, but 13 years ago he controlled my brother to attack the Leaf Village, and because of that Uchiha I lived through hell, so soon that Uchiha will pay for every ounce of pain that my brother and I suffered. He said this with a sadistic smile. Everyone was sweating from the sadistic smile and the killing intent he released. And Mei said, well, since we're all calm, it's time to see the casualties and strengthen Kurigakure. Yagura. First of all, I have to tell you that the water feudal lord was involved with a masked man. He wanted to destroy the bloodlines. If we want Kurigakure to prosper, we have to overthrow the feudal lord, otherwise at some point he could betray us again. Everyone fell silent at such a revelation until Naruto said, "Okay, my group and I can take care of that. You see, I'm the feudal lord of the Whirlpool country, and as we all know, the only one who can dismiss a feudal lord is another feudal lord. So, how about I take care of this little vermin?" Everyone nods happily at that idea. "Fine, then you'll take care of that foolish daimyo Naruto.kun. Mei said. The blonde nods and disappears in a red flash. Everyone is shocked by what Naruto did. Meanwhile, Naruto and his group headed to the capital of the country of water. They infiltrated until they took over more than 30 samurai. Both Yakumo and Hinata took charge and neutralized them with regular ease. Meanwhile, the daimyo saw how his samurai fell little by little, so he went out to see what was happening. "Water daimyo? Who are you and why are you attacking the water capital, silly boy?" Naruto. "He did not attack the water capital. I, Naruto Uzumaki, daimyo of the Whirlpool. I see you. I indicated to command this country because of you and the masked man. Kurigakure was immersed in a war by manipulating Yagura as if he were his puppet just because you were afraid that the bloodline carriers could overthrow you, and thanks to that you caused death not only to the bloodline carriers but also to those who are not. You are scum, daimyo of the water." The samurai opened their eyes in shock. They knew that their daimyo was not a very honest person, but to indirectly kill Yagura to cause so much death just because of his paranoia, that was not honorable at all. He was not a leader they wanted to serve, so they did the most honorable thing in their eyes. They moved away from Naruto. Naruto. "You see, water daimyo, even your samurai know that what you did to Yagura and Kurigakure is horrible in their eyes. That's why, water daimyo, you will die." "Water daimyo? Shut up, brat. I am the water daimyo, samurai. Kill him quickly. It's an order. If you don't, you'll be traitors." After the water daimyo said that, no one moved, rather the samurai looked at him with disgust, and the water daimyo realized that no one was moving and was sweating because of that until Naruto spoke. "Naruto. Shut up, fat pompous man. Today you will die for your crimes against Kurigakure and the land of water. That's a promise. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki never breaks a promise." After saying that, Naruto burst into speed and stood behind the daimyo, activated his Rinnegan, and took his soul, killing the water daimyo. Naruto. "Well, samurai, your daimyo is dead. What are you going to do now?" Leader of the samurai. "We want to serve you, young man. We can see that you are an honorable person, and now that you killed the water daimyo, you practically conquered the land of water, which makes you our new feudal lord, so I, Kenshin Himura, swear loyalty to you, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki." After Kenshin said that, the other samurai knelt before him and swore loyalty. Naruto. "Thank you for that, Kenshin Himura. I feel your emotions. I can see that you are a trustworthy person, so I will leave you in charge momentarily. I want you to support Kurigakure. I want the village to recover from everything that happened, while my group and I will take care of recruiting shinobi to strengthen Kurigakure, as well as getting alliances to improve the economy." Henshin. "Hi, Naruto-sama, as you command." Naruto. "Perfect then. Well, Haku, I want you to support the samurai and help them train in medical ninjutsu, while you, Hinata-chan, I want you to help Kurigakure and support the wounded with your medical ninjutsu, while you, Yakumo, you will go to Yuzu. Let the Yuzukage know that soon it will be time to come out into the light." The three nod and Naruto says, "Okay, Kimimaro Kurama, it's time. I want you to recruit as many shinobi as you can. I also want you to look for the lost ninja Utakata. I want you to recruit him. This is a priority. While I go make some alliances to strengthen Kurigakure and the land of water." The two nod and abide by what Naruto said. End of chapter. Chapter 3. The Whirlpool Alliance rises. It's been 5 years since Naruto became the new leader of the country of water, as well as the leader of the alliance of the Whirlpool. In these years, the village of Mist closed its borders, hiding its presence from the other villages. In this time, Kurigakure recruited some clans, as well as incorporated several shinobi who escaped from the blood purges. In addition, Mei Terumi, the current Mizukage, along with Naruto, the current daimyo of water, recruited the guild called Fairy Tail, where according to Naruto, he could see several skilled young people, of which Natsu, Urza and Gray stood out. The guild agreed to join with one condition, which was that Naruto, the leader of the country of water, will fight against Makarov, the leader of the guild. The fight in the eyes of Natsu, Urza and Gray, and the other young people of the guild was destructive and incredible, but in the end the battle ended with Makarov defeated, so the Fairy Tail Guild was amazed by Makarov's defeat, so both Makarov and the entire Fairy Tail Guild swore loyalty to him. Another important event is that the village of the Land of the Waves rose as a shinobi village with considerable power. In the course of 5 years, Naruto built a division called the 15 Shinigami of the Water, as well as Naruto was able to rescue Juugo Suigetsu Hazuki, Gurin and Yukimaru from the clutches of the Sannin of the snakes Orochimaru. In addition to rescuing Jugo Sagetsu Hazuki, Gurren and Yukimura Naruto created two groups called Night Raid and Jaegers, these two each having shinobi rank A and S. 2 years after Naruto became daimyo of the Water Yujido Nai, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi was sold by the Council of Kumo to Akatsuki. Naruto found out about that and rescued her, gaining the loyalty of Yujido Nai and Matatabi, the two-tailed Biju. After the Kumo counselors sold Yujido, the Yondaime Reikage found out about it, so he executed several of the counselors, which triggered a civil war between the ninja, between those who supported the Yondaime Reikage and those who supported the counselors led by Lim Yutsuki, a high-ranking shinobi, a low-rank S. At the end of the civil war, Lim Yutsuki was able to completely defeat the Yondaime Reikage by killing him, and in the case of his supporters, these were imprisoned. In addition to that, Lim Yutsuki was able to capture Killer B, putting seals of obedience on them. After the terrible Kumo civil war, Lim Yutsuki was crowned as Godaime Reikage. A year after Naruto became the Water Daimyo in Konoha, an important meeting was held where the Fire Daimyo was, the Hokage, the leaders of all the clans and the counselors. Daimyo Tsunade, can you tell me why almost all of the countries we are allies with cut our alliances? Tsunade Daimyo Sama, what does that mean? Daimyo: what I mean is that Kuma no Kuni, Tori no Kuni, Tsuki no Kuni, Yuki no Kuni and Nami no Kuni cut our trade treaty. Do you know why? Well, they all told me the same thing. We broke the alliance with the country of fire and with Konoha for preferring a traitor instead of a hero. Our nations will not be allies of someone who mistreated our hero Naruto Uzumaki. Now can you explain to me what the hell they did and where that Naruto Uzumaki is? Everyone was in shock, since in their thoughts because of Naruto they lost several of their allies, but they came out of shock when Tsunade spoke. Tsunade Daimyo Sama, the genin Naruto Uzumaki was banished in the mission to recover Sasuke Uchiha. In that mission, genin Naruto Uzumaki seriously damaged the Uchiha, which is why we saw him as a danger to the village, since he not only damaged him, he also used the Kyuubi chakra. Daimyo: you mean to tell me that they banished our greatest weapon? In that case, they would have locked him up, and because of that stupidity, we lost most of our alliances. Damn, they are stupid, and to top it all off, I'll have to give up more money for Konoha to survive. Damn, the country of fire will be in trouble if we don't get trade treaties. All the counselors and clan leaders were sweating from seeing the daimyo's anger and happily thought that he didn't find out about the Namikaze Uzumaki Senju fortune and a large part of the Hyuga Uchiha and Kurama fortune, as well as the scrolls of those clans, as well as the Forbidden Scroll. After Kuma no Kuni, Tori no Kuni, Tsuki no Kuni, Yuki no Kuni and Nami no Kuni cut the trade treaty with Konoha and the Land of Fire. A year later, Gaara was crowned as Kazekage as Naruto found out, so he quickly went to Suna to try to make an alliance with Gaara. Flashback. Gaara was doing the tedious paperwork when a shinobi entered the Kazekage's office at full speed, which made Gaara surprised. Shinobi 1. Kazekage. Sama, the Mizukage and the Water Daimyo were outside saying they want to talk to you. Gaara opened his eyes in surprise. Well, make them pass quickly. The shinobi nods. After a few minutes, both the Mizukage and the Water Daimyo entered the Kazekage's office. Gaara. Mizukage. Sama Daimyo. Sama, what is the reason for your visit? Naruto. Oh Kazekage, no Daimyo. Sama, can you tell me Naruto? Then saying that, the aforementioned takes off his wolf mask. Gaara is shocked to see his first friend, the one who saved him from the darkness, become the new Water Daimyo. He quickly came out of shock and said, Naruto, thank God you're alive, and I can't believe you're the Water Daimyo. May. And he's not just a daimyo of the Kukikuku water. Gaara. What do you mean Mizukage? Sama. May. Oh well, Naru-kun is also daimyo of the new Kukuku whirlpool. Gaara opened his eyes in surprise and smiled, internally laughing. Naruto. Oh well Gaara, I came here since I want you to join me and the Whirlpool Alliance. Gaara. I accept, but first we have to get rid of my daimyo since he practically gives all the missions to Konoha. I will join you Naruto, but first I want you to take the position of daimyo of the country of wind. Naruto. You have nothing to worry about Gaara. I know that the samurai of the Wind Daimyo hates him, they are only loyal to him since they have nowhere to go. In a month the pompous daimyo will be overthrown. Gaara nods and says, and who is in the Whirlpool Alliance? Naruto the blonde answers, well in the alliance there is Kuma no Kuni, Tori no Kuni, Yuzu no Kuni, Tsuki no Kuni, Oni no Kuni, Yuki no Kuni, Mizu no Kuni, Nami no Kuni, and Nadeshiko no Sato. Gaara opens his eyes in surprise. Gaara, oh that's amazing Naruto, having all those allies would be very fruitful for Tsunagakure. Well Libya with the Wind Daimyo Naruto and Suna will join you. Both Mei and Naruto smile and think about how to effectively overthrow the stupid daimyo. End of flashback. A month after Naruto the water daimyo and mate Terumi the Mizukage spoke with Gaara the Kazekage about killing the daimyo. Naruto kept his promise and killed the daimyo and took over the entire country of Wind. By the samurai were happy since they hated the Wind daimyo for being a cowardly, conceited and stingy, so they accepted and received Naruto, happily swearing loyalty to him as long as he is a fair and wise leader. Naruto happily promised them to be a fair leader. In addition to that, Naruto knew that he could not be in several places at once, so he left the organization the Warriors of the Night in charge of the country of Wind. Among them were Astolfo the Golden Paladin, Mordred the Red Knight, Karna the God of Fire, Atalanta the Amazon Princess, Achilles the Green Lancer, and Cuchulain the Blue Lancer, Siegfried the Dragon King, Joan of Arc the Princess of Light, all of them under the command of Shiro Amiya, who in turn are all 100% loyal to Naruto. Another important event that happened during the 5 years that Naruto became daimyo was that within Naruto, or rather within Gyokku, that is currently fused with Naruto, is that within him there were 4 souls or pieces of 4 different souls. Flashback. Naruto entered his mental landscape since something had been bothering him for a couple of months, and when he entered he saw 4 lights as if they were souls, he deduced, but he was alarmed when the souls spoke to him. Soul 1. Who are you, child? Soul 2. Who the hell are you and why are we in this place? Naruto. I couldn't tell you why you are in this place. I have no memories of them Gyokku or of anyone other than the various Anpaket being sealed in it. The 4 souls are surprised, although Naruto wouldn't know if they were or not because they were just lights. After a few minutes of silence Naruto spoke. Naruto, well, let me introduce myself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the heir to them Gyokku. Nice to meet you, souls. San, could you please tell me your names? Soul 1. Well, my name is Coyote Sterk the First Sword. Coyote Sterk. Soul 2, well, little by color, my name is Neliel to Adelshwink the former Third Sword. Neliel to Adelshwink. Soul 3. Mine Tear Heredero young Naruto the Third Sword of Hollow World. Tear Heredero. Soul 4. Mine is Grimjo Jijurjakas the 6th Espada Brat. Grimjo Jijurjakas. Naruto's eye twitched when Grimjo called him a brat. But he dismissed it and replied. Naruto. I see that you were the former Espadas under the command of the manipulator Samsukezen. For the memories of them Gyokku I know that Tear Heredero, Coyote Sterk and Neliel to Adelshwink, I know that you were loyal to him, despite the fact that he did nothing more than manipulate them, and in your case Grimjo Jijurjakas I know that you were not loyal to Aizen, but you followed him because he was more powerful than you. Grimjo growled at that and was going to speak, but Naruto didn't let him and said, I know you are loyal people, even you Grimjo are loyal, so I want to do something for you, since you are so to speak inside me, I can give you this option, I create a new body for you, or if you wish I can destroy your souls so you can rest in peace. Dear. And if you give us a body that you would win, what exactly do you want? Naruto. What I want is peace, I want to unite all the elemental nations under the same flag, I want to end countries creating Jinchuricus and being marginalized, that's why I want you 4 to help me with that. I'm forming an elite group. I know that you are strong, each in your own right. Those who say they would join me, I promise not to disappoint you as a leader. Dear. I see that you don't lie, I see it in your eyes, I see that you suffered a lot, I see that you want peace, well I will join you, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I am yours, my master. Neliel. I see that you want peace, and it is a difficult but worthy goal. You are a worthy person whom I wish to serve. Sterk. I'm lazy, but that doesn't mean I don't think your goal isn't worthy. Well, I'll follow you, Uzumaki Naruto, but on one condition, I want you to divide my power, and when you create my body, divide my soul as it was in the past, and create my first friend, Lilinet Gingerback. Naruto. Well, that's reasonable and I can do that. Grimjo. Alright Brad, I'll follow you. I see that you're worthy of following. It's clear in your eyes that you're strong and loyal, and that's something I respect. Alright, I'll join you. Naruto. Perfect, but let me tell you that making your body so that you can manipulate Reiatsu and chakra will be complicated, and most likely I will spend more than half of my power, so you will have to wait at least a week, okay? The 4 nod happily. End of flashback. Currently in the country of water, more exactly in the castle of the daimyo, Naruto and his 14 generals and the captain general were meeting. Among the generals in service to Naruto was Hinata Hyuga the Byakugan princess, Hakuyuki the ice princess, Yakumo Kurama the queen of illusions, Kamimuro Kagaya the dead pulse assassin, played the bloody beast, Karen Uzumaki the crimson princess, Yagura Karatachi the water god, Tear Heredero the shark princess, Coyote Sterk grey wolf. Grimjo Jijurjakas the warrior panther, Neliel to Adelshwink the centaur princess, Nai the fire cat, FK the wind princess, Tei Uzumaki the red queen, and their leader Kurama Otsutsuki, the god of fire and destruction. Naruto. Well my generals, it is time for Yuzukiri and all our allies to rise above all. I know that the alliance of the Snake Sannin, along with the Godame Reikage Lim and the Sandame Tsuchika Jinoki, are at war with Konoha. I know that the Leaf has no chance of fighting with 3 villages, so they will come to the country of water or the country of the Whirlpool to ask for support in their stupid war, so it is time for the other villages to know about the Whirlpool Alliance. A month ago in Konoha a meeting called by Jiraiya was held. Councilman 1. Hokage-sama, why did you call this meeting? Tsunade. Jiraiya was the one who summoned it, it's already arriving, wait for it. Everyone fell silent after that. After a few minutes Jiraiya appeared from the shadows, something that surprised everyone, since no one can ever detect him when the Toad Sannin appears. Jiraiya. Tsunade counselors and clan leaders, I have something important to tell you. Danzo. What is Jiraiya speaks fast. Jiraiya. I have been investigating all the villages this last month since Orochimaru Kumo and I would declared war on us a couple of months ago, since we all sincerely know that we cannot counter 3 villages and without allies it would be suicide, and what I found this month is that Kiri is no longer in a civil war for a long time, rather now they are more powerful than ever, as well as the death of the old water daimyo and the coronation of a new one. The young daimyo who strengthened both Kurigakure and the entire country of water, creating a division called the 15 Leaders of Death, each one from what I investigate are warriors rank S or maybe higher from what I investigate. Shikaku, this is problematic, meaning that Kurigakure deceived everyone into thinking it was being destroyed, but from what you say, it is stronger than ever. Everyone frowns at the revelation said by Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Indeed they deceived us, and not only that apparently Yuzu rose from the ashes. I could not infiltrate his village, but from what I could investigate in Wave Country, is that these are allies as well as Wave Country has a ninja village, despite not being as powerful as ours are a force to be reckoned with. In addition to that both Kuma no Kuni, Tori no Kuni, Yuzu no Kuni, Tsuki no Kuni, Oni no Kuni, Yuki no Kuni, Izu no Kuni, Nami no Kuni, Nadeshiko no Sato and Kei's no Kuni, all these countries have improved, they have strengthened and are allies. They call themselves the Whirlpool Alliance, from what I could understand. Apparently also the former daimyo of the wind was overthrown by someone I do not know who, but apparently that someone left an organization in command of the country of the wind, called the Warriors of the Night. The Warriors of the Night, all of them from what they told me are warriors of the Class S. Everyone opens their eyes in shock at all the information provided by Jiraiya, but what nobody knew, not even Jiraiya, is that Naruto manipulated everything so that Jiraiya would know all that information. Danzo. If what you say is true Jiraiya, then the Whirlpool Alliance is a danger to us, we need to nip the problem in the bud. Shikaku, Danzo, don't be troublesome. If we do that we will not only have to worry about Orochimaru's alliance, but also the Whirlpool Alliance, and you know that we won't be able to, especially with the Whirlpool Alliance, not only is Kiri, but Suna and Yuzu, who all the clan chiefs know how powerful the Uzumaki were, and for Yuzu to reveal himself, he may be as stronger than in the past. Danzo frowns but says nothing. Tsunade, Shikaku, you are right about that, but what we need now are allies, so Jiraiya will go with Team 7 and Team 8 to the Land of Water. If what you say is true, we will have to convince the Water Daimyo so that the other nations join us. Jiraiya. Fine Tsunade, I'll go, but I have a bad feeling about this. The next day Jiraiya along with Team 7 and 8 left for the Land of Water. Kakashi, Jiraiya. Sama, do you think we can achieve an alliance with the new Water Daimyo? Jiraiya. I don't know Kakashi, but what I do know is that this daimyo is not common, he is a splendid fighter from what I understand. I even know that he defeated the former Yonde Mizukage at the age of 13, imagine how powerful Kakashi is now. Kakashi and most of the ninjas shuddered at that, since if he defeated a Kage at the age of 13, they didn't want to imagine how powerful he was now. Sasuke, he shouldn't be that powerful. I'm an Uchiha, an elite. I know I would have defeated the Mizukage more easily. Everyone looked at him as if he were crazy, except for Sakura, who was praising him just for being an Uchiha. 5 days later, Jiraiya's group arrived at the water capital, more precisely, the daimyo's castle. Jiraiya's group was greeted by the leader of the samurai Himura Kenshin and his squad. Kenshin. Jiraiya. San the Toad Sannin and Kakashi. San the copy ninja. What two of the most powerful ninjas of Konoha do here in the water capital, which is what they want. Jiraiya. Well, we came to talk to the daimyo of this country. If you would be so kind, could you take us where he is? Kenshin, fine Jiraiya. San, but let me tell you this, don't offend our daimyo any of you, because if not the Snake Alliance won't be the only thing you'll have to worry about. Jiraiya looks at him with a hard look and says this a threat, remember, but he couldn't finish because Kenshin spoke again and said remember your Jiraiya. San, what I said. All the Konoha shinobi nod reluctantly and Kenshin guides them inside the daimyo castle where they go to the main hall. Kenshin entered and the Konoha shinobi waited outside. Kenshin, hello daimyo. Sama, Captain General, the ninjas of Konoha wished to have a conversation with you. Naruto. Sama. Naruto. Oh wow, so my prediction was correct. Konoha.nin came, let them pass Kenshin. The aforementioned nod opens the doors. Jiraiya, Team 7 and Team 8 are in shock when they enter, especially Kurenai, since she saw her two former apprentices, Hinata Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama, while in the case of Kiba and Shino, they were astonished to see their former teammate the shy Hinata Hyuga, now one of the 14 captains of the Water Daimyo. Hinata. Oh wow, that's what the Konoha shinobi wants. Ikumo. I'm surprised to see you. Kurenai.san. Kurenai was in shock until the daimyo spoke. Daimyo, hello Konoha ninja, what do you want in my country? Jiraiya. He calmed down and said, okay, daimyo. Sama, we came to your country wanting an alliance with you sir. Daimyo, denied. The country of water will not help Konoha and the country of fire in their small war, not after banishing Uzumaki Naruto, currently named Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The Konoha ninjas opened their eyes in shock and in their thoughts all except Jiraiya repeated to themselves, Naruto was a Namikaze. Daimyo, I see that I caught you off guard, Konoha scum, so let me introduce myself. After saying that, he takes off his wolf mask and says, my name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, daimyo of the water country, leader of the Whirlpool Alliance, nice to see you again, Kakashi Haddock, Jiraiya of the Sannin, my negligent godfather, Sasuke. Team, Pink Tablet and Team 8. All the shinobi of Konoha were in shock to know who the water daimyo was, and in their thoughts, they only said one word: shit. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Revelation. Currently the Konoha delegation went to ask for support in the war against Odo, Iwa and Kumo, but when they entered the daimyo's chamber where the aforementioned and his 13 captains as well as the captain general were surprised they took that two of the captains of the water daimyo were none other than the missing heiresses Yakumo Kurama and Hinata Hyuga. Meanwhile the Konoha ninjas were having a conversation with the water daimyo. Daimyo, hello Konoha ninja, what do you want in my country? Jiraiya, well, daimyo. Sama, we came to your country wanting an alliance with you sir. Daimyo. Denied. What they want exactly? They want me to support them in this war with the snake-san in the country of water, will not help Konoha or the country of fire in their small war, not after banishing Uzumaki Naruto, currently appointed Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The Konoha ninjas opened their eyes in shock and in their thoughts all except Jiraiya repeated to themselves, Naruto was a Namikaze. Daimyo. I see that I caught you off guard, Konoha scum, so let me introduce myself properly. After saying that he takes off his wolf mask and says my name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto daimyo of the land of water, leader of the Whirlpool Alliance, nice to see you again Kakashi Haddock Jiraiya of the Sannin, my negligent godfather Sasuke. Team, Pink Tablet and Team 8. All the shinobi of Konoha were in shock to know who the water daimyo was and in their thoughts, they only said one word: shit. Jiraiya. But how is it possible that you are the water daimyo if you are barely a genin, and to top it off the last one to die you were weak as you have this whole country at your disposal. Sasuke. Dobe, if you are the leader your country is weak, you are weak, you do not deserve to be its daimyo. Sakura, if Sasuke.kun is right you are weak so you don't deserve to be his leader. After both Sasuke and Sakura said that in a burst of speed, Fu appeared behind Sasuke with her sword at the Uchiha's neck, while Karen put her sword at the nape of Sakura's neck, implying that if they made any movement they would die, which made everyone break out in a cold sweat, since none of the Konoha ninjas saw them, and in Jiraiya's case, he barely saw them move, which surprised him greatly. Fu. If any of you insult Naruto again. Sama. Karen. Will die in the worst way. The Konoha shinobis were sweating cold until Naruto spoke. Naruto. Okay Fu, Karen, calm down, what the faggot Uchiha says and the pink tablet doesn't affect me, please leave them, it's not worth your time. They both nodded reluctantly, but in their thoughts they wanted to tear that pair to pieces. Naruto. And answering your question my dear negligent godfather, well it's not obvious, I knew the Konoha would betray me at some point, so I only pretended to be the last dead, I pretended to be weak so that no one would suspect me, just like Hinata pretended to be a shy girl, and Yakumo pretended to be a weak girl. Why do you think I didn't say anything when you banished me, idiots? I knew that at some point you or the imbecile dead monkey Sarutobi betrayed me, and so you did. And look at me now and look at you. All the Konoha shinobi opened their eyes in shock at such a revelation, as they refused to believe that the last dead Naruto was only a mask of the real Naruto. Kurenai. But how is it possible that Hinata and Yakumo have faked their personality? If that were the case I would have realized it, I do not refuse to believe that. Hinata. Oh sensei, well simple Kurenai. Years ago, shortly before meeting and training with Naruto.kun, I saw a file in Hiyashi's library in which it said he organized my kidnapping by the Kumo ninjas only for him to kill the kidnapper and Niji.nii.san's father to take his place to get rid of him. Everyone is surprised by what was said. Kurenai. Impossible, and why would your own father have to do that? Hinata. Hinata, simple, because he is not my father, my real father is Hisashi Hyuga, his brother. My mother was always in love with Hisashi, my real father, but they forced her to marry that idiot Hisashi because they believed that my father mistreated me, because I reminded him so much of my father and my mother, that foolish fool Hisashi. That's why I pretended to be weak until I was strong enough to leave with Naruto.kun when Konoha betrayed him. Ikumo. There Kurenai, I know that you were the one who recommended that I be sealed because of the spirit I had, according to you, that I was dangerous, which was a lie, and that stupid seal didn't work since Naruto.kun destroyed it, although I had to pretend that it worked, making me look like a weak girl, hahaha. Poor my deluded uncle, I know that he wanted to turn me into a breeding machine. When I turned 15 years old, he saw in me the supposed future of the Kurama clan because of my immense genjutsu capacity. That's why he was willing to keep me weak with that stupid seal, just to use me as a breeding machine. Ikumo said this with great disgust that made the Konoha shinobi shudder at the way Ikumo spoke. Kurenai. Impossible, the third Hokage would never have allowed that. Kurama. Silly leaf ninja, that monkey you call the third was another one who was in that conspiracy. That monkey was garbage. He could have supported Naruto more, but he didn't. He could have prevented Hisashi from dying, but he didn't do it. Both Minato and Kushina would be rolling in their graves for everything their son went through in Konoha. Jiraiya. Shut up, you don't know sensei, you don't know Minato and Kushina, and you're definitely nobody. Jiraiya couldn't finish speaking when a gigantic amount of killing intent was directed at the Konoha shinobi that made Sakura faint, Kurenai, Sai, Sasuke, Shino and Kiba get on their knees about to faint, and in the case of Kakashi and the Toad Sannin, it made it difficult for them to breathe. Kurama, I know them more than you think, stupid Toad, and I am more than you, much more than any stupid shinobi of the leaf is or will be. All the leaf shinobi fell silent at what Kurama said until Jiraiya broke the silence. Jiraiya. Well anyway Naruto, we need your help, you are a leaf shinobi, your duty is to protect the leaves. Naruto. Hahaha, I will not protect the place that despised me and banished me now Jiraiya Libya, with your mistake of not killing Orochimaru Libya, with the guilt that because of you the leaf will burn permanently. Those from Konoha are surprised by how Naruto expresses himself about the leaf, but Jiraiya frowns at the contemptuous way Naruto blamed him for what is happening, despite the fact that deep down Jiraiya knew it was his fault for not finishing off Orochimaru sooner. Jiraiya. Look, brat, you may be a daimyo, but you don't talk to my gallant Jiraiya as if he were just anything. After saying that, both Neliel in a burst of speed and a kick sent Jiraiya flying. He stood up again in great pain, but Kamimuro and Yujito appeared on either side of Jiraiya, pointing his sword at his neck and Yujito pointing her sword at the Sannin's private parts, which made him and all the male shinobi of Konoha break out in a cold sweat. Naruto. If I were you, Jiraiya, I'd leave, since I can't promise that the next time one of you offends me, you won't end up headless or, in your case, balseless, my negligent godfather. Kakashi. Naruto, stop this, you can't do that to Jiraiya-sama, you can't do this to Konoha. Naruto, already fed up with the nonsense of the Konoha shinobi, in a burst of speed, impressed everyone, appeared in front of Kakashi, which surprised him quite a bit and at a speed that only Kurama and some of his captains could see. Naruto took out Kakashi's eye, making him scream in pain. This made all the captains grimace at seeing the former copy ninja now one-eyed, while in the case of the copy ninjas, they shuddered at hearing Kakashi's screams of pain. Shut up Haddock, because next time I will not only take out your eye, but your head. You are nobody to give me orders, you are nothing more than scum. Now I will say it for the last time, Konoha ninja, I want them out of my nation today, if not I will send all my samurai and ninja to finish them off definitively, so long, roared Naruto. All the leaf shinobi shuddered at such bloodlust that Naruto released, so they were all escorted when a dozen samurai entered the meeting and took them away. Naruto. Well my friends, since Konoha is gone it is time to organize a plan. I know that Iwakumo and Oda will soon find out that I am the new water daimyo, and they will already know about the resurgence of Yuzushi Ogakure. Everyone frowns at that. Karen. Yes, Naruto. Sama, but Yuzu is not weak, to tell the truth in my opinion. Yuzu would be the second most powerful village only below Kiri, also I doubt that Iwakumo will attack them since they want to destroy Konoha first. Bigura. True, also the pedophile snake doesn't care about Yuzu, the main thing for him is revenge against Konoha, and when they face each other, Orochimaru's alliance will weaken or Konoha will weaken if he wins. Whatever happens, our enemies will be so weak that it will be easy to finish them off. Everyone nods at Yugura's comment. Naruto. True, very true, but there is a worrying factor. Yujito. And what is Naruto? Sama. Naruto. The Akatsukas will take advantage of the opportunity of this war to capture Han, Rashi and B, and you all know that some of the Akatsukas are as powerful as a Kage, especially Pain and Tobi, who are above the average Kage level. Everyone nods in understanding, as only a few shinobi could defeat, especially Pain who was a Rinnegan user. Neliel. But Naruto. Sama and the other members with him. Naruto. Simple after Pain and Toby who are the most powerful come Itachi and Kisame who are close to their level, especially Itachi. The others are at a very similar level, except Zetsu and Haiden, who are barely in the S rank. Remember this guys, the Akatsuki are always in pairs. I know they will come for you Yujido, Fu and Yugura. Also when they find out that I am the water daimyo they will come for me. Kurama. Don't forget about Utakata, he's in Kiri, and even though he's under the protection of Mei and the current swordsman of the mist, when he goes on missions they'll most likely try to capture him. I know the kid is strong, and I know he could defeat most of the Akatsuki one-on-one. Naruto. Lose but Seiken is also with her. I know that not any Akatsuki duo could handle that pair, so there is not much to worry about, but Kurama. And I send a message to Mei and inform her what happened. I want Utakata to be backed up not only by Seiken, but by Zabuza. They apart from Mei, are the most powerful of Kiri, and will be able to back him up from any Akatsuki team that comes for him. Kurama. Okay, I'll tell my sister and Mei, you don't have to worry. Hinata. Yes, but the main thing we must do is rescue Killer Bee, because from what we know, the current Raikage of Kumo staged a coup with the counselors and killed the Yondaime Raikage, as well as imprisoned all of the Yondaime supporters, while in Bee's case, they put obedient seals on him. Yujido. I know, but from what my spies told me, several ninjas in Kumo are not happy with what the current Raikage has done, so it will be easier to overthrow him and the Lightning Daimyo. Naruto. I lose, but we can't make any moves unless they attack us, so we'll wait for the right moment. Everyone nods. Naruto. Okay, now I'll go to Yasushi Agakure Hinata, Yakumo and Haku. You three will accompany me as my guard. The aforementioned nod happily to go with the love of their life even though he doesn't know it, and they promised themselves to conquer him. Naruto for some reason felt a chill for some reason he didn't know. Meanwhile, with the Konoha group, they were in endless thoughts after discovering that the new daimyo of the water country was Naruto, the last dead. Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama, I believe that the Naruto we knew was just a facade, a mask. He says this with great regret, since what happened in Naruto's castle when he removed Obito's eye dismayed him greatly. Jiraiya. In my opinion, the truth is I never suspected it, but it seems that Naruto deceived us all completely, and not only him, but also the former Hyuga heiress and the former heiress of the Kurama clan, pretended to be weak, but from what I saw of those captains, at least they have the level of a cage. I know they felt their power, and they agree with me with that, but the power I felt from their captain general and Naruto was unreal. They are above those 13 captains. Also Kakashi, we have to be careful with what we do since we lost your Sharingan, and only now we have Sasuke's, we have to be careful. Everyone frowns at that, and Kakashi lowers his head at that. Kurenai. But how could Hinata, Yakumo and Naruto deceive us? Perhaps they never trusted us. At least I thought Hinata trusted me. Jiraiya. If the Hyuga had told you her secret, you would most likely have betrayed her. Those three brats were very cautious, to the point that they saw our faces and pretended to be weak. Everyone frowned, as they knew what Jiraiya said was true, and Naruto made them look like idiots. Sasuke. The dope must not be that powerful. I know that without his captains he would be nothing. Without his army he would still feel like the same weakling, the last dead man as always. Sakura supported him like the fan she always is, and always will be of Sasuke, while the others just shook their heads at how idiotic Sasuke was. After about a week the Konoha group led by Jiraiya arrived with Konoha, and the Sannin of the Toads went directly to Tsunade's office to report what had happened. After a few minutes Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's office. Tsunade. What happened? Jiraiya, the water daimyo accepted our alliance. Jiraiya shakes his head. Tsunade. What exactly happened Jiraiya? The water daimyo denied us an alliance, not only that, but he also hates us too much, says Jiraiya. But what did we do to the water daimyo to make him hate us so much, says Tsunade. What happened is that Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the water daimyo, and the current leader of the Whirlpool Alliance, Tsunade. We made a grave mistake by banishing Naruto, said Jiraiya. Tsunade and the Ambus who were hiding as guards of the Hokage opened their eyes in shock at that news which seemed ridiculous to them, since Naruto the last dead, the dope of his class, is now not only daimyo of one of the 5 great nations, but also the leader of the Whirlpool Alliance. Ambus call the entire council. I want them gathered in the next 15 minutes quick Jiraiya, you will come with me and report every detail of what you saw in the land of water. Tsunade said the aforementioned only nods preparing for the headache that the council will give him when they find out that Naruto is now the daimyo of water. After 15 minutes the Shinobi Council, the Civil Council, Jiraiya and Tsunade were already in the council chamber. Everything was complete silence until the one-eyed man spoke. Good Hokage-sama, what is this meeting for? It is so important that you summon us with the utmost urgency, said Danzo. Tsunade frowns but answers, good Danzo, there is something important that Jiraiya has to tell us. Everyone looked questioningly at Jiraiya, which made the Toad Sage sweat, but he quickly recovered and spoke to the council. Recently, Tsunade asked me and Team 7 and Team 8 to go to the Land of Water and request an alliance with him, but something happened that I never expected, something that really screwed us up. And what exactly is Jiraiya? Sama, said a civilian counselor. Jiraiya? Well, to tell the truth, what I saw was something we never expected. The daimyo of the country of water and leader of the Whirlpool Alliance is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Everyone opened their eyes in shock because the demon fox was the water daimyo and was the son of their beloved Yondaime Hokage. Councilman 1. Not impossible, the demon brat can't be the son of our Yondaime. Councilman 2. If that brat can't be the last of the Namikaze line. Councilman 3. We have to kill him, he can attack us if he keeps gaining more power. Tsunade, with a vein in her forehead, threw a punch at her desk, breaking it in two, stunning and scaring everyone on the council, making Jiraiya sweat because of Tsunade's explosive temper. Danzo. But I guess that's not all true. Jiraiya, what are you missing to tell us? Jiraiya. The truth is, if I dance, in addition to that we discovered the names of the 14 captains of the daimyo and their captain general. Everyone is surprised by what Jiraiya said, and who are those 14 individuals? Jiraiya. Sama, said Shikaku. Jiraiya. Well, first there's Ugura Karatachi, the water god, and Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle, Karen Uzumaki the crimson princess, Taiya Uzumaki the red queen, Jugo the bloody beast, Hakuyuki the ice princess, Kamimuro Kagaya the dead pulse killer, Nai Ujido the fire cat, and Jinchuriki of the two-tailed cat, FK, the wind princess, Jinchuriki of the seven-tailed beetle, Tear Harrible, the shark princess, Coyote Sterk Grey Wolf, Grim Joji Jurjak is the warrior panther. Nelil II Adelshwink the centaur princess and their leader Kurama Otsutsuki the god of fire and destruction, all of them S and SS class warriors. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, but Shikaku realizes something. Jiraiya only mentioned 13 of the 15 people he spoke of. Shikaku. Jiraiya. Sama, so far you've only mentioned 13 of the 15 captains, that is, 2 of them are missing, who are the other 2? Jiraiya. Well, Shikaku.san, this is the most worrying thing, these 2 were former Konoha shinobis. Danzo opens his one eye in surprise at that revelation. Jiraiya. Well, the last 2 captains were the former heiress of the Hyuga clan Hinata Hyuga and the former heiress of the Kurama clan Yakumo Kurama, and let me tell you this, if those 2 are as captains, they must at least be at the level of an S-class ninja. Hiashi. Impossible, that failure must not be that powerful. Kurama clan leader. I agree, Yakumo was weak, he can't be one of the 14 captains. Jiraiya. Well, it is the truth, my dear clan leaders, and I will tell you this, both Yakumo, Hinata and Naruto completely faked their personalities. Naruto, because of the hatred of the Hinata village for his clan, like Yakumo, they pretended to be weak. Everyone opens their eyes in surprise. Tsunade. You mean Naruto pretended to be weak just so we'd let our guard down? Jiraiya. And not only that, but also from what I understood, he not only faked his personality, but also suspected that he was going to be banished, and look at him now, daimyo of the water and leader of the Whirlpool Alliance. Everyone frowns at that revelation. Beharu. You mean to tell me that the demon brat saw our faces and knew that we were going to banish him? In addition to that, a Hyuga and a Kurama left with him. This is unthinkable. We must force them to return. We need our Jinchuriki. Hiashi. Correct, I need to judge that weakling, she deserves punishment for betraying the honorable Hyuga clan. But Hiashi's thoughts were thinking about how he tortures Hinata when he returns to Konoha. Good luck with that, honor council and clan leaders. You didn't feel the power of Naruto and his captain general. His killer instinct is something I've never felt, and the power they both gave off was, to say the least, unreal. As if unreal, Jiraiya-sama said. Shibi, head of the Aburam clan, simply Shibi.san, the power they released when they released their killing intent was by far more powerful than Sensei, and that is already saying something, so I recommend not doing anything against them and concentrate on Orochimaru's alliance. Everyone reluctantly agrees to focus on the Snake Sannin, but in Danzo's thoughts, it was not like that he wanted to see Naruto dead, so he was devising a plan to finish off the poor stupid guy who doesn't know what he's going to get into the wolf's mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Trouble and the hunt begins. Currently in the elemental nation, several events happened. The first is that Iwa, Kumo, Odo and Akatsuki found out the name of the new daimyo of the land of water, which was Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, which made them nervous, especially Inoki Sandame Tsuchikage, since the son of the number 1 enemy of Iwa was now the daimyo of water, but the Tsuchikage did nothing, since he knew that if he tried to kill him, he risked a war with Yuzu. Kiri and Suna something that he doubted he could win, so he only focused on Konoha. While in the case of Akatsuki, they were tense upon learning that the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi, who was supposedly the least protected Jinchuriki, is now the most protected of the 9, and not only that, since from what Zetsu was finding out, the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi is not alone, but with him are also the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, the Jinchuriki Sanbi, and the Jinchuriki Nanabi. Flashback. In the lair 9 silhouettes were gathering, they were impatient for the arrival of the 10th silhouette. Until after a few minutes the 10th silhouette appeared, these 10 individuals were lost ninjas from different villages. These ninjas made up Akatsuki, among them is Pain the god of Omegakure, Konan the angel of Omegakure, Tobi, Itachi Uchiha the relatives killer, Kisame the tailless Bijuu, Haiden the immortal, Kakuzo of the 5 hearts, Dodara the mad bomber of Iwa, Sasori of the red sands and Zetsu, all of them ninjas rank S or higher. Haiden. You finally arrived, aloe vera shit, we've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Zetsu didn't even flinch at the insult and completely ignored Haiden, which enraged the immortal, and he was about to speak until Pain gave him a murderous look, also releasing some of his killing intent, which made Haiden shudder and his mouth fell open. He was stupid, but not so stupid as to enrage his leader, not when he can kill him by taking out his soul. Pain. Zetsu, what happened? Why did you take so long? Zetsu. Lighter-sama, I was investigating and found very valuable information. First of all, the Jinchuriki Sanbi, the former Yonde Mizukage who we thought was dead, is alive. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since it was assumed that if the rebels won the war, Yugura should be dead. Explain yourself, Zetsu, how is it that the Jinchuriki Sanbi is alive? He was supposed to have died in the civil war, which is exactly what you mean, said Pain. You see, leader. Sama, what happened was that apparently the Jinchuriki Sanbi was being controlled by someone, and thanks to that mental control they had over Yugura, this caused the blood purges, said Zetsu. This left everyone impressed, since if someone was strong enough to control a cage, he would be a very dangerous enemy. Meanwhile, Tobi cursed that his puppet was free from his control, and in the case of Pain, Itachi and Konan, these three suspected that the one who controlled Yugura was Tobi Bara Madara supposedly. And since Yugura was defeated, he was supposed to be a perfect Jinchuriki, which was exactly what happened, said Kisame, since he knew that the Yonde Mizukage was powerful in his own right, and for someone to defeat him, controlled or not, it must have been a high-caliber S-rank shinobi. Everyone also wondered the same thing, since Yugura was supposed to be a cage, not just any shinobi could defeat him. Zetsu? You see, this is what doesn't make sense. Apparently the Yonde Mizukage was defeated by the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi Uzumaki Naruto. Kisame? Impossible, that brat was supposed to be weak when we visited him, how did he become so powerful to defeat a cage? Zetsu? From what I found out when I investigated in Konoha, it seems that the brat only pretended to be weak, and not only him, but also the Hyuga heiress and the heiress of the Kurama clan, also pretended to be weak or shy, just so that no one suspects that they are the complete opposite. The truth is that brat surprised me too much, he was very calculating and deceiving all of Konoha, and not only that, but apparently Uzumaki Naruto is actually Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the son of the Yellow Flash and the Bloody Habanero. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise by the information that Zetsu gave them, since the Jinchuriki of the Kikbi Uzumaki Naruto is actually Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of the Yellow Flash and the Bloody Habanero, two of the most powerful shinobi in history, to such an extent that the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze was considered an SS rank shinobi, with orders to flee at first sight, as well as the worst enemy of Iwa, while the Bloody Habanero Kushina Uzumaki was considered the most powerful kunoichi of her time, being a S-rank ninja SS/ to such an extent that in power she was compared to the Yonde Hokage. In addition to that, Kushina Uzumaki was considered the terror of Kumo, thanks to the fact that she alone destroyed battalions of this village with her diamond chains, as if they were flies. Zetsu? And not only that, but from what I could find out, the Kikbi Jinchuriki is so protected by both samurai and his 14 captains, and his overall captain among the captains are Hyuga Hinata, the former heiress of the Hyuga clan, Yakumo Kurama, the former heiress of the Kurarikima clan, Nayujido the Jinchuriki, the Nibi Jinchuriki del Nanabi, and the former Mizukage Yugura Jinchuriki del Sanbi. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise at that information, since from what they knew is that Nayujido, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi and Yugura Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, were S-rank ninjas, which makes them understand that both all the other captains are S-rank shinobis or higher, which amazed them greatly, which made them wonder who the captain general would be, since according to them he has to be very powerful to be in command of 14 S-rank shinobis. Pain. That information was unexpected, but it doesn't matter, I am a god, and no one will be able to stop me, not even the blessed captains nor their general captain, and not even the Kikbi Jinchuriki. Kisame? Then leader. Sama, what do? We will go for Kikbi Jinchuriki. It would be interesting to fight him, since apparently the brat is a formidable opponent. Madara, yes, it would be interesting to explode it and teach my art to the Kikbi Jinchuriki, hahaha, yes, I'm going to explode it. Haiden. I'll kill him and it would be a great tribute to Jashin-sama, hahaha, yes, it will be a great tribute. The other Akatsukas look at the three as if they were stupid for wanting to go head on against Kikbi Jinchuriki while being so protected by so many samurai and the 14 blessed captains, as well as their general capital. Itachi. That would be reckless. Kisame Deidara Hiden. Do not underestimate Naruto.kun, since from the information that Zetsu gave us the deception to the entire village of the Leaf as well as to us, meaning that we do not know anything about his abilities. The only thing we know is that he was able to defeat the former Mizukage, and everyone here knows that Yugura was not a weakling, and at that time Naruto.kun was only 13 years old. Imagine how strong he is today. I doubt that any of you could against him, not counting the 14 captains he has as guard, which implies that there are a total of 15 warriors, to which from the information that Zetsu said, are S-rank ninjas like us. Besides that, Naruto.kun has his general captain who must be even more powerful than his 14 captains, not counting that despite knowing some of the names and abilities of some captains, such as Hyuga Hinata, the former heiress of the Hyuga clan, Yakumo Kurama, the former heiress of the Kurama clan, Nayujido, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, Gyu the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, and the former Mizukage Yugura Jinchuriki of the Sambi, while 8 of the other captains are unknown to us, and that would be detrimental, since we do not know how powerful they are, and even worse, we do not know the name or power level of the captain general. Both Kisame, Hiden and Deidara nodded reluctantly, since Itachi's analysis was true, and if they went against the Kikbi Jinchuriki's guard in the dark, they would die without remedy. Meanwhile, Sasori and Kakuzu had one concern, and that was how powerful Kikbi Jinchuriki and his captain general were to manage an organization with 14 S-rank shinobi. In Tobi's case, he cursed himself for not having killed Naruto when he was a baby, and thanks to that, he will now be a thorn in his plans. End of flashback. Another important event that happened was that Naruto met the current Kage of Yuzu, being this Uzumaki king, who was also known in the shinobi world as Akayakuma, Red Demon, being this a ninja rank S/SS and the current leader of the country of the Whirlpools, as well as Uncle Naruto. Flashback. Naruto was going to Yuzu along with Haku, Hinata and Yakumo, 3 of the 15 captains of the country of water. After a couple of days they arrived in Yuzu and entered the village, being well received by the civilian population, the Uzumaki and the new clans of New Yuzu. They received him happily, since they knew that despite the fact that their Yuzukage King Uzumaki was the Kage of the village. Uzumaki Naruto was their daimyo and their savior, the one who gave them a second chance to live in peace and not be married like animals or live in misery. After a few minutes, Naruto's group arrived at the council chambers where the clan leaders of Yuzu and the Yuzukage himself were. Naruto, hello clan leaders, hello Yuzukage. Sama. Yuzukage. Hey Naruto, you know you shouldn't be so formal. I'm your uncle and technically your leader, even though I'm the Kage of this village. Bray Uzumaki. Blue's Uncle King. Well, it's time to report what happened, said Naruto. And what exactly happened, Naruto? Sama said. Meliodas, High no Tenshi, the angel of fire and leader of the 6 archangels, and also leader of the clan of the goddesses. These were called that because their Kekkei Genkai made them have angel wings, as well as in some cases, they are good at purifying and breaking curses, as well as having the light element. Male. Naruto. You see, male. A couple of days ago, San Konoha came to visit me wanting an alliance, and obviously I didn't give it to them after my banishment, but well, that's not important. The thing is that they already know exactly who I am, just as most likely the other villages must also be finding out who I am, as well as the Akatsuki. Everyone was surprised by that, but some of the clan leaders and the Yuzukage smiled, as now the world will know the power of their daimyo and leader after so many years of preparation. Sate oh Naruto. Sama, that's good. Now the other villages will know that you are not alone, but that you are more powerful than ever both politically and militarily, said Meliodas alias Kai no Kuroyakuma, the Black Blood Demon and leader of the Demon Clan. These called themselves that because their Kekkei Genkai allowed them to have demon wings, as well as use the darkness element. Meliodas. Naruto. Oh Meliodas. Don't know, indeed you are right. The villages will see that both Yuzu, Suna and Kiri are not the weaklings they think they are, as well as they will see that the Whirlpool Alliance will crush every enemy it has. So Uncle King, what I want is for you to enlist and prepare the troops, because most likely war will soon break out. I know that the villages will be nervous about the resurgence of Yuzu and the Whirlpool Alliance. King. I see, and Naruto, you are right. I know that Iwa and Kumo will not remain calm with our resurgence, and after destroying Konoha, which is their main enemy, they will come for us to finish us off. Naruto. Indeed you are right, uncle, those 2 villages will want to destroy all of Uzumaki. Yes, but we can't forget about Konoha. There's a chance they could win, and with Danzo in the shadows of Konoha, he'll want to wipe us off the map, and you all know that, said Uchiha Shisui, leader of the Uchiha clan. Shisui. Naruto. Lose Shisui, and not only that, we also have to worry about the Akatsuki, since some members like Pain and Tobi are so dangerous that a high S-rank ninja is needed to be able to confront them. Everyone nods. They knew that Tobi's Kamui was a bucking annoying technique, while in Pain's case he was a Rinnegan user, which was no game for anyone, since the Rinnegan was the most powerful of the 3 Dojutsu. Yes, but we can't forget about the snake-san in Orochimaru. He has many prisoners from different clans, and when he finds out which clans Kiri and Yuzu have, he will want to kidnap a member of our respective clans, so I think he has to be dealt with as soon as possible, said Surzich's Gremory alias, Shinku no M, the Crimson King and leader of the Gremory clan. Surzich's Gremory. Naruto, there you have it. Surzich's, the pedophile snake will be a problem in the future, so if he survives this war, he will be our first target. And what about the ninjas and some civilians of Odo? From what we know, a large number of ninjas and civilians do not follow him voluntarily, but out of fear of being part of his experiments. In my opinion, we have to free the country from that snake's rice. Said Seraphil Citri alias, Mizuta Kumrai no Megami, the goddess of water and ice and leader of the Citri clan. Seraphil Citri. All the clan leaders, Uzukage, Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Yakumo nodded at that. They knew that not everyone followed Orochimaru out of loyalty but out of fear. They knew that from Guren, Kimimaro and other ninjas that Naruto rescued. You are correct in that Seraphil the snake Sannin has always been a thorn that we will have to deal with in the short term, said Hinata. You are correct, my high Orochimaru will die, either in the war he has with Konoha or in our hands, said Naruto. King. Well, I think that would be all for this meeting, right? Naruto. Well, I also wanted to inform you that the 4 emperors of water and sky have to prepare. Most likely we will need their ships, they are the only ones in our entire navy that can float. But don't you think that would be too much, Naruto? Sama, I mean, we have all the shinobi and samurai, as well as the clan leaders, preparing for battle, but also preparing the 4 emperors would be too much, said King, leaders of the fairy clan. Naruto. Well, I know that preparing the 4 emperors of heaven and water for war would be too much, but it is better to be prepared for the best tide to counter the enemies than not to prepare and let them crush us, and I as their leader will not let that happen before I erase the entire country of lightning and the earth than to allow them to destroy us. All the clan leaders, the Uzukage and the Jounin commander cheered Naruto for his words. End of flashback. Currently in the Akatsuki lair a meeting was taking place where 10 silhouettes appeared. Pain. Well, everyone knows that the war between Konoha against Iwakumo and Odo is taking place, and we all know that for Iwa to enter the land of fire, it has to pass through Tokigaku, and from what Sasori's spies tell us, is that the one who will command the attack on Odo will be Han the Jinchuriki of the Gobi. Most of Akatsuki is surprised by what was said, but Pain continues. Pain. So it will be a great opportunity to take care of the Gobi, so I want you to go both Kisame, Itachi, Haiden and Kakuzu to that mission. I know that the Gobi will be accompanied by a large army of Iwa shinobi, so while Kisame and Itachi fight with the Gobi, Kakuzu and Haiden decimate the Iwa shinobi army. Madara. Lighter Sama, and what are we going to do? Pain. I want Tobi, Zetsu, Sasori and Madara to go to Sunagaku. I want them to capture the Ichibi. All the Akatsuki members nod while in Itachi's thoughts he was worried about what happened since there was not supposed to be a war, and internally he hoped that all this would end soon after all the holograms disappeared except Tobi, Pain and Konan. Konan. Pain. I wonder what we're going to do with the Jinchuriki of Nibi, Sanbi, Nanabi and Kikbi. Pain. We will leave them for last. The first thing is to capture the Gobi, Yanbi and Hachibi, as well as the Ichibi. The two nod knowing that those are their easiest targets to capture. Tobi. Okay, Pain, I'll go for the Ichibi along with Sasori, Zetsu and Madara. You don't have to worry, soon peace will be with us. Konan. And what are we going to do with the Yanbi and the Hachibi? Tobi. After capturing the Gobi, I want both you, Konan and Pain to take care of Yanbi, well as soon as Itachi's group arrives, you will go after the Hachibi at the first opportunity you have. Both Pain and Konan nod their heads, but in Konan's thoughts, she knew that capturing the tailed beasts was wrong. Her master informed her what would happen if Pain and Tobi fulfilled their plan, since if it was carried out the Jubi would be revived and the world would be destroyed, so she knew she had to inform her master of Pain and Tobi's plans before the capture of the Ichibi and Gobi happens, so that her master with his subordinates can intercept the Akatsuki. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Attack and Capture Part 1. Currently everything was chaos in the elemental continent. The war between the alliance of Orochimaru, Iwa and Kumo against Konoha in the last 2 months had just slowly risen in level. They were no longer small conflicts, but were wars between battalions for the village of the Leaf. Things were not so good, they had lost a large number of ninjas, while in the case of the other villages, they also suffered some casualties, especially Iwa, who lost its Jinchuriki hand possessor of the Gobi. And in the case of Suna also suffered a battle against Akatsuki. Flashback. And the Jinchuriki of the Gobi along with Katsuchi son of the Sandame Tsuchika Jinoki, along with a large army of rock ninjas and sound ninjas, were attacking and conquering the waterfall village to establish a base of operations. The siege lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Takigakure gave a good fight, but could not do anything against a shinobi rank S like Katsuchi and a Jinchuriki like Han, with the ability to control most of the power of his Biju. After the conquest of Takigakure ended, the Akatsuki appeared to capture Han the Jinchuriki of the Gobi, which impressed and made several Oto.nin and Iwa.nin sweat, since the ninjas who were in front of them were Kisame Hoshigaki the monster of the hidden mist, Kakuzo of the five hearts, Itachi the relatives killer, Haiden the immortal Jashinist, all of them S-rank shinobi, well known in the world as strong army killer criminals. Meanwhile, a week before Akatsuki appeared at Naruto's castle, he was in a meeting with his 13 captains and his captain General Kurama. Kurama. What happened, Naruto? Why did you summon us? Naruto. Simple, I received a message from Konan. Apparently, Tobi, Zetsu, Sasori and Deidara will go to Sunagakure and Kisame, Itachi, Haiden and Kakuzu will go after Han. The Jinchuriki of Kakuo is occupied. It's surprising that 2 Akatsuki pairs would go after just 1 Jinchuriki. Nell, and what do we do, Naruto? Sama, we all know that Akatsuki are dangerous, and we know well that Lord Kazukiage will barely be able to fight 2 of them, most likely he will lose against Tobi, Zetsu, Sasori and Deidara. Naruto nods, since he knew that Gaara was powerful, but he highly doubted that he could against those 4, besides that he knew that Tobi was far above an ordinary S-rank ninja. Kurama. And what are we going to do? I don't want my brothers to be captured. I don't want Akatsuki to carry out the plan to revive the Jubi. Naruto. Lose Kurama, so I want your Coyote Stark and Tier Heredero to go to Takigakure to stop Han's capture. Also, Karen.ni-chan send a message to Suna and the Land of the Wind, let them know that 2 Akatsuki duos are going for Gaara, and tell the Warriors of the Night I want them to tell him that Shiruamiya sends 3 of the Night Warriors to support Gaara. I will not allow them to capture my friend. Karen. Hi cousin, you have nothing to worry about. Naruto. Perfect, then I hope everything goes well. Meanwhile, 4 days after Naruto found out that Akatsuki was going to capture Gaara and Han, a warning letter arrived to both Gaara and the Warriors of the Night, so they sent 3 of their warriors to Suna, which were Siegfried the Dragon King, Astolfo the Golden Paladin, and Atalanta the Amazon Princess. This trio arrived in 2 days to Sunagakure, where they met with Gaara and his council. Gaara. It is a pleasure to have you in my village, the Warriors of the Night. Siegfried, the pleasure is our Kazukiage-sama, Honorable Council of Sunagakure, but well, I do not come just for a visit, but to protect you, Kazukiage-sama. Gaara. I know. Naruto sent them to support me with the 2 pairs of Akatsuki who will arrive tomorrow in Sunagakure to capture me. All the clan leaders and elders opened their eyes in surprise and somewhat worried about that, since 4 S-rank ninjas are no game, but they came out of shock when Baki spoke. Baki and Siegfried. Sama knows who the Akatsuki are that are coming for Kazukiage-sama. Siegfried. The ones who are coming will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and their names are Deidara the Mad Bomber from Iwa, Zetsu the Spy from Akatsuki, Tobi and Sasori from the Red Sands. When the council heard Sasori's name, they opened their eyes in shock, since Sasori is one of the best puppeteers that Suna has ever had, alongside the old woman Chiyo in her prime, although currently Sasori is an S-rank renegade who will now come to capture his Kazukiage. Meanwhile, Chiyo's thoughts were different, her grandson now a renegade who will come for her Kazukiage, she will not allow that, she will fix her mistake, she will stop him no matter what. Chiyo. Kazukiage-sama, Siegfried-sama, I have an idea to deal with Akatsuki. Everyone raised an eyebrow at that, as they didn't think Chiyo's speaking was supposed to be withdrawn. Gaara, and what do you have in mind, Honorable Chiyo? Well, what I have in mind is to deal with those 4 outside the village, since if we fight inside, even if we defeat them, Suna would be in bad shape, so my idea, Kazukiage-sama, is that I deal with my grandson Sasori, well, you Kazukiage-sama together with Astolfo the Golden Paladin. Since both have the ability to fly like Deidara the crazy bomber from Iwa, and in the case of that Zetsu, from what I understood, he is not so much the fighting type, more he is a spy. I think the most prudent thing would be for Baki, Temari and several Jounin and Anbus to take care of him, while in the case of that Tobi, it would be the variable that would not know what to do, since his abilities are not known. Everyone agreed with that plan, but they also wondered who would take care of this Tobi. Siegfried. I see that it is a good idea, Chiyo. San, and indeed there is a variable that is Tobi, but from what Naruto informed us. Sama, that Tobi is one of the 3 most powerful members of Akatsuki. In addition, from what he told us, he is an Uchiha with a space-time ability that from what I understand is called Kamui. Also, Chiyo. Sama, you alone will not be able to fight Sasori. I know he is strong, but he is no longer at his best. Perhaps if he were in his years of glory, he could beat him, but now he will not be able to, so I recommend that Atalanta, the Amazon Princess, support you in your fight against Sasori. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since if it was true that this Toby was one of the 3 strongest members of that organization, he would be much more dangerous than Sasori or Deidara, but in Chiyo's case, she was thinking about what Siegfried said, since she knew that Sasori was powerful when he left, and now he must be even stronger, so she nodded to what Siegfried said. The next day near Sunagakur appeared 4 individuals. These were Sasori of the Red Sands, Deidara the crazy bomber of Iwa, Zetsu the aloe vera and Toby, but pleasantly surprised these 4 when they were ambushed by the Kazukiage, the old woman Chiyo, Siegfried the Dragon King, Astolfo the Golden Paladin and Atalanta the Amazon Princess, along with a large number of Jounin and Ambus, which impressed them and alerted them. Akatsuki, so you came for me, but let me tell you that none of you will get out of this place alive. After saying that, Gaara sends a tide of sand towards the Akatsuki, which made them disperse. Gaara inwardly smiles, since that was his plan that was taken advantage of by everyone, and they dispersed going after their objectives. Atalanta the Amazon Princess and Grandma Chiyo went against Sasori of the Red Sands. Gaara and Astolfo, the Golden Paladin, were flying chasing Deidara, while Baki, Tamari, several Jounin and Anbu went against Zetsu, and in the case of Siegfried, he intercepted Toby, which impressed the masked man for his speed. Toby vs Siegfried. Siegfried was staring at Toby. He knew that he was not the stupid man he appeared to be. He knew that Toby was among the 3 most powerful Akatsukis, which is why Naruto informed him. Siegfried. So you are Toby from Akatsuki. You are someone interesting, so to speak. Toby is a good boy. Toby does not want to fight with you. Toby only wants a Chibijinchkriki to bring peace, dear little dragon. Big. Siegfried, oh well, unfortunately I will not hand you over to the Kazukiage. My lord asked me to protect him, and that is what I will do. Siegfried. Toby said nothing, but behind his mask he frowned, since he knew that Siegfried was powerful, and if he fought with all his might against him, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Sasori inside Haruko's puppet was cautiously looking at Chiyo and Atalanta the Amazon Princess. He knew that Atalanta was an S-rank Kunoichi and would be difficult to defeat, but with Chiyo's old fossil, it would be too complicated since she was a puppeteer of his level. Hello my dear grandson, it is regrettable how far you have fallen to join Akatsuki, a terrorist organization. You disappoint me, Sasori, so now I will stop you for me, for you and for the Kazukiage, Chiyo said with a slightly sad voice. Sasori inside Haruko saw her impassively and said nothing, since he was getting bored of his grandmother's monologue, so Haruko opened his mouth throwing a large amount of poison needles, but both Chiyo and Atalanta dodged with ease. Then Chiyo threw several kunes, but Sasori with Haruko's tail defended himself, but what he did not know was that chakra threads were wrapped around Haruko's entire body. Sasori, after Chiyo threw the kunes at him, tried to stab Atalanta with his tail, but out of nowhere the entire Haruko puppet was immobilized. Sasori, so you put chakra strings on the kune so you can immobilize me. You're still so stubborn, old woman, but that won't be enough to defeat me, and you know it. Oh grandson, but remember this, I am not alone in this battle, said Chiyo. Sasori realized what she meant and saw Atalanta charge a large amount of energy with her bow. Atalanta destroys Artemis's arrow. Atalanta. After Atalanta said that, an arrow radiating a great amount of power was directed towards Sasori. He knew that he could not save Haruko, so he did the most sensible thing and got out of it in a burst of speed, but the arrow fell on Haruko, completely destroying him. Sasori, this was unexpected. I never thought you could defeat Haruko. I congratulate you, but it's time for you to die. It's time for you to see my best puppet. After Sasori said that, he took out a scroll that said third, and when he opened it a puppet came out. This was the third Kazukiage. Sasori. Both Chiyo and Atalanta opened their eyes in surprise, since the third Kazukiage was supposed to have disappeared, and now they realized that Sasori killed him, so they frowned at that. Sasori, okay, Grandma, Atalanta. San, it's time for you to die. After saying that, Sasori made hand positions and a large amount of black sand came out of the Kazukiage, which made Chiyo open her eyes in shock, since Sasori was controlling the iron sand of the third Kazukiage, which meant that this was the body of the true Kazukiage. On the other side of the battlefield, the Kazukiage Gaara and Astolfo the Golden Paladin were chasing Deidara in the air until he stopped and threw his explosive clay. Astolfo threw several beams towards Deidara's clay, disabling all the clay on the Iwa bomber. He frowned. Gaara took advantage and threw a large wave of sand. In order for Deidara to escape, he threw a large amount of explosive clay, giving him room to maneuver so he could flee with his clay bird. Astolfo. Deidara. I see that both of you are powerful, since you are the Kazukiage Chibijinchkriki. Astolfo the Golden Paladin, but that will not stop me. I will kill both of you. C2 explosion art. Deidara. After saying that, a large clay dragon went towards Gaara and Astolfo, but the Golden Paladin sent a large amount of energy colliding with Deidara's dragon, colliding and making a gigantic explosion. Gaara took advantage of that opportunity and sent a lot of sand towards Deidara. He didn't realize because of the smoke from the collision, so he could barely dodge Gaara's sand but part of it caught Deidara's arm imprisoned and completely destroying his arm. Deidara screams in pain because of that and steps back. Gaara. Give up Deidara, you just lost your arm and we outnumber you. Gaara. Deidara. You're right, I may not be able to defeat you, but at least I'll take them with me. I'll kill them with C3 explosion art. But before Deidara finished his hand positions and created his jutsu, Astolfo appeared in a burst of speed behind Deidara, trying to cut his head off. Deidara barely noticed and tried to dodge, but thanks to Astolfo's speed, despite not cutting his head off, he cut off his arm, making him scream in pain. Gaara took advantage of that opportunity and rolled Gaara up with his sand. Gaara. Today you will die like all your companions die sand coffin. After saying those words Deidara was completely crushed, exploding, putting an end to the Iwa Mad Bomber. Meanwhile in the battle of Sasori against Gramachio and Atlanta, the puppeteer was in trouble. First they destroyed Haruko, then by taking out his favorite puppet, the third Kazuki Ichigo took out two puppets that Sasori knew well. These were Ma and Pa. These puppets were the first that Sasori created to remember his parents. The battle between both puppeteers was even, but the puppet of the third Kazuki in raw power was gradually overwhelming Chiyo's puppets with his iron sand. Atlanta watched everything meticulously until with his bow to support Chiyo, launched a large arrow Sasori to protect himself, made hand positions making a shield with the Kazuki's iron sand, but before Atlanta's arrow collided with Sasori's sand, it split into several small arrows that went in all directions, and some of these collided with the puppet that was once the Kazuki destroying it, so Sasori angry, why his favorite puppet was destroyed, takes out a scroll. Sasori, I admit that they are powerful, they destroyed Haruko and the third Kazuki, my favorite puppets, but secret red jutsu. Appearance of the 100 puppets, with this technique they will die, with this jutsu I made a small country fall. Both Chiyo and Atlanta are surprised by such a technique and by the number of puppets that came out of Sasori. Chiyo. I see that it is impressive and I don't know if my jutsu can beat you, but it doesn't matter, I will try and you will die my dear grandson. White secret jutsu. 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. After saying that, 10 puppets came out of Chiyo Sasori's scroll and Atlanta were impressed by such a technique. Sasori. Your technique is powerful, it is said that with Chikamatsu's 10 puppets you were able to conquer a castle, but as I said before with my jutsu, I was able to conquer a nation. After saying that all of Sasori and Chiyo's puppets attacked each other, while Atlanta moved at high speed, destroying with her kicks, punches or throwing her arrows towards Sasori's puppets, tired of not finishing the battle yet. Atlanta. Chiyo. Sama, hold him for a minute. I'll do something to end the battle as quickly as possible. Chiyo nods and 2 of her puppets protect her, while the others went to finish off Sasori's puppets. After a moment, Atalanta finishes recharging her energy in her bow. Atalanta, Phobos catastrophe arrow-shaped complaint. After saying that he throws an arrow into the sky that splits into 100 arrows, which impressed Sasori and Chiyo. The arrows hit Sasori's puppets, thus destroying them. Sasori frowns, which is why he takes off his Akatsuki cloak to use himself. Sasori, it's been a while since I used myself, but it's no surprise that I do it after all. I'm facing an S-rank Kunoichi and one of the elders of Suna. Chiyo, so you became a human puppet, how low have you fallen, my dear grandson? He said this with great sadness. But what no one knew is that Atalanta felt that a part of Sasori was still alive, so she looked at him closely and realized that he had something in his chest, so she assumed that was his weak point. Atalanta. Chiyo. Sama, cover me, I'll take care of this. After saying that the last 4 Chiyo puppets surround Atlanta while she was being surrounded by Black Energy Agrius Metamorphosis Boar of Divine Punishment, after saying that in a burst of speed, she tried to throw a punch at Sasori, the puppeteer was barely able to dodge, but 3 of Chiyo's puppets immobilized him, which Atalanta took advantage of and launched a black ray towards Sasori and the puppets that had him trapped, thus destroying him and putting an end to Sasori of the Red Sands. While on the other side of the battlefield Zetsu was being slowly cornered, even though he defeated and killed some of the shinobi he realized that he couldn't fight them all, since there was Tamari the Princess of the Wind, a Kunoichi rank A and Baki a counselor and commander of the Suna army, another ninja rank A, along with several high-level ninjas. Besides that, he no longer feels the presence of Sasori and Deidara, which worried him quite a bit, so he did the most prudent thing. Zetsu. I see that I could not defeat them easily, so I am leaving. We will meet again and next time we will take the Ichibijinchi Kriki. After saying that, he camouflaged himself in the sand, thus escaping from all the Suna shinobis. All the Suna ninjas cursed Zetsu for escaping. While in the battle of Tobi vs Siegfried, the masked man was damaged in the part of his arm was practically useless because of Siegfried, while in the case of Siegfried, he was bleeding a little from his mouth due to Tobi's unexpected attacks. Tobi. Well, I have to go, Dragon Lord. If we continue fighting we will be at a stalemate. until next time we capture the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Siegfried. I won't let you run away from here. If I kill you, Akatsuki will lose one of its best members. After saying that in a burst of speed, Siegfried tried to split him in half, but Toby dodged and Zetsu appeared next to him. Zetsu? Toby, why didn't you escape? What happened to you? Toby. The idiot cancelled my Kamui. Zetsu. Fine, I'll help you, but next time be more careful. After saying that, Zetsu made hand positions and several plants coiled around Toby and disappeared under the sand, which made Siegfried frown at that, since he couldn't kill Toby. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Attack and Capture Part 2. After the battle in Suna and the defeat of Sasori and Deidara at the hands of the Kazukiage and his shinobi, it weakened the Akatsuki. At the same time of what happened in Tokigakure, 4 of the Akatsuki appeared to capture Han, the Jinchuriki of Gobi. These were Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, Kakuzu of the 5 hearts, Itachi the kinslayer, Haiden the immortal Jashinist, all of them S-rank shinobi, well known in the world as strong criminals and army killers. While near Tokigakure, Lilinet Gingerbread, Coyote Sterk and Tear Heredero were going at full speed to intercept and if possible finish off the Akatsuki. In Tokigakure, Han was facing Kisame while Kakuzu was fighting Kitsuchi and Haiden, and Itachi was depleting the Iwa.Nin and Odo.Nin forces. Kitsuchi vs Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked cautiously at Kitsuchi. He knew he had to be careful with this shinobi. Not for nothing was he Inoki's son and an S-rank shinobi on par with Deidara. While Kitsuchi looked at him with a frown. He knew that Akatsuki was behind the Jinchuriki, but he didn't think that they would move. After a few seconds, Kitsuchi launched himself against Kakuzu, having a good Taijutsu fight with Kakuzu. Kakuzu of the 5 hearts. While in the battle of Kisame and Han both were having a very even fight, Han's Suiton Jutsus and Steam and Earth Jutsus were countering Kisame's. The fight remained very even until after about 15 minutes, Haiden and Itachi joined the battle, as they finished off the small battalions of Iwa.Nin and Odo.Nin. In a place near Tokigakure, Lilinet Gingerbread, Coyote Sterk and Tear Heredero watched the battle, hoping that at least one Akatsuki would die, but from what they saw, these S-rank shinobi are tough, since in Kakuzu's case, he barely lost 2 hearts while Kitsuchi was literally damaged in every way. One of his arms was burned and part of his face was stained with a large amount of his blood, and in the case of Itachi and Haiden, they barely came out a little damaged with the small Iwa.Nin and Odo.Nin battalions, and from what they saw in the short battle of Kisame against Han, it was very even until Itachi and Haiden joined the battle. So Coyote Sterk, Lilinet Gingerbread and Tear Heredero frowned, and in a burst of speed, they appeared on the battlefield, which surprised everyone. Haiden. Who the buck are you guys? Where did you come from? Haiden the immortal. Lilinet. Watch your tongue, idiot, or I'll kill you, old man. They both continued arguing and cursing, which made everyone sweat because of their vocabulary, until after a few minutes they all became serious. Kisame went against Han, Haiden went against Coyote Sterk and Lilinet Gingerbread, while Tear Heredero stood in front of Itachi, both looking at each other impassively. Itachi. Who are you and why are you here? Uchiha Itachi. Heredero. Nice to meet you, Uchiha Itachi. My name is Tear Heredero, former 3rd Sword and now one of the 15 captains of Naruto-sama. Itachi opened his eyes a little in surprise, as in front of him stood one of the 15 captains of the water country under Naruto's command. Itachi. I see, it's a shame we have to fight. From what I know, each of the captains are S-rank warriors. I won't hold back. Heredero. I know you won't do it, Uchiha Itachi. Let's see if you defend yourself from this blue wave. Itachi opened his eyes in surprise at the attack and could barely dodge, but when he saw what Heredero's attack did, he gulped. What he saw was that Heredero's attack generated a small explosion. Itachi's thoughts. If the attack had hit me, I would most likely have been badly injured or incapacitated. I think I'll have to use Mangekyo Sharingan to keep up with him. Heredero. I congratulate you for dodging my attack, but that will end now, Uchiha Itachi. Heredero, former 3rd Sword. After saying that, Tear tried to cut Itachi with her sword, but he pulled out his kunai and barely stopped her. Itachi realized that Tear is physically more powerful than him, so he stepped back and made hand positions. Itachi. Fire release great fireball. Heredero looked somewhat impressed by the amount of fire, but the following words made Itachi shudder. Free yourself, shark. After Heredero said that a gigantic amount of yellow energy came out of her, Itachi could swear that by the level of energy that sprang from her raw power was comparable to that of a Biju, which made him sweat inside, although on the outside he remained impassive. Heredero. It's time to finish you off, Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, in the battle of Coyote Sterk and Lilinet Gingerbread against Haiden, this fight, if it could be called that, since despite the fact that Haiden was physically strong, both Sterk and Lilinet were faster with their technique called Sound. In addition to that, Haiden did not possess any jutsu, while in the case of Sterk and Lilinet, they had their special attack called Zero and Bullet. In addition, These two had a defense called Iron Skin, so it was difficult for Haydn to even cut them both. Sterk and Lillinette, they were already bored of this battle, so they decided to end it as quickly as possible, and both said at the same time. Sterk and Lillinette. 0. Sterk Antique First Sword. After both said those words, two gigantic amounts of energy headed towards the scared Haydn. After a few seconds the energy collided with Haydn, disintegrating the immortal, ending him. Lillinette. Sterk, we will support that Iwa.Nin who is fighting against Kakuzu. Sterk. No, we will go after that Akatsuki with a sword, I think his name was Kisum, we will finish him off before he captures Hanjin Kriki to Kakyo. Lillinette. Okay Sterk, let's go quickly, I'm bored. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakuzu and Kitsuchi was not going so well for the rock ninja. He was almost out of chakra, and despite having already killed Kakuzu 3 times, he knew that he could no longer fight him, so he was waiting for his end at Kakuzu's hands. Kakuzu. Well, it's time for you to die so I can recover a fire element Doten Heart Destroyer cannon. Kitsuchi. Before Kakuzu's jutsu reaches Kitsuchi, several earth walls appeared defending Kitsuchi from Kakuzu's jutsu. Both Kitsuchi and Kakuzu were surprised, but then Kitsuchi smiled as reinforcements came. Kakuzo, how troublesome are you? Well, that way I will recover my hearts. Don't impart, you may be quantity, but I am quality. After saying that, dozens of Iwa.Nin and Odo.Nin rushed to Kakuzu, while a couple of Iwa.Nin carried Kitsuchi and took him away to heal his wounds. Meanwhile, in the battle of Itachi against Terrible, things were not going well for the assassin of the Uchiha clan, since the Kaiten Jutsus were neutralized by Terrible's Suiton, and despite the fact that Itachi activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and used Amaterasu, Terrible's speed made it easy to dodge the Amaterasu. Itachi's thoughts. Shit, if I continue like this I'll die, this girl is not normal, well not for nothing she is one of the 15 captains of the country of water. Terrible. Well, it's time to finish you off Uchiha Itachi, and I'm sorry for this Zero Darkness. After saying that, a large amount of yellow and black energy swirled around Terrible's hand, and as soon as she concentrated she threw it at Itachi. The Uchiha opened his eyes in surprise and knew that there was only one technique that could protect him from that, so he activated his Susanoo at its maximum power. The Dark Zero collided with Itachi's Susanoo, generating a gigantic explosion. After a few seconds, the dust generated by the collision of Itachi's defense and Terrible's attack could be seen. Itachi's Susanoo destroyed in some parts and with several cracks in it. Itachi's thoughts. Shit, I have to retreat, this woman is very powerful. It's most likely that the only one who can face her on equal footing is Pain or Toby. If I were at 100% without this disease, maybe I could match her, but now I'm barely at 60% of my power. The best thing would be to escape. I'll go to Kisum and we'll retreat. Terrible. I see you survived my Dark Zero, you are very impressive Uchiha Itachi. Itachi looked at her impassively until he later made hand positions and said Fire Element Dragon Bullets. Terrible dodged easily but lost sight of Itachi, who had taken advantage of his opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, the battle of Han versus Kisum was not going well for the Jinchuriki. Kisum overwhelmed him with Suiton Jutsus and absorbing his chakra. Despite Han having considerably damaged Kisum, he was recovering by absorbing his chakra. Han was going to attack Kisum again until Itachi intervened and attacked Han by surprise, sending him flying. Kisum took advantage of that opportunity and in a burst of speed went towards Han, cutting him, causing him to bleed out. Kisum was going to pick him up and take him away. Bachin Jinchuriki del Gobi. But before Kisum could pick up the injured Han, Heredero, Sterk and Lillinette appeared in front of him with sound, and Heredero threw a strong kick at him that sent him flying, which surprised and made Itachi sweat. Kisum frowns, since that blow hurt like 1,000 demons. Oh Itachi, so these are the captains we heard from, Zetsu said Kisum. Don't be too confident Kisum, the blonde-haired girl is powerful, not for nothing does she have the S rank, but now don't attack like crazy, we are facing 2 S rank ninjas, and the third one who is next to them, we don't know how strong he is, if you go without a plan you will die, said Itachi. Kisum Hoshigaki. Kisum frowned at that, since Itachi was right, if he attacked like crazy he would die. Kisum knew he was strong, maybe he could deal with one of them, but with 3, he wasn't stupid. Sterk. Okay, so you two are Kisum the monster of the hidden mist or the tailless Bijuu and Itachi the kin killer. This is boring. Heredero would like to go home to sleep, let's get this over with quickly, it's time to go all out. Lillinette. Lillinette. Okay Sterk, it's time to go all out with these 2 bastards. Sterk. Wake the wolves. After saying that, a large amount of energy swirled around Sterk, so strong that it made Kisum's look small and made both Akatsuki sweat. Itachi's thought. His energy is even more powerful than that of the girl Heredero, and apparently he fused with the girl Lillinette. That is something strange. Kisum's thought. Shit, the amount of power he has is even greater than mine, and how is it possible that he fused with that brat? Well, 1 less doesn't matter, now it would be easier 2 against 2. But both of them came out of their thoughts when Heredero spoke. Heredero, okay Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, it's time for you to prepare because you won't get out of this place alive. Before Heredero attacked, Kakuzu appeared, which made both former swords frown, since now they would have to fight against 3S rank shinobi. Kisame? What happened to you Kakuzu, you look ridiculously damaged as shit. Kakuzu frowned at that but answered anyway. Well Kisame, I'll face Katsuchi of the Rock along with several ninjas of the Rock, and the sound was not easy, I lost 4 of my 5 hearts, now I have to replace them, and I will do it with these 2. Heredero. We'll see if we kill them Akatsuki will suffer great casualties, and Naruto-sama will not have to worry about you Sterk it's time to kill them and take Han-san. Sterk. Okay, let's finish this quickly, Heredero Zero machine gun. After saying that a large number of Zeros went towards Itachi, Kisame and Kakuzu, they opened their eyes surprised by the attack. Itachi partially activated his Susanoo to defend himself from the Zero machine gun. Kakuzu made hand positions creating a gigantic wall of earth, and Kisame made hand positions making a gigantic wall of water that gave both of them enough time to be able to dodge Sterk's Zero machine gun. Sterk. I see that you were able to defend yourselves from my attack. You are good at defending yourself, but you will still die, asserted Heredero. Heredero. Yes, and as Sterk said, you will die anyway, we are going for them Sterk. The former first to spot a Sterk nods and both say Zero Asura is releasing a great amount of power towards the 3 Akatsukis, both Kisame, Itachi and Kakuzu, opened their eyes surprised by the amount of power their opponents launched. Itachi and Kisame were able to barely dodge, but Kakuzu was not as lucky, and both Zero Asuras collided with Kakuzu, disintegrating him both Itachi and Kisame frown at Kakuzu's death. Itachi. Kisame we have to go we can't win against them both I'm weakened and you won't be able to defeat both of them, plus I feel several chakra signatures approaching quickly let's go. Kisame reluctantly nods, as he knew that fighting Heredero and Sterk at the same time was suicidal, plus he doubted that even if it was a one-on-one fight, he could win against either of them. Heredero. They won't escape at all. After saying that, Heredero launched a large Zero towards Itachi and Kisame, but they were barely able to escape with Shunshin, which made both Sterk and Heredero frown, since the Akatsuki were able to escape. Heredero. Sterk we must go before Iwa.Nin and Odo.Nin realize that we are here Naruto-sama told us that no one has to know that we interfered in this battle let's go. The former first sword nods and they both disappear with sound. A few days later in the capital of the water country, a meeting could be seen between all the captains, Captain General Kurama and Naruto. Heredero. Naruto-sama we managed to rescue Kakuo-sama's Jinchuriki, but it seems the Jinchuriki was conditioned in such a way that it would be impossible to decondition him, so in my opinion, even though it hurts me to say this hand should die so he could at least rest in peace without being a weapon, since he is too loyal to Iwa and I do not think he can serve him faithfully sir in any case, the best thing we can do is break Kakuo-sama's seal and give Han-san a painless death. I see, it's a shame the truth I wanted to reunite the Jinchuriki so they can have a peaceful life, but it seems in Han's case, it would be better to kill him and extract Kakuo, said Naruto with great sadness in his voice, something that everyone noticed, and it saddened his captains to see him like this, especially Hinata, Yakumo and Haku, since just seeing him like this broke their hearts. But to appease the whole atmosphere Karen spoke it's a shame to do this, the truth is I didn't think that Iwa would go so far to condition its Jinchuriki, let's just hope that Son Goku-sama's Jinchuriki is not conditioned in such a way said Karen with great sadness in her voice. Everyone nodded sadly, even Kurama, since they did not think that Iwa would go so far as to condition their Jinchuriki to never betray them. After 2 days Naruto extracted Kakuo who took a human form thanks to Naruto's help, even though Kakuo was sad that Han had to die, she knew it had to be done, since her Jinchuriki was too conditioned to be loyal to Iwa and the country of Earth. End of chapter. Chapter 8. News. Currently in Iwa things were not well, since Inoki almost had a heart attack when he learned of Han's capture at the hands of Akatsuki and the death of his son Katsuchi, since apparently the doctors could not do anything with all the attacks he suffered at the hands of Kakuzu, Inoki promised to avenge his death and put an end to Kakuzu and all Akatsuki with his own hands. What Inoki did not know was that Kakuzu was reduced to ashes by Naruto's captains. The only thing that consoled him is that Tokigaku fell under their power and now they will have a great base of operations to be able to attack Konoha very soon. Meanwhile in Konoha things were tense, currently all the clan leaders, the elders and the civilian councillors and the Hokage were listening to Jireya's report about the fall of Tokigaku. Tsunade. Everything you say is confirmed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, also, Tsunade Tokigaku fell at the hands of Iwagakure, and from what I learned after the conquest of Tokigaku, 4S rank ninjas from Akatsuki appeared to capture Goki Han's Jinchuriki. Shikaku, and who were those 4 members Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya. Haiden the Immortal, Kakuzu of the Five Hearts, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Monster of the Hidden Mist. Everyone was surprised by that information, since each of those shinobi were easily at the cage rank. Anzo. But from your face Jiraiya, apart from the fall of Tokigaku and the appearance of Akatsuki, something more true happened. Jiraiya. Yes, even though Tokigaku was conquered, Iwagakure suffered quite a few losses, and even worse, Akatsuki captured the Gobi and killed Inoki Katsuchi's son. Tamura. Yes, but this is beneficial for us. Akatsuki freed us from two powerful shinobi that even you or Tsunade would have complications when dealing with them, in addition to killing a large number of shinobi from Iwa and Odo. Meanwhile, Sasuke just gritted his teeth, knowing that his brother was so powerful that he could take down dozens of ninjas and an S-rank ninja like Han. Anzo. Indeed, it seems they're not only going after the Gobi, but also the Yonbi and the other Bijus. Jiraiya. Yes, but there is something else. Akatsuki not only attacked the Gobi, but also the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, the current Kazekage, and from what I know from my spies, is that those who went for the Ichibi were Sasori of the Red Sands, Deidara the Mad Bomber, a certain Zetsu which is a humanoid plant, and finally a certain Tobi who from what I found out is an Uchiha, dropped the bomb. Jiraiya. Everyone opened their eyes in shock at that revelation. There were supposed to be only two Uchihas alive, which were the traitor Uchiha Itachi and the only Uchiha loyal to Konoha, Sasuke, but now there is a third Uchiha and one who is part of Akatsuki. Sasuke. Impossible, I saw my entire clan dead, there can't be another Uchiha alive, if so, why isn't he in Konoha? Jiraiya. I do not know, but from what I could find out the Akatsuki attacked Suna, but apparently Suna knew about their attack, and three subjects who are from the organization that left in charge of the country of the wind, the new daimyo of this support the Kazekage to defeat Akatsuki. As I understand, Sasori of the Red Sands was defeated by his grandmother Chiyo, a respectable advisor, and Atalanta the Amazon princess, a skilled archer, is easily at the level of an S-rank ninja, while Deidara was killed by the Kazekage and by Astolfo the Golden Paladin, and in the case of that Zetsu he fought against several Suna shinobi, but managed to escape barely alive, and Tobi apparently fought against the strongest of the three sent by the organization, the Warriors of the Night, which was Siegfried the Dragon King, so the battle was even until Tobi escaped with the help of that Zetsu. Everyone was shocked, as Akatsuki had the courage to attack one of the five great nations. Tsunade. Well, at least we know that Akatsuki is weakened with the death of Sasori of the Red Sands and Deidara the crazy bomber of Iwa. In addition to that, with the capture of Han, the Jinchuriki of the Gobi Iwa is considerably weakened. Everyone nods, knowing that the moment Iwa lost its most powerful Jinchuriki, so it lost a large part of its power. Shikaku. Even though Iwagakure lost its Jinchuriki and with the death of Katsuchi, Iwa lost two S-rank ninjas, as well as several Jounin and Chunin from what we know in Tokigaku. I think it would be better to seek an alliance, since we are still at war with three villages, and dealing with two large villages and one smaller village alone would be problematic. Everyone nodded, knowing they needed an alliance to survive, but at the same time, they sweated because everything was problematic for the leader of the Nara clan. Hiashi. Well, but now what are we going to do with Orochimaru's alliance? Even though Jinchuriki of the Gobi and Katsuchi son of Inoki are no longer there, it would still be difficult to fight with three villages, since Kumo has its Reikage and the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, while in Iwa there is Inoki's granddaughter, Inoki himself and the Jinchuriki of Yonbi, and in the case of Itagakure, there is Orochimaru, who we all know how powerful the snake is. Everyone attended knowing how strong Orochimaru is, even Jiraiya reluctantly nodded. Meanwhile, in a cave near Omegakure, 6 figures were gathering to give their report to their leader. These 6 figures were the Akatsukas. Itachi, where are Kakuzu and Haiden? What exactly happened to you? Why are you so damaged? And what happened to the Gobi Jinchuriki? Said Pain, squinting his eyes for not bringing Gobi Jinchuriki. Both Itachi and Kisame were sweating from the penetrating look that Pain gave them. Itachi. Well, Pain-sama, what happened is that when we arrived at Tokigaku, Kisame, Kakuzu and Haiden fought against Katsuchi, several ninjas from Odo and Iwa along with Han, the Jinchuriki of the Gobi. The fight was going well, both the Chunin and Jounin were defeated. It was difficult for us, but we defeated them. Kakuzu defeated Katsuchi while Kisame took care of the Gobi, but something very unexpected happened. What happened? Itachi said, Pain, releasing part of his killer instinct that made all the Akatsuki sweat cold. Even Tobi said nothing for fear that Pain would direct his anger towards him. Itachi. Well, what happened is that 3 people appeared, 2 of them as I understood were the captains of the daimyo of the country of water Naruto Uzumaki, and the third is most likely a subordinate of one of them. In addition, those captains were very powerful. The girl named Heredero cornered me, her chakra was such that it compared to if not surpassed Kisame, while the case of the other captain named Sterk turned Haiden to ashes from what I understand. Pain. Well, the captains of the 9 tails appeared and defeated Haiden and took you to the limit, but what happened to Kakuzu if he was supposed to defeat Inoki's son? Kisame. Leader. Sama, what happened is that we were going to escape, but both captains said zero dark at the same time, and both released a gigantic amount of energy that luckily both Itachi and I managed to escape, but Kakuzu was not so lucky and was turned to ashes. Pain. I see, and I must assume that the Jinchuriki of the Gobi was captured by the captains of the daimyo of Kurigakure, right? Itachi. Yes, Pain. Sama in the confrontation managed to snatch hand the Jinchuriki of Gobi from us. Everyone frowned at that, but there were two who were wanting to kill Kisame and Itachi for failing to capture the Gobi. These were Pain, the puppet leader of Akatsuki, and Tobi, supposedly Madara Uchiha and true leader of Akatsuki. Pain. Well, Itachi, from what I see, the Kikbi Jinchuriki is more dangerous than we calculated. Apart from being daimyo of the water country, he also has powerful warriors. Conan. Yes, it seems we underestimated them, but there is something that I noticed, Zetsu, that happened in Sunagakure. You, Tobi, Sasori and Deidara were supposed to go after the Ichibi Jinchuriki, but from what I see, they haven't captured him. What happened? Black Zetsu. Well, Conan, lighter Sama, what happened is that apparently Sunagakure knew we would come. I don't know how, but they knew, and several shinobis intercepted us. I was in charge of keeping the Chunin and Jounin at bay, while Sasori took care of the old woman Chiyo and Atalanta the Amazon princess, but in the end, he lost. Both women defeated him, while Deidara fought against the Ichibi Jinchuriki and Astolfo the Golden Paladin, but apparently he was crushed by the Kazukiage sand, and Tobi fought against the Dragon King Siegfried. From what they all have the level of an S-rank ninja, and from what they belong to an organization that runs the country of the wind by order of its daimyo. All the Akatsukas frowned at that. They never thought that Sunagakure and the country of wind possessed warriors so powerful as to be on par with S-rank shinobi. Pain. I see, it's a shame the loss of Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu and Haiden. This weakens us too much. We lost 4 members, and from what we know now, Sunagakure is for the moment out of our reach, and the Rikubi Jinchuriki is also well guarded in Kurigakure, while the Nibi, Sanbi, Nanabi and Kyubi are the most guarded, since they not only have samurai, but also those captains who are at our level individually. So now we concentrate on capturing the Hachibi and the Yonbi, who will be the least guarded by the war that Iwagakure, Kumagakure and Atagakure are waging against Konohagakure. Everyone nods, knowing that it would be easier to capture the Yonbi and Hachibi, since the other Jinchuriki were well protected by several high-level shinobi, and they need an army to capture them. Pain. Okay, Itachi, I want you and Conan to go after the Yonbi, and then you have to take care of the Hachibi. You don't have to fail, otherwise there will be consequences for you that won't be pretty at all. Itachi. Yes, Leader Sama. Pain. Well, we will take care of the other Jinchurikas. The others nod. Tobi. Well, Pain, the Hachibi will be a tough nut to crack for Conan and Itachi. I know they are strong, but I'm not sure they can handle the 8 tails. We will go for the 9 tails, but we will need an army to be able to fight against the Ichibi, Nibi, Sanbi, Rikubi, Nanabi and Kyubi and their army, so we will use the 100,000 white Zetsu clones to finish off Kurigakure and Sunagakure, as well as the entire country of water and wind well. Conan. Madara, are you sure it would be a good idea to attack both countries along with their villages? I know we have a large number of Zetsus, but it would still be difficult to deal with all their powerful shinobi. Madara. You don't have to worry, Conan, that's my fear. You just take care of dealing with the Yonbi and Hachibi Jinchurikas together with Itachi. Conan. I know you are strong, Pain, and you too, Madara, but I think it would be better if I went with you just like Itachi. Madara. Well, I think you're right, Conan, we will split up. From what we know, Suna is much weaker than Kiri currently, so 2 of our members will go to Sunagakure and the rest to Kurigakure. Pain. Okay, and how will we divide who will go to Sunagakure and who will go to Kurigakure? Madara. Simple, Kisame and Zetsu commanded 30,000 white Zetsu. It will be easy. We know that Suna has approximately almost 20,000 ninjas, while Kurigakure currently has 25,000 shinobi, so the remaining 70,000 Zetsu are commanded by Itachi, Pain, Conan and me. Neither Kurigakure or Sunagakure will have any chance against this Kukikuku army. Everyone nodded, but in Conan's thoughts she was worried, since the number of white Zetsu that would go to Kurigakure are too many. She had to quickly notify her master to prepare for Madara's attack, and if she has to fight on her master's side, she will do it no matter if she has to kill Nagato. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Akatsuki Attacks, Part 1. Currently in one of the Akatsuki bases near Omegakure were gathered all the remaining Akatsuki, among which was Uchiha Itachi, the murderer of the entire Uchiha clan, Konan the paper angel of Omegakure, Zetsu the Akatsuki spy, Kisame the monster of the hidden mist, the tailless Bijuu, Tobi alias Madara Uchiha, Pain the god of Omegakure. These were meeting and coordinating how and when exactly they would attack Sunagakure and Kurigakure. And when will we attack Sunagakure and Kurigakure? Madara said. Pain. Well, it's very simple. In 2 weeks we will attack those 2 stupid villages and capture all their Jinchuriki. With this army neither Sunagakure nor Kurigakure will be able to defeat us. Ha 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 ha. Conan's thoughts. Naruto-sama has to know all this, he has to prepare for the war he will wage against Madara and this army. Itachi's thoughts. Jiraiya-sama has to know about this, I don't know if I'll be able to survive this stupid war that we'll wage against Kurigakure and Tsunagakure. I wonder how you'll be able to defend yourself from this, Naruto.kun. Ahaha Madara-sama, well this will be fun, said Kisame, showing his typical predatory smile. That's right, this will be interesting, Kisame said Madara. Pain. Good Madara, and we will split up as you say. Are you sure you will only send Kisame and Zetsu to Tsunagakure? Madara. Yes, Pain will be simple. Kisame will take care of the Kazuki-age, while Black Zetsu will command the 30,000 white Zetsu, and we with the 70,000 remaining Zetsu will destroy Kurigakure and capture its Jinchuriki. Pain. I hope you're not mistaken Madara, since I'm not sure that only Kisame and Zetsu can against Tsunagakure. Madara. You know perfectly well that Kisame is strong, he will be able to fight the Kazuki-age. Kisame. Yes, Pain. Sama has nothing to worry about. Pain. Fine, but I have a question, will we attack the country of wind or just Tsunagakure? Madara. Simple, we'll just attack Tsunagakure. I have no interest in the entire country of wind, only in the Jinchuriki that Suna has as Kazuki-age. 3 days later, in the capital of the country of water, an extremely urgent meeting was taking place, where the 14 captains, the captain general, and the leader of the samurai were meeting. Kurama. What happened Naruto, why did you summon us all? Naruto. Simple Kurama, apparently the false Madara will attack Tsunagakure and Kurigakure in about 10 days. I received a message from Konan telling me that Kisame and Zetsu, along with 30,000 clones of that plant called Zetsu, will attack Tsunagakure and 70,000 of the Zetsu clones, along with Itachi Uchiha, Pain the Rinnegan user, Tobi the false Madara, and Konan will attack Kurigakure. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since that made a total of 100,000 clones of that Zetsu, an extremely large army. Kurama. And what do you plan to do Naruto? 70,000 enemies along with 4S rank shinobi are no game. It will be difficult for Mei to beat them. Naruto. Simple Kurama, I want you to warn Mei what is coming and that she doesn't have to worry. I myself will go to support her, half of you will come with me and the other half will stay to defend the capital. Since I were Konoha may try something if they find out that Akatsuki is going to war against us. Also wants you to send a message to Gaara that Akatsuki will attack and that you warn Yuzu to send support to Suna. I know Gaara is powerful, but I don't want to risk it. Kurama. Good, I'll inform the Uzukage. It's time to defeat the Akatsuki. Hinata. And Naruto.kun, who of us will go to Kiri and who will stay in the capital? Naruto. Well Hinata-chan, those who will go to Kurigakure will be me, Kurama, Yakumo, Haku, Fu, Yujito, Yugura and you, the others will defend the water capital if they try to attack us. In addition to that Matatabi, Isobu, Kakyo, Chamei, I want you 4 to accompany us today. Akatsuki will perish. Everyone nodded happily, even wanting to kill the Akatsuki as quickly as possible. A day later in Yuzashigakure the Uzukage king summoned his entire council to see who they would send to support Tsunagakure. King. Well clan leaders, a message from Naruto arrived. Apparently Akatsuki will attack both Tsunagakure and Kurigakure, so he did not ask for support, since 30,000 copies of Zetsus will go to Suna and 70,000 will go to Kiri, so to Kurigakure, we will send Whitebeard and his people as well, as I also want Shisui Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha to go, they will be the best opportunity to effectively finish Itachi Uchiha. In addition, they want a piece of Itachi after the massacre of his clan, that if it were not for Naruto who rescued the children, women and every man who was not involved in the coup, that would be done to Konoha. Everyone nods happily at that and Shisui smiles, since if it weren't for Naruto who found him half dead and healed him as well as gave him an eye transplant, obtaining the Uchiha the eternal Manjukum Sharingan, being now much stronger than when he was in Konoha. King. Also, the 7 deadly sins, while Tsunagakure will go the 7 deadly sins, along with 5,000 of our ninjas and samurai, will be easy to reach, since Merlin can teleport them all, while in the case of Whitebeard, his ship can go both by sea and by air, so there will be no problem. Akatsuki will pay for trying to attack our leader Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Everyone nods happily, as they wanted to eliminate the threat they called Akatsuki. Meanwhile in Tsunagakure the same thing was happening. The Kazuki-age Gaara called a meeting, since thanks to Naruto Gaara found out that he would be invaded by Akatsuki. Chio. Kazuki-age. Sama, what happened because you called this meeting so prematurely? Gaara. It's because of Akatsuki. According to our daimyo, apparently both Kisame Hoshigaki the monster of the hidden mist and Zetsu Bara Black Zetsu the Akatsuki spy will invade us with 30,000 white Zetsu clones. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, since 30,000 of those things were crazy, they barely had a maximum of 20,000 ninjas, maybe just a little more, so everyone was worrying too much about the impending invasion. Gaara realized the concern his counselors had, so he said, "Counselors, calm down, I know that our army barely exceeds 20,000 ninjas, but you have no reason to worry. Uchiha will support us with the 7 deadly sins, along with 5,000 of their ninjas and samurai. In addition to our daimyo said that 4 of the night warriors will also come along with 3,000 of their samurai to support us in this invasion. Please do not be alarmed." Everyone sighed in relief, as with the support of their daimyo and Uchiha, they would defeat Akatsuki. Gyo. Kazuki-sama, despite being retired, I will fight. I will guide the entire puppet corps along with Kanguro.kun. Today those Akatsuki brats will fall. Gaara. Okay Chiyo-sama, everyone prepare our troops. Akatsuki will arrive in approximately 10 days. Meanwhile in Konoha, the Hokage Senju Tsunade was talking with Jiraiya about the invasion that Tsunagakure and Kurigakure will have. Jiraiya. Tsunade, it seems the Kurigakure and Tsunagakure will be invaded by Akatsuki and a large army of things called Zetsus. According to my spy, 30,000 will go towards Suna and 70,000 to Kiri. Tsunade opened her eyes in shock, since that was a gigantic Konoha army that barely reached 20,000 shinobi. Tsunade. Do you think Kurigakure and Tsunagakure will survive? Jiraiya. Jiraiya. I'm not sure, but whoever wins this battle, the winner will be weakened. Tsunade nods, thinking who will win this war, and told herself whoever wins this battle, the winner will be severely weakened. 10 days later in Kurigakure, Naruto, Kurama and Maiterumi, the Godame Mizukage were out of the village with several of their troops, as well as the members of Fairy Tail, and the 2 new organizations that were recently created in Kurigakure, which are Night Raid and the Jaegers, which had shinobi of the A class and some of the S class. In addition to that, there were the reinforcements that Uchiha sent, of which was Whitebeard and his crew, of which the ones that stood out the most were Ace Fire Fist and Marco the Phoenix. Meanwhile near Kurigakure were Konan, Itachi, Tobi and the 6 Paths of Pain, leading an army of 70,000 white Zetsu clones towards Kurigakure to capture their Jinchuriki. On the other side of the elemental continent, Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, and Zetsubara Black Zetsu were leading an army of 30,000 white Zetsu to capture Gaara the Kazuki and the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, or former Jinchuriki, since recently the Shukaku was released by Naruto taking a human form. 2 hours later Tobi and Pain's army arrived at the outskirts of the Kurigakure village, but they saw something that surprised them. What they saw was the entire Kurigakure army, along with several shinobi that both Pain and Tobi recognized. Among them were Ace Fire Fist, Marco the Phoenix, Gurin of the Crystal Element, Esdeath the Ice Queen, and Akame the Red-Eyed Assassin. But there were 2 figures that made Itachi open his eyes in shock. These 2 figures were Izumi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. Itachi's thoughts. It's not possible, I was supposed to kill Izumi in the Uchiha massacre, and Shisui committed suicide. He can't be alive. What is this? I need answers, and I'll get them from them no matter what. Meanwhile, Naruto and the Mizukage's army looked with cold eyes at Madara and Pain's army. Since these fools dared to invade their home and try to harm their people, they were not going to allow it. They were going to finish off anyone who threatened their home. I want you to lead the army and finish off all the white Zetsus. I will take care of Madara, Izumi and Shisui will take care of Itachi and Kurama, Isobu and Madatabi will take care of Pain. He is the biggest threat, since he possesses the Rinnegan. He will be a tough nut to crack for the 3 of them, Naruto said. Nodding at the words Naruto said, Mei commands all her shinobi to attack and finish off Madara's army. Whitebeard, I want you to finish off all of our enemies. You can destroy them in any way you want. The same goes for your commanders. As long as they don't harm Kurigakure, you can do whatever you want, says Naruto. Guru says Whitebeard, excited to be able to destroy and finish off the enemies of his boss and friend. The commanders of Whitebeard also smile. Since now they can destroy the enemies of their boss and friend at last, they will be able to destroy something. Think all of Whitebeard's commanders. Meanwhile, on Madara's side, he was sweating. He never thought he would see so many high-caliber ninjas like Uchiha Shisui, Yagura the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails, among other super powerful ninjas who possess the level of Shinobi A, Psi SS. Itachi. Well Madara, it seems this will be more complicated than we thought. I will take care of Shisui and Izumi. Madara. Fine, but be careful, not for nothing Shisui was the most powerful Uchiha of his generation. Itachi nods and Madara turns his gaze to Konan and Pain and says, okay, Pain, I want you to go after the Jinchuriki with your ways. Konan, take care of the Godame Mizukage. Zetsu attack, says Madara. Everyone nods and goes towards the Mizukage and Naruto's army. The Kurigakure ninjas see that and they, along with their allies, do the same, thus unleashing a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Konan and the 6 Pain Paths were going at full speed towards the Mizukage army and Naruto, until Konan did something that surprised and angered Tobi, and Pain is in Pain's carelessness. He attacked him with several explosive tags, being able to destroy the Naraka path, and causing the 5 remaining Pain to disperse, so Konan was left in front of the Diva path. Pain with eyes full of fury at Conan's attraction to whom he thought was his most faithful companion and follower in Akatsuki. Conan, so you were the one who provided information to Kurigakure about our attack now, because you betrayed us, because you betrayed Yahiko's desire to want peace, Pain said with an emotionless voice, although his anger for what Conan did was noticeable in his eyes. Well, Pain, what you are doing is wrong, you do not know the repercussions that will come from capturing the Baijas and sealing them in that silly statue, said Conan with a frown, since it seemed stupid and ruthless to kill the Jinchuriki people who suffered ostracism and prejudice from their villages, in addition to that their leader is the person who truly desires peace, without the need to kill for their own benefit, in addition. But her leader informed her what would happen if the 9 Baijas were sealed in the demonic statue. A shiver ran through her just thinking if Nagato and Madara fulfilled their plan. She did not want the Jubi to return, not after what Kurama and Naruto informed her. When the Jubi appeared, it could only be stopped by the Sage of the Six Paths and his brother, and she doubted that currently there was someone with the power to stop the Jubi if it resurfaced. And well, Conan, you will answer me because you betrayed Yahiko's plan to bring peace, said Pain with cold eyes and releasing his killer instinct that would make any shinobi back down. But Conan was not just any shinobi, she was an S-class kunoichi, she would not back down, she would stop Pain, so she said, well Pain, what you plan to do with Madara is not Yahiko's dream, you will not make peace, you are going to make war and destruction, that is why I will stop you. Meanwhile, Itachi was going against Shisui and Izumi to receive answers, since they were supposed to be dead. After a few minutes he arrived and stood in front of the Uchiha duo. How is it possible that you are alive? You Shisui were supposed to have committed suicide and Izumi died in the massacre because you are alive and not in Konoha, but on Yuzu's side, Itachi said with some interest and sadness for having to face his former comrades. Well, Itachi, Naruto-sama saved me before I died, but I feel betrayed by you. You were only supposed to kill those who would carry out the coup d'etat, but you tried to kill children, babies, women and men who were not responsible, and you left your brother alive, an arrogant man who has everything and a potential traitor to Konoha, Shisui said irritably, since Itachi screwed up completely by leaving Sasuke alive, but at the same time with admiration and devotion, when he said Naruto's name. Something that did not go unnoticed by Itachi. Itachi opened his eyes in surprise at the devotion he felt when she mentioned Naruto and the irritation she felt for leaving Sasuke alive, making him frown. And you Izumi, how are you alive, said Itachi, narrowing his eyes, since he was supposed to have killed her. Izumi laughed and laughed a laugh that made Itachi narrow his eyes, but Izumi responded anyway, well Itachi, simple Naruto. Sama rescued most of the Uchihas who were not consumed by hatred and took them to New Yuzu, where we were one of the first clans. Itachi opened his eyes in shock at what Izumi said and says impossible, I saw how I killed them and I know I wasn't in a genjutsu, my Sharigan would notice it. Both Izumi and Shisui laughed and laughed at that, which made Itachi frown since they weren't taking him seriously, so Izumi said, well my dear Itachi, simply Naruto-sama's power with illusions is far superior to you, to tell the truth, according to what I believe his illusions at that time were already superior to Shisui's. Imagine how powerful his illusions are today, that masked man who calls himself Madara will be lost, Naruto-sama wants his head. For the death of his parents who are Kushina-sama and Minato-sama, in addition, he and all the remaining Uchihas know that you were not the only one who carried out the massacre, we all know that he also killed several Uchihas. Itachi opened his eyes in surprise at what Izumi said and Itachi said, what if I could go with Sasuke? Because you didn't take him with you. Simple Itachi, Sasuke was practically more watched than the Hokage himself, and over time he became filled with hatred because of you, so we thought it was a bad idea for him to join our clan in Yuzu. He is very consumed by hatred, so he has to die for the good of the clan, and you know it, Itachi said. Shisui, Izumi nodded, since she knew that Itachi was very consumed by hatred and he must die, he no longer has redemption. Itachi frowned at that. Since for him his brother was the most precious thing, and he did not want him to die at the hands of Izumi and Shisui, two of the most important people he had in his time in Konoha, so he said seriously, would you kill Sasuke? He is still young, you can't do that, no, but Itachi fell when Shisui spoke, well Itachi, Sasuke is immersed in hatred, he is a danger, all because of you, even if you tell us not to kill him, we will kill him, and he may be young, but Naruto. Sama is your age and look at him now, Naruto. Sama is currently the leader of the Whirlpool Alliance, daimyo of the water country / Whirlpool / Wind. He, despite being younger than me, is a person I admire and I will not let anyone harm him, not even you Itachi, so unfortunately today you will die for your sins and mistakes, Itachi Uchiha. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Akatsuki Attacks, Part 2. Meanwhile with Shisui and Izumi, these two continued finishing their conversation. Itachi realized that if he didn't kill Shisui and Izumi, they would kill Sasuke sooner or later, so no matter what he did, he would finish them both off. Izumi. I see that I will not be able to convince you, unfortunately I will have to kill you both, Itachi said sadly, since he would have to kill two of his former Uchiha comrades. I don't think you can handle both of them, Itachi, I don't even think you can handle one of us, Shisui said, smiling happily, although inside he was sad that Itachi is siding with Sasuke and therefore with Konoha. Meanwhile Madara stared at Naruto with a frown, since from what he saw Konan had betrayed them and was fighting against pain, and several of the shinobis from Kurigakure and Yuzu were decimating his army of white Zetsus. I see that you knew from Konan that we would come, I suppose Sunagakure also knows about our attack and are already prepared to counter it, isn't that right Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? How good that you realize how obvious it is, false Madara, it is time for you to pay for your crimes, you controlled Yugura to start the blood purges, you released Kyuubi and Konoha, and because of you I lived through hell. Because of you my parents were dead, and finally you along with Itachi almost killed the Uchiha clan, you disgust me, masked fool, said Naruto mocking Madara. The aforementioned frowned at Naruto's disrespectful words for what he said. Well brat, you know nothing, and it's time for me to capture you to make my plan to achieve peace work today. You will perish Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto laughed and laughed, then activated his Sharingan which impressed and made Tobi frown. Madara bar. Naruto. I see that you are impressed that I have the Sharingan, a certain fool Uchiha. I definitely know that you are not Madara, but someone who pretends to be him, since the name of that Uchiha sows fear in any shinobi, so whoever you are I will find out by killing you slowly and painfully. Madara frowns at Naruto's insolence and narrows his eyes and says, well Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, your threat doesn't affect me in the slightest, and you will be the one who will die after I remove the Kyuubi from you insolent brats. After saying that Madara heard a very outrageous and chilling laugh that gave him goosebumps. Well Baka, first of all unfortunately, the Kyuubi is no longer sealed in me, so you're screwed. Secondly, I'm going to make you pay for the death of my parents and for manipulating my Aniki with your eyes. After saying that Naruto makes a hand seal with 4 clones and they stand in each corner and the 4 say at the same time Uzumaki sealing style space-time / cancelling barrier. After the 4 clones say that a silver-colored barrier emerges impressing Tobi and everyone on the battlefield. But Baka, with this barrier you will not be able to escape and neither of you will be able to use any space-time ninjutsu, so your Kamui is neutralized, you can no longer escape. Coward, today you will die. Tobi opened his eyes in shock and cursed both Kushina and Minato for procreating Naruto. Well brat, but you won't be able to use the flying thunder god jutsu anyway, I don't need my Kamui to defeat you, said Tobi. Naruto smiles and said wind release. K's no Yoroi, wind armor. After saying that a large amount of wind surrounds Naruto forming a wide armor that could barely be seen with the normal eye, but Tobi's Sharingan was not normal and he was impressed by the large amount of chakra that surrounded Naruto, so much was the amount that made him sweat. Meanwhile with Naruto, when he finished executing his jutsu in a burst of speed, Naruto throws a strong punch at Tobi, sending him flying. Naruto smiles, meanwhile Tobi recovers very in pain from the impact and realized that this armor not only increases the user's speed, but also the strength, so he makes hand positions and says earth release mud dragon. Naruto dodges easily and tries to throw a strong punch at Tobi, but he dodges with difficulty and grabs Naruto's hand, squeezing it tightly. Naruto frowns, but then smiles which stunned Tobi. To see that smile, Naruto forms a Rasengan with his other hand quickly and hits Tobi's mask, breaking it and sending him flying. Tobi recovers and Naruto sees something that made him frowned. He saw that Tobi, although what he thought was true and was not Madara Uchiha Tobi, was actually a person he did not expect since he was supposed to be dead, and he realized that the Uchihas could not fall lower since Tobi's real name was Uchiha Death, former teammate of Kakashi Hatake and former student of his father Namikaze Minato. I see that by your face you know who I am. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto says, Tobi smiling at him, but in his eyes you could see fury since he did not want to reveal himself yet. If I lose and I thought that the Uchihas could not fall any lower, bastard, you betrayed my father and controlled Kurama, killing many ninjas, because of you I lived through hell. Well today you will die, traitor, Naruto said, activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, which made Tobi sweat since he never thought that the Kyuubi brat would have the Mangekyou Sharingan. He only hoped that he does not have control of that power, but the battle would be much more complicated than he thought. I see you have the Mangekyou Sharingan, you are someone impressive, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, but even so I will capture you, said Obito with a frown, since the battle will be problematic. Since Naruto has the Mangekyou Sharingan, so he makes hand positions and says Katen Senka no Jutsu fire release. Sage Phoenix Flames Jutsu. After Obito said that small balls of fire were launched by his mouth towards Naruto, but he made hand positions and said Suiten Sujin Heki water release. Water wall formation. The fire bullets collided with Naruto's water wall, creating a large smoke screen. After that Naruto made hand positions and said burn release. Steam massacre after saying that several spheres of fire, similar to small suns that radiated a great amount of heat, went towards Obito. He was surprised that Naruto could use the burn element, but to counter Naruto's attack, the Uchiha makes hand positions and sends a large fire dragon to counter Naruto's attack. Both attacks collided, generating a great explosion. The former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is surprised because Obito neutralized his attack, but then smiles. Since the fight would not be as boring as he thought, maybe he would even use his Zanpakuto more, maybe his Rinnegan, Naruto said to himself. So wanting to raise this battle level, he said Amaterasu, thus launching a gigantic amount of black fire towards Obito. The Uchiha frowns, since without his Kamui, it would be bucking difficult to dodge that tide of fire, so he made hand positions, and a great wall of earth rose to defend him. But it did not work, and Naruto's Amaterasu completely burned Obito's wall. The Uchiha tried to dodge, which he almost completely succeeded, except for the fire reaching his arm, which made him scream in pain, and he did the wisest thing, he cut off his left arm, so as not to be completely consumed by Amaterasu. Oh death. Team, I see that you survived my Amaterasu. I recognize you are solidly an S-rank ninja, despite not having your Kamui, said Naruto. The Uchiha frowns, so he makes hand positions with his remaining hand and says fire release fire tide, after saying that a gigantic amount of fire went towards Naruto. So Naruto makes hand positions and says water style great wave, thus throwing a gigantic amount of water towards the great torrent of fire that Obito threw, so both attacks collided, neutralizing each other. So Obito frowned seeing his attack neutralized, while Naruto, already bored of this battle, activated his semi-perfect Susanoo, threw a big punch with his Susanoo towards Obito. He barely managed to dodge the first blow. But Naruto, not calm with it, he grabbed him with the other hand of the Susanoo. Well, Obito baka, it seems you have no more escape, so as I told you, you will die in a painful way. Tsukiyomi, after saying that Obito was tortured by Naruto for 3 days and 3 nights after that. Tsukiyomi. Obito was traumatized since he saw what he loved the most. He saw Rin die hundreds of times, his dodging partner and his platonic love being tortured, in addition to also being tortured in a way that made Anko and Ibiki's torture seem like child's play. Well, Obito, did you like my dear game? What does it feel like to lose everything over and over again? You deserve that and more for all the sins you committed. Obito is afraid, said Naruto, smiling sadistically for torturing Obito and breaking him mentally. Damn, your father would never have done that to me, never, said Obito weakly, but with a lot of hatred in his voice. I am not my father. Obito is afraid now. Amaterasu dies after Naruto said that Obito was incinerated by Naruto's Amaterasu on the battlefield. Obito's screams of pain could be heard, and Naruto was seen smiling sadistically at being able to kill Obito in a painful way. Meanwhile, several minutes earlier in the battle of Shisui and Izumi against Itachi, he was not having a good time. His Kaiten jutsu were neutralized by Izumi's Suiton jutsus. Even his greatest Kaiten attack, the Amaterasu, was countered by Shisui's own Amaterasu. Shisui. Okay, Itachi, give up. I know you're strong, but you're not strong enough to defeat us, both said Shisui, frowning at how stubborn Itachi was to want to face him and Izumi at the same time. I won't give up, Shisui, and it's a shame I have to kill you. I feel sorry for you, Itachi. You think you're doing good, but in reality you're going to do evil. I loved you, but you still try to kill me and the entire clan when you only had to kill those involved in the coup d'etat. You disgust me, Itachi, said Izumi with a sad smile after saying that. Izumi makes hand positions and says then Shisui makes hand positions and says lightning release electric current. Both jutsus combine, creating a great electrical tide that goes towards Itachi. He sees no way out, so he activates the only thing that will save him from that attack, and Itachi says Susanoo, thus unleashing a large orange humanoid with a gigantic shield and sword that both Shisui and Izumi recognized and frowned. Since those two weapons were not just any weapons, these were the sword of Totsuka, Totsuka no Tsurugi, and the mirror of Yada, Yada no Kagami, legendary weapons, since the Totsuka sword could seal everything it cuts, and the Yada mirror reflects everything that hit it. Well, Itachi, I see that since you did the massacre with the fake Madara you did not stay calm, since you have those powerful weapons, but it does not matter. For the sake of Naruto and my nation, I will have to defeat you, Itachi, after saying that both Izumi and Shisui activated their Susanoo. Izumi's was a pink humanoid as big as Itachi's, but Shisui's was green and even bigger than Itachi's. The 3 Susanoo rushed to fight. Itachi defended himself as best he could from Izumi and Shisui's attacks, and despite having the Yada mirror, having 2 humanoids against him was ridiculously complicated, since when he defended himself from an attack from one, the other attacked him from the back, and to repair all the cracks that his Susanoo had, which consumed a large amount of chakra. After more than 10 minutes of fighting in such a way, Itachi was already exhausted to the point that his Susanoo was completely deactivated, which Shisui took advantage of, and to give a quick death to his former brother Uchiha, he deactivated his Susanoo and took out his sword, and in a burst of speed, he pierced his heart, finishing off Uchiha Itachi. Well, even though Itachi was severely weakened to the point that I think he barely had 70% of his raw power, the battle was not easy, said Shisui. Well, you're right about that, it's a shame he didn't join us, all for the good of Konoha and his brother. Said Izumi sadly for Itachi's death. Well, I think we should help finish off the army of those white humanoids. Said Shisui now smiling. Izumi nods with a sad smile. Itachi. On the other side of the battlefield the four of the pain were battling against Isobu, Kakuo, Chimei and Matatabi, while Kurama went to support Konan, since he knew that even though Konan was a powerful kunoichi, he knew that pain was not an ordinary ninja. Well Konan, I think I will support you with this body. After this battle you will take me and Naruto, where the original body is. Konan nods with an impassive look, but inside she breathed a sigh of relief, since she knew that despite being powerful, she was aware that it would be difficult to defeat Pain Diva. No matter who comes everyone will die because I am God, said Pain with an impassive look. Kurama smiles, and Konan frowns at Pain's arrogance, Nagato. Well, we'll see if now you think you're a god. Burn element carbonizing bombardment. After saying that small balls of fire went towards Pain Diva, he defended himself with a Shinra Tensei, neutralizing Kurama's jutsu with great ease, which makes Konan and Kurama frown, but after that Konan sends a large amount of explosive papers towards Pain Diva. He runs and dodges with regular ease, but Kurama smiles and says fire element foxfire cannon, after saying that a gigantic flame comparable to Madara's Kaiten Great Fire Annihilation was launched towards Pain Diva, which impressed Pain by the great power of that jutsu, but to defend himself he said Shinra Tensei, which left him momentarily defenseless. So Konan took advantage of that and sent hundreds of explosive papers in all directions, which made Pain frown as he tried to defend himself with his other hand from the explosive papers, which partially worked as the explosive papers stuck to Pain's left arm and caused him to lose his arm. Well, that was more complicated than I thought, said Kurama smiling cheekily. Konan shakes his head and says you're wrong Kurama. Sama Pain is still alive. Kurama frowned. They did not defeat me. I am God. I may have lost an arm, but I will kill them before they do anything else. Daichibaku Tensei, after saying that several rocks, trees, Zetsus and Kurigakure ninjas were attracted to the large giant ball that was forming in the sky. So Kurama frowned, and so that Pain would not finish his jutsu Kurama made a Biju Dama in each hand and threw them towards Pain, who mentioned opened his eyes in shock, since that attack was only from the Jinchuricus, and the Bijus Pain could not defend himself from the attack, so it was completely destroyed, as well as a large part of the forest that was behind the Pain Diva and made Pain's jutsu be completely neutralized. Well, I think everything is over, it's time for us to go where the others are to finish off those white humanoids, and then we can go to that Nagato guy, Kurama said calmly. Konan nods with an impassive look, and they both went where Pain's army was. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Destruction of Akatsuki and News. After the Battle of Pain and their respective death at the hands of Kurama and Konan, they were heading to Naruto, while in the case of Shisui and Izumi after killing Itachi, they were heading to the battlefield to completely finish off the army of white Zetsus. After more than an hour in which Naruto, the Mizukage Terumi and her army, finished off the thousands of white Zetsus that invaded the country of water, both Naruto, Konan and Kurama were going where Nagato was hiding to now finish him off if necessary. Do you think Nagato will accept your offer? Naruto.kun said Konan somewhat doubtfully. You have no reason to worry about the Akatsuki. From what I felt is that Nagato's emotions were anything but malignant. The truth is he wants to achieve peace just like me, but his method was very wrong, said Naruto sadly, since from what he noticed Nagato was apparently and Uzumaki was someone from his family, so he will do everything possible to get him to his side. After about 15 minutes the trio arrived where Nagato was. Both Kurama and Naruto were surprised by the state Nagato was in, so they frowned, since according to what Konan told them that happened because of Hanzo and Danzo, the one-eyed old man was a thorn in everyone's ass. He would think about how to deal with him, Naruto thought. Well Konan, I see that you brought the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to finish me off. I accepted. I lost and I will accept my death. I did unforgivable things in the past and I apologize for what happened, Nagato said sadly. Both Naruto, Kurama and Konan were surprised to hear Nagato apologize in such a sincere and sad way. Well, that's the first step. Acknowledge your mistake. Nagato Uzumaki. Naruto said with a warm smile on his face. How do you know I'm in Uzumaki? Nagato said, curious to know how Naruto knew he was in Uzumaki. Not even Konan knew, so it was unlikely that he would digest it. I simply felt your chakra is very similar to Karen's or Teia's, only somewhat weakened than theirs. Nagato said, Naruto smiling even more at the shocked face Nagato had, but it was assumed that all the Uzumakas were exterminated, even with the resurgence of Yuzu. I didn't think there were still Uzumakas left, Nagato said with some happiness, knowing that he still had family. Well, what'll do now is heal those legs and get back to your maximum, although for obvious reasons you will have to train to be able to recover all your power in your body." Uzumaki Nagato the aforementioned opened his eyes in shock by what Naruto said, but did not respond, but came out of shock when Naruto activated his Rinnegan and did hand positions that he recognized and looked at. Then with even more shock after Naruto finished doing his hand positions and then the King of Hell came out, Conan advanced where Nagato completely disconnecting him in the tubes where he was after Conan did that. The King of Hell grabbed Nagato's body and swallowed it, chewing it for a few minutes after the King of Hell finished. Nagato with red hair came out and with now his legs completely healed. "Well, now I think I finished healing, you take it as a second chance, in which you can help us. You can help the world without having to try to capture the Bijuu," said Naruto smiling widely for now having another relative alive and in good condition. "I thank you Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto for making me see that what I did is wrong. For that I Uzumaki Nagato leader of Omegakure swear loyalty to you," said the former leader of Akatsuki humbly. The former Jinchuriki of Kyuubi sweated at what Nagato said but nodded happily to have a powerful ally now. Meanwhile in the invasion of Sunagakure, things were going very well for the Kazekage and Suna, even though the numbers were even. Sunagakure had several high-level shinobi. Now protecting the town. Among them was the organization the Warriors of the Night, among which are Astolfo the Golden Paladin, Siegfried the Dragon King, Atalanta the Amazon Princess, or also called the War Princess, and Joan of Arc, the Princess of Light or the Warrior Priestess. In addition to them, among those who defended Suna apart from their own troops and the Warriors of the Night were also the reinforcement that Uzumaki sent to annihilate the invaders. The battle between Suna against Akatsuki was brutal. Even though Sunagakure won, they lost more than 1,000 shinobi Gaara, and Siegfried dealt with Kisame being Siegfried, the one who managed to cut off his head, while Zetsu was overcome by Atalanta the Amazon Princess, or also called the War Princess, and Joan of Arc the Princess of Light, or also called Warrior Priestess. In battle, even though Zetsu did his best, he was widely outmatched by the two wars that were on par with S-rank ninjas like Sasori or Deidara, while the Zetsu army was gradually decimated by the Sunagakure army. The Uzumaki battalions and the deadly sins of Yuzu each being S-rank shinobi, and thanks to the power of these, they were able to more easily decimate hundreds if not thousands of white Zetsus. The battle for the survival of Sunagakure ended in one day, giving Suna the win. After a week of the Suna vs Akatsuki war and the Kiri vs Akatsuki war, a meeting was being held in Konoha at Jireya's request to report exactly what happened in both invasions. "What happened? Why did you call this meeting?" Tsunade said Danzo, narrowing his only eyes intrigued and angry. "Shut up Danzo, and to you I am the Hokage." "Understood," said Tsunade with a frown. Since the one-eyed old man was a disrespectful idiot, Danzo said nothing, just frowned. "Well, and answering the question that Danzo said, is that Jiraiya told me he had something important to tell us, something that can change the course of the elemental nations." All the counselors and clan leaders opened their eyes in surprise. After a few minutes Jiraiya appeared with a face that reflected concern and fear. They all assumed something that alarmed them, something that scared Jiraiya of the Sannin. A cage-level ninja must be something or someone very dangerous, thought everyone at the meeting table. The whole place was silent until Shikaku spoke. "Well Jiraiya-sama, what happened? Because they have that face," said the leader of the Naru clan, curious and worried to see the face of the Toad Sannin. The Sannin sighed. "Well council, what happened is that Akatsuki attacked Suna and Kiri. More than 20,000 humanoids went to Suna led by Kisame, the tailless Bijuu, and another Akatsuki named Zetsu, while more than 70,000 of these humanoids went to Kurigakure for the tailed beasts," said Jiraiya, tired of having to recount everything that happened in the country of water and the country of wind. This left everyone in a state of shock, although some of the counselors and clan chiefs smiled since two possibly enemy villages disappeared at the hands of Akatsuki, but they came out of their ramblings. Since Jiraiya continued, "Well, despite the large army that the Akatsuki had, they could not win over either village." Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, and Danzo frowned at that. "How is it possible that Sunagakure and Kurigakure could defeat such a tremendous army?" said the one-eyed man, narrowing his only eye. "Well, Danzo." Jiraiya frowned. But he answered, "Well, counselors in Sunagakure, what happened is that apparently Uzumaki, the wind capital, provided help to the Kazekage, and thanks to that they were able to wipe out the entire Akatsuki army. Being the Kazekage and one of the Warriors of the Night killed Kisame, while Atalanta the Amazon Princess, or also called the War Princess, and Joan of Arc, the Princess of Light, or also called War Priestess, killed the other Akatsuki called Zetsu." Everyone was surprised, and the old fossils frowned at that. Jiraiya continues, "What happened to Kurigakure exactly?" said Tsunade, impatient to know what happened. "Well Heim, apparently Uzumaki and the water Capital supported Kurigakure. Everyone was surprised before that, and what else happened? Jiraiya-sama said Shikaku, praying that nothing more shocking would happen. Well, Shikaku clan leaders counselors, what happened is that apparently one of the Akatsuki betrayed the organization and supported Naruto, providing him with information about the attack. That's why Suna and Kiri, they were very well prepared. Apparently that Akatsuki and a young man named Kurama defeated one of the leaders of Akatsuki. Called Pain, who apparently had the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage, said Jiraiya sadly because he knew who this Pain was. Everyone opened their eyes in shock, since all the clan leaders, the mummies and the Hokage, knew the legends of those eyes. How important it is to have that Rinnegan. The Sharingan is far superior for sure, said Counselor Haruno Mibuyuki, Sakura's mother, alias the Pink Bands or the Marquis Forehead. Everyone frowned at the stupidity except Sasuke, who smiled arrogantly at what Mibuyuki said. Shut up, imbecile. The Rinnegan is the most powerful Dijutsu. They are the eyes of the sage. It is said that the Sharingan is a variant of the Rinnegan, and that someone from Naruto's army could finish off a user of this says a lot about that person, easily being someone of the cage level or higher, said Jiraiya, angry at the stupidity of the mother of the Pink Bands. Mibuyuki and Sasuke frowned upon hearing Sasuke belittle the Sharingan. And what else happened? What happened to the other Akatsuki? Said Danzo somewhat impatiently but trying to control his emotions. Well, apparently Itachi Uchiha was killed by two other ninjas, said Jiraiya, unsure whether to say that those who killed Itachi were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi. Everyone opened their eyes in shock at what Jiraiya said. Since everyone knew how powerful Itachi was, he was a prodigy and was currently easily a cage-level shinobi at the level of any of the Sannin, so everyone was wondering who the hell were the two ninjas who managed to kill someone so powerful. Well, Sasuke was in shock and muttered things about my revenge at every moment, and in Danzo's case he was happy inwardly, since if Itachi died now no one apart from Himura and Kaheru would know what happened in the Uchiha massacre. So he was smiling. And whoever killed him, the Toad Sage demanded with a scream. Sasuke wanted to know who to kill for stealing his revenge. Everyone looked at him with a frown at how volatile the Uchiha was just for Itachi's death. The Toad Sage frowned and then sighed. Well, Sasuke, old fossil clan leaders. The old ones frowned at the insult but said nothing. Jiraiya continued. Those who killed Itachi were Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shisui. Everyone was surprised, and Sasuke was in shock to know that there were more Uchihas alive. Well, Danzo was sweating bullets. He knew how powerful Shisui was. He also knew how strong Izumi was back then, obviously not as strong as Shisui or Itachi, but she was among the most powerful Uchihas of her generation. If she could kill Itachi with Shisui, then Les has a power comparable to Itachi. But came out of his ramblings, since I hear Sasuke speak, it is impossible. I saw that all the Uchihas were killed by Itachi. How is it that Shisui and Izumi are still alive? It was assumed that Shisui died before the massacre, and Izumi was killed as they pretended to be dead, and because the emo Avenger said everyone also had the same question, and they also wondered if there were more Uchihas alive and what else happened. Jiraiya said stunade with a frown, knowing that the Uchihas were alive and on the part of Naruto, no less. Good Heim. What happened is that apparently the leader of Akatsuki was killed by Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Everyone opened their eyes in shock to learn that the demon brat, according to them, was able to kill the leader of Akatsuki. But how is it possible that the demon brat is so powerful to kill the leader of Akatsuki, someone who was in charge of ninjas like Uchiha Itachi? Hisam the Biju without a tail and the Rinnegan user you mentioned said, and demanded Kaheru with a frown. Everyone was asking themselves the same question and even regretted banishing the Uzumaki. Since thanks to that they lost their alliances and lost a very powerful shinobi and their Jinchuriki at the same time. Well, I don't know how Naruto is so powerful. From what I know is that nobody trained him. I don't know who trained him to reach this level, and the truth is I doubt that I could defeat him if at some point we fought each other, said Jiraiya with a frown. Everyone also frowned at that statement since Jiraiya, the strongest of the Sannin, says that he could not defeat Naruto. Then what are we going to do? The demon brat has become too powerful to be controlled. He has under his command the entire water nation and has as allies several minor countries as well as two great nations such as Suna and Yuzu, that despite not being smaller than the other 5 great nations. We all know how powerful the Uzumakis were back then, and they must easily be stronger now, said Himura angrily, because Naruto has incredible power, both military and political. Everyone frowned at such a statement since it was true how powerful the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was currently, and that complicated things enormously. We are not going to do anything for the moment, since we have Orochimaru's alliance wanting to destroy us, and we do not need the Whirlpool Alliance wanting the same for now. We have to finish off my former teammate before he strikes the first blow, said the Hokage, angry that all this is happening thanks to Naruto the demon brat. Everyone frowned angrily, but obeyed what Tsunade said. Since they knew it was true, if they attacked Naruto, they would not only have the Snake Sannin Alliance, but also the Whirlpool Alliance by their heads. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Attack on Kumo and Liberation Part 1. It has been a little over 2 months since the destruction of Akatsuki. In these 2 weeks, the Leaf Village was not having a good time. Little by little, the alliance of the Sand and of the Snakes Orochimaru and the villages of Kumo and Iwa were gradually cornering them to such an extent that in these war between Konoha and the alliance of Orochimaru, the forces of the Leaf were reduced to 60% of the original they had previously. Currently in Konoha, a meeting was being held between the clan leaders and the civilian and shinobi councillors in order to devise a plan to deal with Orochimaru and his allies. Well, civilian councillors, clan leaders, does anyone have an idea how to deal with the damn snake, said Tsunade seriously, since she was worried about the alliance of her former teammate Orochimaru and angry with her sensei for not having killed him so many years ago and letting her deal with the damn pedophile snake. The clan leaders and councillors looked at each other, but Shikaku was the first to speak. Well, Hokage. Sama without allies will currently be difficult to deal with Orochimaru's alliance, despite having the support of the daimyo with a large number of samurai in this war, we have very little chance of winning. I estimate that the chances are between 10% and 15% of winning this war. My solution would be to kill the leaders of Kumo and Iwa stealthily, in order to make them withdraw from this war, said the lazy leader of the Nara clan. In a bored way everyone frowned at that it would be difficult to kill the Stushikage and the Reikage. Well, I think I can take care of that, said Danzo with a frown. Everyone opened their eyes surprised by that. And how would you do that, Danzo, said Tsunade with a frown. Simple, Hokage, said Danzo with all the poison possible. Since he did not recognize Tsunade as Hokage, what I am going to do is send some of my agents to deal with the Stushikage and the Reikage, said the one-eyed man calmly. Tsunade said nothing, just nodded. Well, I think that would be all. Any news you have, Jiraiya said. Koharu, well, what happened is that apparently according to my spies, Omegakure, Ishigakure and the Hidden Keyhole Village joined the Whirlpool Alliance. They joined the Whirlpool Alliance, said Jiraiya frowning. Since Naruto was banished, everything went from bad to worse. First his allies left them, then the declaration of war by Orochimaru and his allies, then the growing Whirlpool Alliance having several villages and countries, being the country of the wind, the country of the whirlpool, and the country of water, the most powerful of this alliance. Everyone opened their eyes, surprised that the demon brat now has more allies, so they frowned, and Danzo was already thinking about how to finish Naruto. Since he was a threat to him and to Konoha, how is it possible that the brat could currently have so much power? He has allies like Kuma no Kuni, Tori no Kuni, Yuzu no Kuni, Tsuki no Kuni, Oni no Kuni, Yuki no Kuni, Mizu no Kuni, Nami no Kuni and Nadeshiko no Sato, Keize no Kuni, and now to Omegakure no Sato. The Shigakure no Sato and Jimei no Sato, known as the Village of the Lock, practically has more than half of the countries of the elemental nations are allied with him or under his command, said Hamura frowning. Since he did not understand how a brat could create such a powerful alliance to the point that no village or country could with them individually, everyone frowned at that. Since everyone did not understand how a banished genin brat could achieve all that, and some of the clan leaders regret banishing Naruto. Since that happened, Konoha and the Land of Fire little by little was losing its allies and its economy. Do you think, Jiraiya, that the brat wants to help us in this war? If we offer him maybe money or something he asks for, said Koharu, frowning for saying that those on the civilian side screamed at Koharu's idea but were silenced by the murderous intention of the clan leaders. Well, honestly, I don't think he will support us after banishing him and hiding his kinship. Besides that, as you already know, Naruto pretended to be a weak fool when he wasn't. From what I understood, he was seeing if Konoha would betray him or not, and look at him now, leader of the Whirlpool Alliance at the age of approximately 18 years old, being this already classified as an SS rank ninja. Being honest, I think he already surpassed his father Yondaime Hokage, said the Toad Sage sincerely and frowning. That's why everyone was angry about that. Well, we don't need the dope to help us with me, it's enough to win this war, said Sasuke smiling, but in his thoughts he was organizing a plan to assassinate Shisui, Izumi and Naruto for stealing his revenge against Itachi. The clan leaders frowned at what Sasuke said. They knew he was strong, but they knew that he barely had Kakashi's level, maybe a little higher, but all the clan leaders knew that the captains Naruto had under his command were cage level ninjas. Hell, there's even an ancient cage, and they doubted that Sasuke could against one of them. Meanwhile, the idiot civilians nodded at what Sasuke said. They thought the emo Avenger would save them from Orochimaru's alliance, and after that the Uchiha with a god complex would take care of the demon brat and his allies. Besides that, as you already know, Naruto pretended to be a weak fool when he wasn't. From what I understood, he was seeing if Konoha would betray him or not, and look at him now, leader of the Whirlpool Alliance at the age of approximately 18, already classified as an SS rank ninja. Being honest, I think he already surpassed his father the Yondaime Hokage, said the Toad Sage sincerely and frowning. That's why everyone was angry about it. Well, we don't need the dope to help us with me, it's enough to win this war, said Sasuke smiling, but in his thoughts he was organizing a plan to assassinate Shisui, Izumi, and Naruto for stealing his revenge against Itachi. The clan leaders frowned at what Sasuke said. They knew he was strong, but they knew that he was barely at Kakashi's level, maybe a little higher, but all the clan leaders knew that the captains that Naruto had under his command were cage-level ninjas, hell, even he is an ancient cage, and they doubted that. Sasuke against one of them. Meanwhile, the idiot civilians nodded at what Sasuke said. They thought the emo Avenger would save them from Orochimaru's alliance, and after that the Uchiha with a god complex would take care of the demon Brad and his allies. Besides that, as you already know, Naruto pretended to be a weak fool when he wasn't. From what I understood, he was seeing if Konoha would betray him or not, and look at him now. Leader of the Whirlpool Alliance at the age of approximately 18, already classified as an SS rank ninja. Being honest, I think he already surpassed his father the Yondaime Hokage, said the Toad Sage sincerely and frowning. That's why everyone was angry about it. Well, we don't need the dope to help us with me, it's enough to win this war, said Sasuke smiling, but in his thoughts he was organizing a plan to assassinate Shisui, Izumi, and Naruto for stealing his revenge against Itachi. The clan leaders frowned at what Sasuke said. They knew he was strong, but they knew that he was barely at Kakashi's level, maybe a little higher, but all the clan leaders knew that the captains that Naruto had under his command were cage-level ninjas, hell, even he is an ancient cage, and they doubted that. Sasuke against one of them. Meanwhile, the idiot civilians nodded at what Sasuke said. They thought the emo Avenger would save them from Orochimaru's alliance, and after that the Uchiha with a god complex would take care of the demon Brad and his allies. Meanwhile, Naruto and his captains along with the Mizukage and Utakata the Jinchuriki of Seiken along with Zabuza Momoshiki the leader of the Swordsmen of the Mist were having an extremely urgent meeting. Well Naruto. Why did you meet us, said Mei Terumi the Godame Mizukage with a sweet smile, very sweet to everyone's liking. Naruto sighed, but answered anyway. Well Mei-chan, both you and all of us know what is happening with the war between Konoha and the alliance of the Snake-san and Orochimaru, which is made up of Odo, Iwa and Kumo, and all of you know how it will end for Konoha. Everyone nodded and Mei answered seriously, Konoha will end up like Tokigaku raised completely exact Mei-chan, and even though I hate Konoha, I want to free my fellow Jinchuriki Kill B from the tyranny of the Godame Reikage and his daimyo, so I am thinking of rescuing the Kumogaku rebels who were in favor of the late Yondaime Reikage and kill the Godame Reikage once and for all, as well as the current lightning daimyo I know very well. At most samurai do not support the actions of his daimyo, so ending him and the current Reikage will cause chaos in Kumo and the country of lightning, and it will be much easier for the rebels to take the place, since I know very well that the civilians of Kumogaku do not support the current Reikage for his methods not very nice. So it will be easy for the imprisoned rebels to take power, said Naruto smiling sadistically thinking how he would kill the Reikage and his idiot daimyo. Everyone looked at Naruto with a drop of sweat for the smile he put on. Good, and how do you plan to do all that, said Zabuza seriously, but with a smile on his face. Well, this will be the plan. I want Kurama, Yugudo, Akuyakumo and Uzabuza along with Amauri go to the lightning prison and free the rebels. I think that with Yakumo's Genjutsu they will go unnoticed, and with Yujito's help, it will be much easier to convince the rebels, while Chimei, Seiken Fu, Utakata and Karen deal with Kill B, the Jinchuriki of Jayuki and the Jounin who will be with him, remove the seal of obedience. The five nodded seriously. Since their mission they knew would be one of the most important but difficult, while I along with Grimjo, Nell and Heredero will go for the Reikage and his followers, all opened their eyes in shock at that statement. But don't you think that the four of you would be too little to deal with a Reikage and an entire ninja village, and I know you will say that it is weakened, but there are still thousands of shinobi with whom you will fight, said Mei frowning with concern because of the concern she had. And she was mentally wondering why her daimyo could not be like all the daimyo who stay in their castle sitting without worrying anyone. No, she had a daimyo who likes to fight and do missions that no shinobi would accept. You have no reason to worry, Mei-sama, we are sufficiently powerful enough to be able to fight a cage while Naruto Sama is so strong that he could fight against the three of them, and Mei doesn't have to worry about winning. Sama, said Heredero seriously, but with confidence in her voice. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow at that statement, but nodded and said okay, I will trust you, I hope everything goes well, Naruto, and everyone else nodded with a smile. 2 weeks later 4 figures could be seen in the sky near the village of Kumogaku. Naruto. Sama, how do you think Karen's group will do? Said Neliel to Adelschwink, former third Espada and now one of the captains of the water country. Well, I think it will go well. I suppose your group will already be close to their objective, said Naruto in a relaxed manner. And how do I think Kurama is doing? Boss, said Grimjo Jijijakas, former 6th Espada and now one of the captains of the water country. Aniki will do well, not for nothing is he the most powerful Biju. Naruto answered playfully. Oh wow, you're right about that, boss. Haha. Well, I think it's time to cause chaos, said Grimjo with a sadistic smile on his face. Naruto and the others nodded and the 4 said at the same time. Zero aiming at the entrance of Kumogaku, destroying and causing a large explosion, killing the guards and some ambus that were near the entrance. The explosion was such that it was heard throughout Kumagakure, so several chunin and genin escorted the civilians to the shelters. Both Naruto and his captains waited in the sky for several minutes until the civilians were evacuated. Naruto could sometimes be a sadist with his enemies, but he would never kill an innocent civilian unless they deserved it. After a few more minutes all the civilians were evacuated, so Naruto and his group dispersed to finish off the stupid Raikage and his followers. Well, a few minutes before, in the vicinity of Kumagakure, 5 figures were in front of the large prison bar house in which Kilby was in order to neutralize him and remove those stupid obedient seals, because they are in Kumo. Identify yourselves, said Akumo Jounin. The 5 figures saw each other, but said nothing and launched themselves against the 20 Jounin and the Jinchuriki of Gyuki. Both Chimei, Seiken, Fu, Utakata and Karen dispersed. Fu and Utakata went against the Jounin and Chimei. Seiken and Karen went against Kilby. The battle between the trio against the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi was in favor of the trio. Little by little, they were cornering him until he passed to stage 2 of his Hachibi mode. Eren frowned at that Chimei. Seiken, we have to finish him quickly before he fully releases his Biju form. Give me a few minutes, I will make an attack. Both nodded and went to fight Kilby, holding him back, while Karen made 2 shadow clones and the 3 Karens were reciting various incantations, saying the first Karen limit of thousands of hands, out of respect you cannot touch the darkness. The shooting hand is not reflected in the blue sky. The path of the light of the sun, the wind that fans the flames, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to hesitate, obey my order. Bullet light 8 bodies, new item, book of heaven's treasures, great wheels, grey fortress. Keep your distance, disperse and clean when firing. Had 91 Senju content tame. After saying that 10 giant pink energy spheres formed around the first Karen, while the second Karen recited another incantation, saying this had made 8. Irik Jekazoku Shinton Raiho, sky-shaking thunder cannon striking flying dragon, thus forming in the hand of this a gigantic amount of energy, while the third Karen said sprinkle it on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and be the wind, stand and be the calm. The sound of clashing spears fills the empty castle. Padm 63 Reikm, roaring thunder cannon, thus forming as in his a large amount of electrical energy in his hand that was about to launch it, so the 3 Karen shouted at the same time. Chimei, Seiken, back off, my attack is ready. Both listened and backed up, getting behind the 3 Karen, while the Karen trio launched their 3 Hado towards B, causing a gigantic explosion, destroying much of the area. Both Karen, Chimei and Seiken stared straight ahead, waiting for the smoke from the explosion to disperse. After a couple of minutes they could see in front of them a very damaged Kilby, but this one was still conscious, so to win Kilby, completely transformed into the Hachibi. This made both Karen, Chimei and Seiken become alert, while Utakata and Fu, who had already finished off the Jounin who were guarding B, they will look seriously at the already transformed Hachibi. Since they knew that the fight now would be much more complicated, so they decided to go support Karen. Then in a flash they appeared next to Chimei and Seiken. Well, and now that we do number 8, since it is already transformed, how will we deal with this? Fu said seriously. Well, neutralizing it will be complicated, but with the help of my friends, I think things will be easier for us. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since they knew who Karen's friends were, and if she brought them the battle would be much easier, but they came out of their thoughts when Karen said Kuchiyus no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, come out to fight and help me please. Kira and Lyra. After Karen said that, 2 wolves approximately the size of Matatabi, the 2-tailed Biju, came out. The first, called Kira, was a black wolf that gave off an aura of great power and bloodlust, and the second, called Lyra, was a white wolf that gave off an aura of peace but power. The Hachibi looked at the 2 summons with caution, while Karen's allies looked at them in astonishment until one of the wolves spoke. Karen. Sama, why did you summon us? Lyra said calmly and simply. Lyra-chan, the answer is in front of her. After saying that, both wolves looked ahead and saw something that impressed them. What they saw was the Hachibi, the 8-tailed beast. The black wolf named Kira smiled challengingly at the Hachibi. Lyra. Well, Karen. Sama should thank you. It's been a while since I had a good fight. It's time to stretch my legs. Lyra. Let's teach that octopus on steroids a lesson, Kukuku, said the black wolf named Kira. The white wolf named Lyra nodded, happy to have a good fight. And they both went at full speed to fight the Hachibi. Kira. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Attack on Kumo and Liberation Part 2. After Karen summons her 2 most powerful wolves to battle the Hachibi. Well, Karen. Sama should thank you. It's been a while since I had a good fight. It's time to stretch my legs. Lyra. Let's teach that octopus on steroids a lesson, Kukuku, said the black wolf named Kira. The white wolf named Lyra nodded, happy to have a good fight. And they both went at full speed to fight the Hachibi. In a burst of speed Lyra appeared behind Hachibi trying to throw a scratch. The Biju dodged with some difficulty. Kira took his opportunity and said fire element Great Wolf Flare. The fire hit the Hachibi, leaving him with some burns. Jame and Seiken took advantage of the fact that his brother was distracted fighting against Kira and Lyra. So they both passed to their Biju form to support the wolves that Karen summoned. The 8 tails was surprised to see the Rikubi and the Nababi. The 7 tails tackled the Hachibi sending him far away. Both Kira and Lyra took advantage of that opportunity and Lyra said light element 1000 divine blades. So the wolf sending several blades of Liz towards Jayuki while Kira said darkness element demonic fire. So this sending a large amount of purple fire towards Jayuki. He opened a little surprised by but both attacks hit him causing a gigantic explosion that was heard throughout Kumagakure. When the smoke of the explosion dissipated, you could see a Jayuki with several burns thanks to Kira's attack and with 3 of his 8 tails cut thanks to Lyra's light attack that was able to pierce and cut Jayuki's tails. Heron took advantage of her opportunity and launched several of her chains wrapping Jayuki completely holding him back. Both Fu and Utakata took advantage of their opportunity and both put on their hollow masks and said at the same time 0 the 2-0 combined and hit the Hachibi, making it fall. Karen still holding the Biju with her chains, took advantage of her opportunity and made 2 clones and these went to the Hachibi and said at the same time sealed Uzumaki retention of tailed beast both. At the moment of putting their hands on the body of Biju, they put a seal that completely suppressed the power of the Biju from 1 to 8 tails. This wise like that kill beast stopped having the form of the Hachibi and went to have its human form and fell to the ground, unconscious. Karen breathing with difficulty after putting her seal seeing her very tired Fu and the others were worried. Fu. Karen. Chan what happened you look very exhausted. Karen. Well the seal I put on the Hachibi will only hold it for a couple of days and when I put it on it cost me too much chakra. The others nodded and Seiken said, okay, and since we're done here, I think it's time to remove the mind control seals from my brother's Jinchuriki and take him to the water capital before more ninjas arrive. Meanwhile inside Kumagakure both Naruto, Heredero, Nilil to Adelshwink and were causing chaos throughout Kumagakure and used all their power to kill most of the ninja in this place since the civilians were completely evacuated by some Chunin and Genin. Brimjoji Jurjakas was on the north side of the village, cutting down the enemies of his bosses with a sadistic smile. Dozens if not hundreds of Chunin and Jounin had already been finished by him, while on the south side, Nelil to Adelshwink was sadly watching the large number of dead that was around her and thought I do not like to kill, but I will have to do it for the sake of Naruto. Sama and to recover this village from the tyranny of the Godame Reikage on the west side of the village Heredero was cutting down a large number of Anbus that were after her. She did not like to kill. But it had to be done for the peace that her master wanted and she saw Naruto as the light of the world. Contrary to her former master Aizen, she saw Naruto as the light that illuminates everyone, so she would protect that light with her life and kill anyone who threatens her. Meanwhile Naruto was in the center of the village killing hundreds of Shibabas, either burning them with his burn element, taking away their souls or cutting them with his sword, but he stopped when in a burst of speed, the Godame Reikage Limyatsuki and a group of 200 Anbus appeared. Who are you and why are you attacking Kumagakure invader, said Limyatsuki. Godame Reikage of Kumagakure. Naruto had his back turned, that's why nobody recognized him, but when he turned around all the shinobi of Kumo and the Reikage were surprised. Well Reikage shinobi of Kumagakure, let me introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto daimyo of the country of water and leader of the Whirlpool Alliance, and why do I attack them? Simply they put a mind control seal on my partner Jinchuriki answered. Naruto frowning remembering the seal they put on Kill B. Some of the ninja of the Anbus of Kumo were surprised by that fact they did not know and the Reikage frowned at that and said Jinchuriki is just a weapon, so it does not matter if I do not control it or not, a weapon is a weapon and you will pay for attacking Kumagakure. Well it does not matter anyway, Kill B was already rescued and freed by some of my operatives and well, it's time to finish you. Godame Reikage said Naruto, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone shuddered at seeing Naruto's eyes. He took that opportunity and made hand positions and said water release great tsunami. So Naruto launched a gigantic wave towards the Reikage and his ninjas. Most of them dodged, but some were hit by Naruto's attack, which took advantage of that opportunity and launched a great attack of electricity to the water, electrocuting several Kumo.nin killing them. The Reikage frowned at that and activated his lightning armor, knowing that he had to go with his maximum power against Naruto. The Reikage knew that Naruto was not a daimyo who sits on his throne, but is a warrior, so he respected him for that. Despite being his enemy, he respected his power, so he would go with everything, and in a burst of speed, the Reikage appeared behind Naruto, about to throw a punch to destroy his head. Naruto dodged and reinforced his fist with wind chakra and hit the Reikage, sending him flying several meters, breaking a building. After that Naruto made hand positions and said Kuchiyus no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, thus summoning 3 enormous creatures that amaze and scare several of the Kumo.nin. The first creature was the Cerberus, a 3-headed dog. The second creature was a 100-foot giant, and the third creature was a giant bird with a beak that was evidently able to pierce everything. Well, dear summons finish off the Kumo ninjas. The three animals went against the Kumo.nin, destroying dozens of them, while Naruto was walking calmly towards the direction where the Raikage went to end his life. In order to conquer Kumagakure more easily, the Raikage recovered from Naruto's blow, and when he saw Naruto, he activated his lightning armor and went. In a burst of speed against him, Naruto activated his wind armor, and with his Rinnegan already active, it was very easy for him to dodge the Raikage's attack, which was surprised that he could dodge their attacks very easily. "Well, I see that you are not an ordinary daimyo," the rest said the Raikage with some respect towards Naruto, but frowning for having such a complicated fight. "I am not a simple daimyo, I am a warrior, and you will fall for what you did to kill B, my fellow Jinchuriki," said Naruto, frowning at remembering the reports of the mind control seals that his fellow Jinchuriki had. The Raikage narrowed his eyes at what Naruto said but answered anyway, "Silly brat, the Jinchuriki are just weapons of mass destruction," he said this mockingly. Naruto shook his head at the Raikage's idiocy and said, "You have a very stupid thought," Raikage said, "but it doesn't matter, today you will die for your actions." After saying that, Naruto made hand positions and said, "Fire release burning tide." The Raikage dodged a large amount of fire that went towards him, courtesy of Naruto. The aforementioned with his wind armor went towards the Raikage and threw a strong punch sending him far away, then he made hand positions and said, "Wind release wind dragon." The dragon went directly to the Raikage who was somewhat stunned, so he could not dodge the dragon and impacted completely in it, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke dissipated, you could see the Raikage bleeding all over his body from Naruto's attack. The former Jinchuriki took his opportunity and took out his Zanpakuto in a burst of speed, appeared next to the Raikage and cut off his arm, making him scream in pain, and Naruto thought this is a cage he must definitely be the weakest Raikage in. Kumagakure, but he snapped out of his thoughts when the Raikage with his remaining arm gathered a large amount of lightning and threw a punch at Naruto. He was impressed, but with his Zanpakuto, he easily blocked the Raikage's punch, causing a large shock wave. When Naruto blocked the Raikage's attack, he was in shock as he put a large amount of chakra and his opponent dodged it. As if nothing, Naruto took advantage of the fact that the Raikage was in a state of shock and surrounded with his wind element. His Zanpakuto cut off the Raikage's head, finishing him off in a cold and simple way. After Naruto finished off the Raikage, he grabbed his body and appeared in the center of the village and shouted, "Kumagakure ninja, their Raikage is dead, there is no need for more deaths, so I will give you two options. First, continue attacking and I along with my companions will finish them off. Second option. Stop fighting and follow what we say." Several of the Kumagakure ninja looked at each other, most of them were Chunin and Genin, since almost 80% of the Jounin and Anbu were finished, either cut, incinerated, electrocuted or evaporated. While the remaining ninja, especially the Chunin and Genin, accepted Naruto's decision because they disliked their goddamn Raikage for how ruthless he was and for what he did to kill B, and they did not want to die. They all realized that Naruto was extremely powerful, since he and only 3 of his captains practically made Kumo fall to him. All of Kumo knew that it was best to surrender, so they dropped their weapons and submitted to Naruto as their new leader, despite the fact that Kumo was currently the weakest of the 5 great nations. Thanks to its civil war, Naruto's achievement of conquering one of the 5 great nations will soon shake all the countries and shinobi villages. It's been 2 weeks since Naruto with the help of his captains conquered Kumagakure, captured the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, and released the rebels who thanks to Naruto, settled in Kumagakure. Naruto, crowned Heir of the Black Lightning, a shinobi of rank S as Rakudame Raikage. In addition to that, Naruto along with Kurama and several other of his captains, along with several battalions of his samurai and ninjas, attacked the capital of Lightning and killing the daimyo of the country of Lightning, as well as a number of advisors and samurai loyal to the daimyo, since despite the fact that the daimyo of Lightning was a greedy person and saw the Jinchuriki as weapons, the counselors did not care as long as they earned a considerable amount of money. In addition to that, Naruto discovered that the daimyo of Lightning and his counselors were involved in kidnappings of many girls, boys and women, making these slaves for that, and many reasons. Naruto cruelly killed all of these by beheading them in front of the Lightning capital. This left the entire population of Lightning in shock, but at the same time made them smile, since finally the corrupt and evil Lightning daimyo who took their children, girls and women is dead. This made it easier for Naruto to absorb the country of Lightning, thus joining the Whirlpool Alliance. End of chapter. Chapter 14. News and chaos in the villages. It's been 2 weeks since Naruto with the help of his captains conquered Kumagakure, captured the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, and released the rebels who thanks to Naruto, settled in Kumagakure. Naruto, crowned Heir of the Black Lightning, a shinobi of rank S as Rakudame Raikage. In addition to that, Naruto along with Kurama and several other of his captains, along with several battalions of his samurai and ninjas, attacked the capital of lightning and killing the daimyo of the country of lightning, as well as a number of advisors and samurai loyal to the daimyo, since despite the fact that the daimyo of lightning was a greedy person and saw the Jinchuriki as weapons, the counselors did not care as long as they earned a considerable amount of money. In addition to that, Naruto discovered that the daimyo of lightning and his counselors were involved in kidnappings of many girls, boys and women, making these slaves for that, and many reasons Naruto cruelly killed all of these by beheading them in front of the lightning capital. This left the entire population of lightning in shock, but at the same time made them smile, since finally the corrupt and evil lightning daimyo who took their children, girls and women is dead. This made it easier for Naruto to absorb the country of lightning, thus joining the Whirlpool Alliance. Meanwhile in Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage Inoki was doing his paperwork until his commander Jounin Rikodo came in and interrupted the Tsuchikage, making the old man frown. "What happened, Rikodo? Why do you just barge in like that without knocking or anything? You no longer have any respect for your leader," Inoki said, somewhat angrily. "My apologies, Tsuchikage. Sama, it's just that something terrible happened to one of our allies," Rikodo said, that caught Inoki's interest. "What happened, boy?" "You see, Tsuchikage. Sama, according to our spies, it seems Kumagakure no Sato and the entire country of lightning was conquered by the daimyo of the country of water, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto," replied Rikodo with a frown, since she never thought that the alliance that the bastard of Namikaze would be so powerful to conquer the entire country of lightning and cursed Naruto. Since now it was also a danger to Iwa and all the ninja nations, but she came out of her thoughts when Inoki spoke to me. "You mean the bastard of Namikaze conquered the entire country of lightning? But Kurigakure and the country of water were supposed to be neutral in this war. Are they on the side of the scum of Konoha?" shouted the old Tsuchikage, angry because Kumagakure no Sato and the entire country of lightning is now in command of the bastard of Namikaze. Rikodo looked at her leader and sighed in something. "You are wrong, Inoki. Sama, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto is not in favor of Konoha and the land of fire. According to my spies, he conquered the land of lightning, mostly to free the Jinchuriki, the Hachibi, who apparently the Goddamn Reikage put loyalty seals on him. After winning his civil war, as I understood, the bastard Namikaze found out and went with some of his captains to conquer Kumagakure no Sato, while others of the eastern soldiers freed the rebels. After that, Namikaze conquered the land of lightning, killing its daimyo and all the corrupt politicians, earning the loyalty and devotion of the vast majority of the people of the land of lightning. In addition to that, he put Dari of the Black Lightning as the new Reikage, the former right hand of the fourth Reikage," answered Rikodo tiredly. Since finding out that someone from the Namikaze line is now the leader of practically half of the elemental nations, Inoki got angrier by the statement of his Jounin commander, but at the time he was a little glad that the Namikaze bastard is not in favor of Konoha. "Well son, I will warn the clan leaders of what happened. We have to prepare for what is coming. First I will destroy Konoha, and then I will finish off the Namikaze bastard. It does not matter if Kumo does not support us with the help of Odo, it will be enough to crush Konoha. Now they being weak, it will be much easier to do that." Kukukikuku Inoki laughed happily. Rikodo frowned and shook his head. He knew that if they did something to the Namikaze alliance, Iwa and the country of Earth, they would be crushed by him and his alliance, but he said nothing, not wanting to anger his leader even more, so he sighed and left. While in Sunagakure no Sato, Gaara was talking with his brothers about what happened in the land of lightning and Naruto's recent conquest of all the elemental countries. "Well, what do you think, little brother, with what Naruto is doing?" Temari, the Wind Princess of Suna, said with curiosity. Gaara looked at his sister and gave a small smile. "The truth is, I think he is a little crazy to conquer the country of lightning, but at the same time I understand, since one of our Jinchuriki companions was imprisoned and with loyalty seals by the order of the former Goddamn Reikage, who according to my reports was killed by Naruto, and currently there is a Rokidame Reikage named Dari, if I am not mistaken, he was the former right-hand man of the Yondame Reikage," Gaara answered, frowning a little at the mention of the Goddamn Reikage. Damari and Kankuram looked at each other, then looked at Gaara and smiled. "Who would say that the brat we met in the Chunin exams and forgave your life, now the practically owner of several of the countries of the elemental continent?" Tamari and Gaara looked at him and laughed. "The truth is, Konoha was stupid to banish him. Thanks to that, they lost most of their alliances," Tamari said, smiling. Her two brothers looked at her and nodded, knowing well that this was Konoha's biggest mistake that led to it now practically being destroyed. In Kurigakure, the Mizukage mate Terumi and Naruto were talking regarding the now conquest of the country of lightning and what will happen later with the country of earth and the country of fire, in addition to the snake San and Orochimaru, since they are a great threat to him and his allied nations to the alliance. Naruto.kun What are you going to do with your enemies now? They will be more attentive after your conquest of the country of lightning. Besides that, the alliance practically has all the Jinchuriki on their side. Fear will make them attack us at some point, said Mei, frowning, since she knew that the elders of Konoha would do something to attack Naruto, and she would not allow it, since for her Naruto was her savior. The one who supported her to help Kurigakure grow to such an extent that now it was easily one of the strongest nations, only surpassed by Uchiha no Sato, the hidden village of whirlpools. Well, Mei-chan, my dear simple friend, if they attack me, I will crush them. I know that Jiraiya of the Sannin, my former godfather, thanks to his network of spies, already knows about my conquest of the country of lightning and will be informing Konoha. They must be crazy, and I know that the pedophile snake knows it too, but he does not attack me until he finishes Konoha, so I am not going to do nothing. I'll just let my enemies weaken little by little, and when they are at their lowest point I'll finish them off, Naruto replied with a half smile. Mei was surprised by Naruto's statement, but then smiled and licked her lips at the audacity of the man in front of her. But Orochimaru, he was doing his experiments until Kabuto came in and interrupted him, which made him frown and release some of his bloodlust, since something he hated was being interrupted. Kabuto was sweating bullets, but he still spoke. Lord Orochimaru, excuse me for interrupting you, but something very important happened, Kabuto said with a tone of concern that caused Orochimaru's interest, since it was rare to see Kabuto so upset. So with one hand, he made it understood that Kabuto should continue. The white-haired man nodded at his master's order and informed him of everything that had happened with Naruto, his conquest of Kumo and the entire country of lightning, the death of the Godame Raikage, and the lightning daimyo and his advisors. This made Orochimaru frown in an annoyed tone, since the bastard Namikaze was indirectly ruining his plans, but he calmed down, since if he continued like this, he would kill Kabuto just for the fact that he brought him the news of Naruto's new conquest. So he sighed and said, Kabuto, do you mean to tell me that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi practically has at his disposal not one or two, but now three of the five great nations, and not only that, but also the country of the Whirlpool, and to follow him, they have practically all the Jinchuriki except the Yonbi, growled Orochimaru angrily. Kabuto sweated, but attended Orochimaru's side and said, at least the brat got rid of Akatsuki and freed me from a plague that would be a nuisance in the long term. What I do not understand is why he conquered the country of lightning. Well, Orochimaru Sama, apparently the now dead Godame Raikage, put loyalty seals on the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, and that enraged Naruto.kun, replied Kabuto to Orochimaru's question. The pedophile snake frowned at that and said, well, despite no longer having Kumo's help, I know we can count on Iwa to finish off Konoha. Orochimaru laughed very evilly. Kabuto nodded, knowing well that despite no longer having Kumo's help, they still had Iwa's help. He knew it would be a little more difficult to finish off Konoha, but it would still be very possible to destroy it and take Sasuke so Orochimaru could possess the Sharigan. In Konoha things were somewhat tense with the shinobi councils, the civil council and the Hokage. Since Naruto's exile, things were going from bad to worse. First they lost most of their allies, then one of the few allies they had left, which was Tokigakure, was destroyed by Iwa, then Orochimaru's declaration of war. Komagakure and Iwagakure caused them to lose a huge amount of shinobi and further weaken after that the rise of Uchiha no Sato and the growing power of Kurigakure no Sato, then the news of the Whirlpool Alliance, and then learned from Jiraiya that the leader of the alliance was the banished genin Uzumaki Naruto, now called Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and finally currently she is now the owner of the country of lightning, so the meeting in Konoha was going from bad to worse for those reasons. Well, Hokage-sama, why did you summon us here, asked Hamura, one of the three elders. Well, it seems something important happened that will shake the elemental nations, said the Sannin of the Slugs Tsunade, and the current Hokage all raised their eyebrows at that. And now what happened, Tsunade? Did Sama Iwa attack the fire capital, or did Kumo attack some neutral country, or is Orochimaru about to invade us? Asked a civilian counselor with fear. Tsunade sighed and made a sign for Jiraiya to appear, which surprised all the clan leaders by the Sannin's stealth, since they never felt him. Well, it's time for you to inform the council what happened, Jiraiya said. Tsunade, already tired of everything that is happening, something that several clan leaders noticed and sighed, knowing that what Jiraiya would say would bring more problems than benefits. The wise toad nodded and sighed. Well, what I want to inform you is that apparently Kumo withdrew from the war. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, and the civilians and some clan leaders cheered with happiness, saying that Kumo was a slave of Konoha and that they withdrew from the war because of the fear they had of her. Tsunade looked at them for a minute and released her killer instinct to silence everyone and signaled for Jiraiya to continue. To which the Sannin nodded, well, continuing what he was saying before being interrupted. Kumo retired because Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto conquered both Kumo as well as the Land of Lightning, killing its daimyo and the Godame Raikage, so now the Land of Lightning belongs to Naruto. Everyone opened their eyes in shock and horror, as now the banished genin Naruto Uzumaki, now Namikaze, had the Land of Lightning in his power. But Hokage-sama, we have to do something so that the demon brat does not become so powerful. He already has Kurigakure on his side, and now he conquered Kumo. We have to kill him, said Sakura's mother Haruno Mibuyuki. All the civil councilors and the elders nodded, while the clan leaders hesitated to do that. They knew the consequences of attacking Naruto. We can't do what you say, Mibuyuki. As soon as you try to attempt on Naruto's life, the country of water, the country of wind and the country of the whirlpool will pounce on us, not to mention the now current daimyo of spring and the village Nadeshiko no Sato, in addition to wave country which now has a considerable military force, all these countries being allies or part of the alliance, and the leader of this is Naruto, said Shikaku Nara, leader of the Nara clan and the best strategist in Konoha. Several clan leaders nodded, as this would be dangerous for the village and everyone in it, as if they harmed Namikaze a storm would fall on Konoha. The elders and civil councilors were not happy with the response of the Nara clan leader. But we have to do something, shouted Kaharu Udatane, one of the Konoha elders with the most political power in the village. Several civilians nodded at that, but the Hokage and several clan leaders knew what would happen if these idiots did something against Naruto and his group. Jiraiya. We can't do anything, Kaharu, because if we attack we'll not only worry about Orochimaru and Iwa, but also Naruto coming with your armies and ravaging the village, and the truth is that in the village, there are few shinobi who could fight on par with one of their captains. Everyone frowned at that, even Tsunade, as she noticed that Naruto had several S-rank shinobis by his side. You won't be serious, Jiraiya-sama, being you a Sannin like Tsunade and having Kakashi on our side, you could defeat all the captains of the demon brat, said Mibuyuki Haruno. Jiraiya shook his head. Listen to everything. Well, being honest, I think that each of the captains that are on Naruto's side are at the level of a Kage, and there are even some that are even higher, if what my informants tell me is true, and even the captain general leader of these 14 captains is already at a higher level. The truth, I could barely deal with one of the captains like Tsunade, but I highly doubt that Kakashi is at the level of any of these, and if he is, he will barely be able to handle the weakest of these, since several of these captains are so strong that even Uchiha, Itachi and Kisame the Tailless Biju had to flee from these, commented Jiraiya, sighing tiredly, remembering the reports from his spies that Tear Harable, along with another of Naruto's captains named Coyote Sterk, practically defeated the Akatsuki, killing the immortal Hiden and Kakuzo of the Five Hearts. Making Itachi and Kisame flee, Jiraiya highly doubted doing that those two did to 4 of the Akatsuki, even with their sage mode. So what do we do? The brat will attack us at any moment, said Hamura, frustrated. We are not going to do anything, we have to prepare for the war we are having with Orochimaru and Iwa. Kumo may no longer be in this war, but Iwa is strong, and Odo is too, with a large part of our shinobi dead or in critical condition. It will be difficult for us to defeat my teammate and Inoki, said Tsunade with a sigh, and now she wondered if it was a good idea to banish Naruto. While in Danzo's thoughts, he was planning how to kill the demon brat or have him under his command to take over the countries that the demon has under his command. In Sasuke's case, he was planning how to kill the dope just because he was stronger than him and kill Shisui and Izumi since they stole his revenge against his brother Itachi. What these two didn't know is that when they make their first move, Naruto would finish them off without mercy. The Namikaze knew that if Sasuke and Danzo did something against him or his allies, he would have a motive to destroy them, and he wanted it with all his heart, since the Warhawk was someone despicable who kidnapped children just to have his emotionless machines, while Sasuke was a crybaby who, just because he was an Uchiha, believed himself to be a big deal. Besides being a power-hungry madman who had to be eliminated. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Preparations. After Naruto had conquered the entire country of Lightning and Kumagakure, having named Darui of the Black Lightning as Rakudame Reikage, he was currently talking with Kurama about something that could completely change the Uzumaki. Kurama, I don't understand what's happening to me lately when I'm with Haku, Hinata and Yakumo. I feel happy when I practice Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu with them. I feel comfortable, more comfortable than with any of the others. It's like they were my light, said Naruto, somewhat confused, since he had never felt that way with anyone. Kurama looked at Naruto as if he were an idiot, since he can't believe how idiotic his former Jinchuriki is sometimes. From what Naruto said, it's so simple. What you feel, you are in love or at least attracted to them. I know that you think that loving more than one woman looks bad in their eyes. Naruto nodded, wondering what his friends would say bar love interests. Kurama looked at his former Jinchuriki and sighed. Look, Naruto, they love you, all the other captains, and even Mei realized that. My god, you are the only one who hasn't caught their hints of those 3. I think that if you confess to the 3 of them that you like them, they would agree to share you. Imagine you and those 3 with a couple of shadow clones of yours, so they are more satisfied. My friend Naruto looked at Kurama somewhat red and rolled his eyes at that and said, well, first I will finish off my enemies and then love will come, so let's change the subject. Kurama. Since soon all this will be over, I know that Odo under Orochimaru's command and Iwa under Inoki's command will attack Konoha in a couple of days. I no longer care what happens to the Hokage or the village. I know there are innocent people, although they are very few, but I will not do anything to harm or protect them, since both Tuchi and Am are outside of Konoha, more exactly in the land of waves, protected and living comfortably. Besides that, I know that the pedophile snake will most likely use the Edo Tensei, maybe summon some cage-level ninja to finish off the leaf. Kurama looked at Naruto and said, indeed, do you want to go see the battle, right? Naruto the mention looked at his friend and laughed nervously, since he discovered it, and said, well yes, I will go to make sure that Danzo dies, and if I can also make sure that both Orochimaru and Inoki die, since they are a danger to my alliance and my family. Since one hates me just for being the fourth and the other for depriving him of the Sharingan, poor idiots. Kurama nodded, knowing well that those two old men Inoki and Danzo are a danger to Naruto. While Orochimaru was a mad scientist who liked to experiment with children, he would be even more dangerous trying to kidnap the possible son of his best friend former Jinchuriki, so he said, well, you will go, but me and some captains will accompany you. I know you are powerful, but it is better to be safe. And sorry, and there is no discussion. So Naruto looked at his best friend and sighed, seeing that he still treated him like a brat who needed protection, but he nodded anyway, since he knew he would never win an argument with Kurama, since when it had something to do with his protection he was too careful and would never allow him to go alone to the Leaf Village. The Kyuubi looked at his best friend and smiled as he did not argue with his request and said, since that is closed now, what are we going to do with the Jinchuriki of my brother Son Goku? I know that he will go to Konoha with the old man of Inoki to raise the village, and most likely he will be at the front of the battlefield, so it is likely that he will die, since Konoha has the Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan Sasuke, and despite not being as powerful as Itachi or Izumi's, and less so as Shisui's, Sasuke's is formidable, at least to battle with one of the weakest captains. Well, Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan team may be something impressive and worrying since he awakened it. He did not stop training it, according to our spies, said Naruto, remembering what Anko informed him and how the Uchiha awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. The bastard took an apprentice, having quite affection for him, seeing him Sasuke as a younger brother to his apprentice, but in the same way he killed him in cold blood, just to have more power, just to be able to kill him. Shisui and Izumi for stealing his blessed revenge. What an idiot, Naruto thought, since Izumi was a mid-high cage level ninja, being able to fight on par with any of the blessed Sannin of the Leaf and even defeat them, although he did not know if he could handle the idiot Jiraiya thanks to his imperfect sage mode, but he knew that he would give him a run for his money, while Shisui is even well above that level, easily approaching the level of ninjas like the third Raikage or the second Hokage. Aburama Senju, and approaching the level of his father Namikaze Minato. Kurama nodded at what Naruto said. The Biju knew that Sasuke's current power was not that great, but thanks to the Mangekyou Sharingan, he was already at the low cage level, having the level to battle, but not win some of the captains who are under the command of him and Naruto. Meanwhile, in another part of the elemental nations, more exactly in Konoha, Danzo was planning how to kill Naruto to end the blessed Whirlpool Alliance. Well, my Sai, Torum and few you along with 30 of my best men, your objective is to finish off Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto, this mission is SSS class, I want him dead, said the Warhawk. Everyone nodded, but in the thoughts of Torum and few they were nervous, since they would go against someone from the SS class, but they dismissed it to fulfill the order of their master. Elsewhere in Konoha, Tsunade and Jiraiya were talking regarding the possible attack by Iwa and Odo, under the command of Inoki and his former teammate Orochimaru. Jiraiya, are you sure what you're telling me? Asked Tsunade, somewhat worried and stressed by what Jiraiya told her. The Toad Sannin looked at her teammate and said, yes Tsunade, my spies and Iwa informed me that Inoki is preparing his troops. Most likely he will soon attack us together with Orochimaru. We have to notify the council and prepare for the attack. The Hokage nodded, knowing well that it is better that the council knows and helps them plan what to do with the possible attack of Iwa and Odo. Anbu, call the council, it is a situation of utmost urgency, I want them in 30 minutes, whoever does not want to go they are forced, said Tsunade. 3 Anbus appeared and nodded, dispersing to call the council for the meeting, dictated by their Hokage. Within 30 minutes, the clan leaders, the Konoha elders, the civilian councillors along with the Hokage and Jiraiya of the Sannin were meeting to organize how to defend themselves from the possible impending invasion. Well, Hokage-sama, what is this meeting for? Asked Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan and the Jounin commander of Konoha. Well, Shikaku clan leaders, civilian councillors, apparently according to Jiraiya, Iwa and Odo, they will attack us soon, said Tsunade seriously. Everyone opened their eyes in shock and frowned, since now they had to prepare for a probable invasion in the possible days. So what do we do with the possible Hokage-sama invasion, said a civilian councillor, worried about the attack they will have. Well, according to Jiraiya's informants, the strongest rock ninjas are Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. The granddaughter of Inoki Kuritsuchi and the old fossil of Inoki are the strongest ninjas, and in the case of Odo, we only know of Kabuto, who is at the level of Kakashi and Orochimaru, my teammate who is a cage-level ninja, so when they invade, we will divide the strongest opponents, said Tsunade with a sigh of tiredness. Everyone nodded in understanding, knowing well that this would be the best plan of action. Well, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails will be taken care of by Tenzo the Mokuton user along. But Sasuke and an Anbu squad, I think they would be enough to defeat Asuma, and his team will deal with Kabuto, Anko, Yugao, Kurenai, and Hana will fight against the granddaughter of Inoki. I know that Brad is a high A rank ninja, maybe bordering on S rank, while Jiraiya and I will deal with Orochimaru and Guy, and Kakashi will fight against Inoki's fossil. I think they would be strong enough together to face any of the 5 cages, said Tsunade with a sigh of tiredness. Since all the strongest ninjas of Konoha would take care of the strongest of Iwa and Odo, but their enemies outnumbered them 2-1, and that would be complicated. Their plan is all good Hokage-sama, but it won't be enough. Maybe the strongest of Konoha could take care of the strongest of Iwa and Odo. Currently we have only 16,000 ninjas, since in this war we lost a large number of shinobi. Our enemies outnumber us almost 2-1. The battle would be very complicated, said Shikaku Nara tiredly, since the chances are very low to win this war. Maybe with Kumo gone, their chances are 25% or 30% to win this war, and that was very little for him. They all nodded, knowing full well that their enemies outnumbered them 2-1 and would be very difficult to defeat. Well, we must all prepare for the invasion that will come soon. It is time to show our enemies that the will of fire is not yet extinct, that Konoha is still strong, said Tsunade with fire in her eyes. After 4 days, Danzo's Anbu were heading to the land of water, successfully infiltrating Naruto's castle. It amazed them how easy it was to enter the water daimyo's castle. This gave them a bad taste in their mouths, since the daimyo was supposed to be in Uzumaki, so he should at least see some seals to defend the place, but they dismissed it since it was better for them, and they could more easily fulfill the mission that their master gave him, which was the assassination of Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Sai, Torum and Fu along with their Anbu squad continued to enter Naruto's castle until suddenly 2 red blurs passed by them and massacred the Anbu squad. Sai, Torum and Fu, these blurs were Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Taiya, both killing and massacring the Anbu squad very easily with their diamond chains. The only ones who could avoid the massacre were Sai, Torum and Fu, since they were easily at the level of Jounin, elite Jounin. So the mummy sent them to kill me, a certain Anbu. Naruto said with a malicious voice and appearing out of nowhere from the shadows, something that impressed Sai, Torum and Fu and made them shiver because of the tone Naruto used. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto by order of Danzo. Sama, you must be killed for the well-being of Konoha, said Fu stokely. Naruto looked at Danzo's puppet and said it's a shame because they couldn't kill me, since you are already more than dead. Both Sai, Torum and Fu were bewildered by Naruto's proclamation, but suddenly 2 green and yellow blurs appeared at a gigantic speed and cut off the heads of Fu and Torum. These 2 blurs were Neliel 2 Adelschwing and Tier Heredero. The moment the heads fell, Sai opened his eyes in shock at the ease with which they killed his Anbu companions. Since he knew how strong those 2 were and having their heads cut off as if nothing had awakened something in him that he never thought would awaken, and that was fear. Okay Taiya, Karen, escort our dear Anbu, interrogate him. I want all the information on Danzo, said Naruto in a bored way. Sai was preparing to fight, since he didn't want to be captured by the enemy that was going to be hand positions until suddenly someone appeared behind him and knocked him out. This was the former 6th Espada of the Hollow World Grimjoji Jax. A week after Sai was captured and killed, since they managed to remove his loyalty seal that he had on his tongue, so with the torture that Taiya and Grimjoji Jax did to him, he released everything where Danzo's base was in Konoha, his agents in the country of fire. His arm with cells of the first Hokage and the Sharigan that he had in his arm. When Naruto found out about that, he became enraged and sent a message to Yuzu to give the information to Shisui and Izumi and come to the country of water. Since Naruto wanted them to accompany him to Konoha, they wanted to make sure that Danzo dies in the invasion that will be given by Inoki and Orochimaru the Uchihas. Upon learning what Danzo had in his arm, became enraged and followed Naruto's call, so they were heading as quickly as possible where their friend Bear Leader was. After a couple of days, the Uchiha duo arrived at the water capital, more exactly at Naruto's castle, to talk with him about what to do with the one-eyed war falcon. Currently they were having a conversation with the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Well, Naruto, Sama, what are we going to do with Danzo? He is a danger. We have to make sure that he dies in the invasion that will arrive in a couple of days to Konoha, said Shisui with some fury when mentioning Danzo's name. Naruto looked at his friend and said, you have nothing to worry, my friend. You, along with Izumi, Hinata, Ikumo and Kurama will accompany me to Konoha, and we will make sure that the one-eyed warhawk dies in the invasion of Odo and Iwa. The aforementioned nodded with a half smile, since they wanted Danzo's death for all the sins committed by the man. Meanwhile in the village of Konoha Danzo, the ambitious warhawk was very nervous since 3 of his best tools which are Sai, Torum and Fu had not arrived when they were supposed to have reported a couple of days ago to report the death of the bastard Namikas, and that worried him a lot, and now he was realizing that the plan he had to assassinate the Namikas had failed in a grand way. Danzo's thoughts should Sai, Torum, Fu most likely these are dead by the demon brat son of the Yondaime and his followers, damn 3 of my best tools dead, just when the old dwarf of Inoki and Iwagakure and the imbecile Orochimaru along with Atogakure will invade the Leaf well, it doesn't matter then I'll get stronger tools when I rebuild the Leaf village in my image and likeness, Kukikuku I'll wait for everyone to kill each other and then I'll finish off both Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Inoki when they are weakened Kukikuku. On the other side of Konoha, Tsunade and Jiraiya were getting ready for battle, since according to Jiraiya's spies from the Sannin, Inoki along with all of Iwagakure and Orochimaru, along with Kabuto and all of Atogakure, would arrive in Konoha in the next few days to raise it. But Inoki and Orochimaru they were marching towards Konoha with their armies to destroy it once and for all. Fine Orochimaru I will take care of destroying the village while you deal with your teammates, said Inoki calmly and seriously. Orochimaru responded and said of course yes Inoki. Oh no I will deal with those 2 imbeciles Kukuku along with the jutsu that I plan to use not even those 2 will be able to defeat me. Inoki nodded happily by the answer of the snake Sannin and wondering to himself what jutsu would be so powerful to be able to defeat 2 Sannin at the same time since he knew that Orochimaru was strong but he did not believe that he could defeat 2 Sannin, but he dismissed it. Since he knew that Orochimaru was a calculating snake, so he would not worry about what he does to defeat Jiraiya and Tsunade. Well with the snake Sannin, he had various thoughts. Kukuku I wonder what Tsunade will do when she has to face her former lover Dan and her little brother Nawaki Senju Kukuku, most likely she will remain motionless Kukuku. Besides that if Jiraiya bothers me happily I have apart from those 2 6 Ito Tensei more as strong as a shinobi rank S, maybe not as strong as Jiraiya or Tsunade, but strong enough to assassinate battalions of Konoha shinobi and hold Jiraiya Kukuku. Orochimaru laughed internally at the thought of seeing the horror on the faces of the Konoha ninjas when he summons those powerful shinobi to finish them off. End of chapter. Chapter 16. The beginning of the invasion. Currently Orochimaru leading Atogakure and Inoki leading Iwagakure were marching towards Konoha to be able to put an end to his blessed will of fire once and for all. Okay Orochimaru, we'll soon arrive in Konoha. Finally, the leaf will be destroyed. Inoki laughed happily. Orochimaru looked at the old cage and said in effect Inoki dono Kukuku I would love to break my old teammates, I hope you cause as much chaos as possible Inoki. The third Tsuchikage nodded and said, you have nothing to worry about, Orochimaru. Our armies outnumber them 2 to 1. Konoha is no longer the strongest of the villages. It will now be much easier to deal with them. Okay Kukuku in a couple of hours we will reach the leaf and burn everything you love Kukuku, laughed the snake Sannin with a sadistic smile as he wanted to cause as much chaos as possible in Konoha. Inoki's thoughts. Hehahaha thanks to Orochimaru, I will be able to put an end to the will of fire. Kukuku pronto Konoha será destruida pagara por no converter en su yondaime Kukuku penso Orochimaru con alegria de al fin morir a Konoha. Meanwhile in Konoha Tsunade was signing her happy paperwork, the most powerful enemy of the cages, until out of nowhere the Toad Sannin appeared and said Tsunade I have to tell you something important. The Hokage looked at her teammate and said what do you want Jiraiya speak fast. Jiraiya sighed and said Tsunade. Orochimaru and Inoki are a couple of hours from Konoha they come with their armies and outnumber us 2 to 1 we must prepare for the attack we will suffer. Tsunade opened her eyes in shock because of that. Since she did not think that Inoki and Orochimaru would attack so soon from what Anbu said out of nowhere 5 Anbu appeared and said what Hokage-sama wants. Tsunade looked at her Anbu and said call the council tell them what you heard prepare the Anbu squads and notify the Jounin and Chunin have the Genin evacuate the civilians. The 5 Anbu nodded and they dispersed to carry out their Hokage's order. Tsunade, let's hope we get out of this attack alive, said Jiraiya with a tired sigh, since he knew there was little chance of defeating 2 villages, along with Jinchuriki with the current state they were in, he doubted Konoha would emerge victorious. Tsunade looked at her teammate and said do you think we made a mistake by banishing Naruto? Jiraiya looked at his teammate love interest bar and said I think it was the biggest mistake we made since it seems Naruto only faked his personality, power, and played the idiot most likely if we hadn't banished him, he would have helped us in this war. Tsunade sighed tiredly realizing that banishing the Uzumaki demon brat now Namikas was her biggest mistake as Hokage. While with Danzo he was being informed by his root agents that both Iwagakure under Inoki's command and Atogakure under Orochimaru's command would attack Konoha in the next few hours, so he frowned and thought it would take much longer to invade the leaf. Danzo's thoughts. I'll wait until both sides are weakened and then I'll finish off the leaders taking over Konoha and then I'll go for the demon brat and I'll make his power mine. Kukuki laughed evilly. After 5 hours the Konoha ninjas were already prepared and nervous of the invasion that would happen by the two rival villages, one of them being one of the great nations. After another hour of waiting, a large army of Iwagakure shinobi under the command of Inoki and a Togakure shinobi under the command of Orochimaru entered Konoha, destroying its entrance thanks to Orochimaru's snake summons that opened a large breach in the village's defenses. At the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya and Tsunade watched with frowns as the two-scaled old man Inoki along with his former teammate invaded their village. Tsunade Gamabunta along with the other toads will fight against Orochimaru's summons. It's time to take care of what Sensei couldn't. It's time to put an end to Orochimaru, Jiraiya roared with fire in his eyes and with a great amount of killing intent. Tsunade was surprised and nodded. Meanwhile several well-known figures in the shinobi world saw the chaos at the Hokage monument. These figures were standing at the head of the room watching the destruction that was happening. "Well, I think it's time to finish Danzo, guys," said a male voice. This was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The others nodded and Shisui said Naruto. Samami along with Izumi will deal with the Warhawk and his small Anbu army. Naruto saw his subordinate/friend somewhat worried. Since he knew that Danzo was a cunning old man, but nodded and said take this kunai if you need help, call me please Shisui, and Izumi took the three-pronged kunai. They saw each other and nodded to their leader/friend and disappeared in a whirlwind of fire, both with malicious thoughts towards the Warhawk since they wanted his head. Naruto.ku and I will go for my family. I know that not all the Hyuga clan is bad, the secondary branch and some of the main are good, and I want to take them to Kurigakure. I do not want my clan to die completely, said Hinata seriously and somewhat sad. Naruto looked at his friend Bara love interest and nodded in understanding. He knew that not all the Hyuga clan was bad. There was Hanabi who was a girl who could be saved, and there was Niji who despite his former predicament of the destiny of this. According to his informants had changed and had become more humble, but in the same way he was worried that she would go alone because of what Naruto said. Fine Hinata, go, but you will not go alone, you will go with Yakumo. Take all those who are salvageable to the water capital so that the Hyuga clan resurges as one and no longer as two branches. Hinata and Yakumo nodded and went at full speed to the Hyuga clan compound. Well Naruto, and what are we going to do, asked Kurama with curiosity. Well, we will wait, we will attack when everyone is weakened. For now I will see this spectacle when Konoha no longer exists. I will go against his full daimyo. I know that he also saw me as a weapon, so after Konoha is dismissed myself and our armies will invade the capital of the country of fire. After finishing with the daimyo of fire, I will go for the one of earth. I know that he had something to do with what Geto did. Since according to my informants he had some business, the stupid dead dwarf Geto kidnapping children and women to enslave them, said Naruto calmly. Kurama looked at Naruto and realized Naruto would no longer be the owner of a country or two when all this is over, but would be the owner leader of 5 of the great nations, in addition to having under his command the country of the Whirlpool, as well as small countries, and gave a small smile. Since after all this there will be peace in the shinobi world, since Naruto will become the first leader of all the countries in the elemental nations, so he laughed internally and thought Naruto is definitely the child I was talking about, father and creator, the sage of the 6 paths. Well Kurama, we will wait for all this to progress, and when Son Goku's Jinchuriki has fought we will transport him to the water capital. I know he has seals that prevent him from disobeying Inoki, so if he is in a dangerous situation in this invasion, you will intervene, okay? Friend, said Naruto seriously. Kurama nodded. He would intervene anyway and support his brother before they kill his Jinchuriki and he dies. That would be bucking painful for his brother Son Goku. Meanwhile with Orochimaru he was laughing sadistically as he was killing several Chunin and Jounin who were rushing at him until suddenly 2 figures appeared that made him frown as they made his fun end, so he said, hello old friends. The 2 figures frowned. These 2 figures were the Godame Hokage Tsunade the Sannin of Slugs and Jiraiya the Wise Toad. The day you will die, Orochimaru, today there will be one less Sannin in the world. The leaf will be victorious, said Tsunade seriously, and releasing his chakra. Orochimaru looked at his former teammate and said to himself, it will be fun to see Tsunade's face when she summons her lover and her beloved brother Kukukuku. Well, it's a pleasure to see you again, Kukuku, said Orochimaru laughing. Kuchius. Edo Tensei, reincarnation of the impure world. After Orochimaru said that 8 coffins rose revealing Senju Nawaki, Dan Kato, Uzumaki Mido, Deidara, the crazy bombing of Iwa, Raza, the 4th Kazekage, Uzumaki Kushina, and finally the gold and silver brothers Jiraiya opened their eyes in shock to see several powerful shinobi in front of them, while Tsunade trembled to see Dan Kato, her former lover. Nawaki Senju, her little brother, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, her friend whom she considered a daughter, and Mido Uzumaki, her grandmother, in front of her. They were her precious people, and the pedophile snake Orochimaru dared to summon them. He will die, even if he has to make his last effort to take him to the next life. You're at a disadvantage, Orochimaru, we're 2 against 1, and both you and we know that you won't be able to fight us both, Jiraiya said mockingly. Orochimaru saw Jiraiya and said, let's see, 5th rate pervert. After saying that Orochimaru made hand positions and said, In another part of the village, Inoki was flying and killing the leaf ninja with his earthfire jutsus and his dust release jinten until several kunai infused with Raiten chakra went against the elusive Tsuchikage, but one of the kunai scraped his face, which made him frown. Inoki searched for who attacked him until he saw a young man with white hair and one with a bull head. I see that the green beast of the leaf and Kakashi of the Sharingan, who copied more than 1,000 jutsus, will be my opponents, although from what I see, they no longer have a Sharigan, said Inoki, mocking Kakashi. The aforementioned frowned at the mockery of the living fossil. Well, Kakashi, it's time to show our flames of youth to the Tsuchikage, said Guy energetically, but it would be the aforementioned nodded and prepared for battle, since the one in front of him was one of the 5 Kages, one of the strongest ninjas in the shinobi world, and despite his age, he was very strong. Inoki sweated a drop at Guy's enthusiastic attitude, but made hand positions and shouted Jinten. Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu dust release. Primitive world detachment jutsu. Both Guy and Kakashi opened their eyes in surprise at what they did the smartest thing and dodged Inoki's deadly jutsu, although it was able to destroy a part of the village, killing some Konoha.nin that were around the place. We have to finish off Inoki as quickly as possible, otherwise he will most likely finish us off with his dust release, said Kakashi seriously, and somewhat alarmed Guy nodded and released 6 of the 8 gates, since he was not going to restrict himself with a cage, despite his advanced age. Not for nothing his enemy in front of him was one of the 5 cages. On the other side of the village of Konoha, the granddaughter of Inoki Kuritsuchi of the lava element was facing 4 of the strongest women in Konoha. These were Anko Mitarashi, Hana Inyazuka, Ikgao Yuzuki and Kurenai Sarutobi. These 4 women were facing and gradually overcoming Inoki's granddaughter. I see that you are strong, especially you two, Anko Mitarashi, the snake lady of the leaf, and Heir rank Kunoichi, and Yuga Yuzuki, the best swordswoman in the leaf village, another mid-rank ninja, said Kuritsuchi with a half smile, although inside she was nervous, since the 4 women in front of her were powerful. She knew that individually, she was more powerful than the women in front of her, but she wouldn't know if she would defeat all 4 at the same time. You are also powerful, Inoki's granddaughter, without a doubt you are, said Anko amused, since the woman in front of her was so powerful as to face her Kurenai, Yugai and Hana, something that very few shinobi in Konoha could, so she made hand positions and said fire, release large fireball, thus sending a large fireball towards Kuritsuchi. She made hand positions and said earth, release double rock wall, thus protecting herself from Anko's fireball. With Kabuto he was dodging with regular difficulty Shikamaru's shadow, the punches that Joji was throwing at him, Ino's shuriken and Asuma's wind attacks. Asuma Sarutobi, I see that you are strong, but I am at Kakashi Haddock's level, and you are not at his level. Your leader was wrong to send you and your team to deal with me, that is why you will die in a painful way, said Kabuto smiling. Asuma and his team frowned at that statement but said nothing and went against their enemy to finish him off and go support the others in this invasion. Meanwhile, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Son Goku was killing a large number of ninjas who crossed his path until a squad of Anbu led by Sasuke and Yamato stopped Rashi in his tracks. So you're the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, you don't look like much, Sasuke said mockingly, since he thought all Jinchuriki were trash demons like his former teammate that he would one day kill. The aforementioned frowned, he didn't want to kill anyone, they were forcing him with those damn obedient seals, but the Uchiha in front of him will be an exception thanks to his arrogance, so he will burn him with his lava element until he dies completely. We'll see, last Uchiha of Konoha, said Rashi and made hand positions and said lava, release lava balls, thus sending a large amount of lava balls to Sasuke and Yamato's group. They dodged easily, but some of the Anbus were not so lucky and were completely burned. We have to work as a team to deal with the Jinchuriki of Iwa, Sasuke said Yamato seriously, since he knew that if they did not work together, they would die. The Uchiha ignored his order and took out his sword, infusing it with Raiten chakra, and went against Rashi at great speed, trying to cut his head. The aforementioned stepped back and sent a tidal wave of lava to Sasuke. He opened his eyes in surprise, but dodged the tidal wave, going to a building with great height. In another part of Konoha, more exactly in the root base of Danzo, he was nervous since he felt that something was approaching, something or someone very powerful, but he came out of those thoughts when he heard in his base screams of agony from his root Anbu and saw with horror as 2 pairs of red eyes murdered all his tools without emotions, so he prepared and took advantage of the time that his Anbu was giving them by sacrificing himself and removed the seals that he had on his arm and prepared for the battle that was about to come, since he knew that it would be very difficult to win, because he would face 2 of the most powerful Uchihas that have existed in decades. One of them was Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi. After a few minutes, dozens of root Anbu lay dead around Danzo's base. The Warhawk could be seen upset by this, while the 2 Uchihas looked impassively but angrily at Danzo for seeing his arm modified with the Sharingan eyes of the Uchihas, who were planning to carry out a coup in Konoha. It's a displeasure to see you again, Danzo, said Shisui with all the venom in his voice. Danzo looked at him impassively, although inside he was nervous. He wasn't facing a cage-level Uchiha, but two, and from what he saw, two very upset Uchihas. I would say it's a pleasure Shisui and Izumi, but it would be a lie now. How are they alive if you were supposed to commit suicide Shisui, after removing your eye? The same with you Izumi, were you supposed to die in the massacre? Asked Danzo, very curious as to how his two opponents were alive after all he saw their corpses. Simple, everything you saw was an illusion of Naruto. Sama, the team made you believe what you wanted to see, Naruto's illusions. Sama are beyond the Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan, and I would even say that not even the Rinnegan would know how to differentiate Naruto's illusions. Sama, said Izumi with pride and seriously. Danzo looked at her seriously and frowned at that. Shisui continued and said, well, besides that old fart, you never had my Sharingan, Naruto. Sama made you believe that you had it, haha. He said this in a mocking tone, making Danzo frown and disconcerting him a little, since he did not think that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was so powerful as to be able to deceive him, a veteran of the Second Shinobi War, which is why he cursed Naruto more and more for frustrating his plans for world domination. Well, since we just finished talking to you, old Warhawk, I think it's time to end your miserable existence, said Izumi, taking out her katana. Same here, said Shisui with a half smile, taking out his sword. Danzo narrowed his eyes and realized that this battle would be complicated, so he prepared to fight what he called the Uchiha brats. Both Shisui and Izumi infused their swords with Futon chakra and went against the Warhawk. The aforementioned made hand positions and said wind release air bullets, thus sending a large amount of bullets towards Shisui and Izumi. They used their swords and easily cut the air bullets from the Warhawk. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Invasion Part 1. Currently in the invasion of Iwa under the command of Inoki Odo under the command of Orochimaru towards Konoha, the battle between the strongest of those three villages was happening and was in favor of the alliance of Inoki and Orochimaru, since the Sannin of the snakes did something that froze everyone. Since the pedophile snake used the same jutsu that he used in his first invasion towards the leaf, this jutsu was the Edo Tensei reincarnation of the impure world. The ninjas that the Sannin snake summoned were Senju Nawaki Tsunade's little brother, Dan Kato Tsunade's lover, and a powerful jounin on par with a ninja rank A-S, Uzumaki Mido Tsunade's grandmother and wife of the first Hokage, being a legend in her own right, Dadara, the crazy bombing of Iwa. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, someone who controlled the golden dust, Uzumaki Kushina, the bloody habanero, and Mother Naruto being a Kunoichi, rank S easily cage level, and finally the gold and silver brothers, having a bit of the power of Kyuubi, being each one individually as strong as a ninja rank S. My dear friends Kukuku, did you like my surprise? Kuku. Orochimaru laughed sadistically, seeing the terrified faces of several Konoha.nin, and seeing the angry faces of his former teammates. You are a damn sadist, Orochimaru. How dare you summon my loved ones, roared Tsunade with fury and a great murderous intent that made all the shinobi around her tremble, while Orochimaru just licked his lips and laughed madly. Where are we? Asked Dan. Who summoned us? Asked Mido with a frown. Where am I, Databane? Said Kushina. Kukuku, I summoned the 8 to destroy Konoha. Kukuku. Rio sadistically. Orochimaru. And why the hell would I want to destroy the village that protected my husband, roared Kushina angrily. The Sannin looked at her and said, well, I will give you several reasons. The first is that this village despised your son, mistreated him, treated him like a demon. Your son was raised alone as a hated orphan, and they even charged him higher prices than normal Kuku, and they even banished him for fulfilling his mission to recover Sasuke. Han was banished all because of the hatred of this village for being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kuku. Kushina and the other revived opened their eyes in surprise, and Kushina frowned at what the Sannin of the snake said. That's true, Tsunade. Jiraiya didn't take care of my baby. You were her godparents, roared Kushina with a killing intent only comparable to that of Kyuubi, something that made everyone tremble. Even Orochimaru sweat at the Redeed's killing intent. Mido looked at her granddaughter and said, you disappoint me. Tsunade and Uzumaki always protects his family, and you didn't do it. I don't consider you my granddaughter. You make me feel sorry. Dan and Nawaki looked at their loving sister bar with disappointment. Tsunade had tears in her eyes for what was said and was in a state of shock for what her family said. But Kushina, Grandma Mido, said Tsunade. The two Redeeds gave her a cold look. Orochimaru laughed seeing the pain of his teammate and said, well, that's it, soap opera has to end, so it's time to start the party. Ginkaku Kuku. I want you to capture Sasuke.kun. He is fighting with the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Go quickly. I want his Sharingan. The brothers frowned, but listened. Kazekage.san go and support Otsutsuki to deal with his opponent. The Kazekage frowned and said nothing, obeying the order of the pedophile. Dadara.san go and destroy everything you want, kill everyone. Kuku, said Orochimaru. The bombing of Iwa, laughed madly and nodded good. And finally Nawaki, Dan, Mido go for Tsunade, finish off the fool. Well, you Kushina go for Jiraiya. I know he wants to kill him. Kukuku. The four Edo Tensei nodded and went for their opponents. Meanwhile at Danzo's root base he was battling against Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi. The old warhawk was breathing heavily as he had lost 6 of his 10 Sharingan that he had in his arm thanks to Shisui's Amaterasu and wind jutsus that he killed the warhawk 3 times, while thanks to Izumi with her lightning and water element she was able to kill Danzo 2 or 3 more times, leaving him with only 4 Sharingan. I see that it was not for nothing that they were the most powerful Uchihas of their generation. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, said Danzo with venom in his voice, since the brats in front of him had killed him so many times, leaving only him with 4 Sharingan, which gives him 4 more lives. Aheha, will it be that you have aged and become weak, senile old man, said Izumi mockingly. Shisui smiled at what Izumi said and said, not only old and senile you became Danzo, but also a weakling, since you need the power of the Uchihas and the Senju to feel powerful. It's a shame, old fool. The warhawk frowned at what the Uchihas said and to silence them, made hand positions and said Fton. To top a wind release. Great penetration, thus sending a large gust of wind towards the Uchiha duo. They dodged Danzo's attack and Shisui made hand positions and said lightning release electric wolves, then Izumi made hand positions and said fire release. Dragon Flame Song release technique. The electric wolves and the fire dragons went directly towards Danzo, who could not dodge the attack and ended up dying for the 7th time. He appeared again and thought to himself, I think that it will be better to escape. My pass is almost destroyed and fighting against the 2 for me will be impossible. I only have 3 Sharingan left. Shit, all this is because of the Kyuubi brat, so he made hand positions and said wind release. Air current, thus sending a large amount of wind towards the floor, causing the dust to cover his escape. Both Shisui and Izumi noticed that and frowned and followed Danzo with their Sharingan. When the 2 Uchihas saw Danzo outside their base, claiming both said at the same time Amaterasu, thus making the old warhawk stop in its tracks. Since the black flames landed in front of it and made it frown, realizing that the Uchihas would not let it escape, so Danzo made hand positions and said Kuchius no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, get out now Baku. It was then when both Izumi and Shisui were surprised by the creature in front of them, since it was like a chimera with the trunk of an elephant, eyes of rhinoceros, oxtail and the legs of a tiger. Will Izumi take care of that summoning? I will deal with Danzo, he only has 3 lives left. Said Shisui with a half smile. Izumi nodded also with a half smile and both went against their opponents. But Danzo, Izumi will take care of his summoning. I will fight against you, old fossil, said Shisui with a smile, but in his eyes you could see hatred directed towards the warhawk. Danzo growled at the insult and took out a kunai and said Fton. Shinken, thus surrounding a large amount of wind in his kunai, increasing its edge. Shisui smiled and said Susanoo, thus creating a spiritual humanoid in the shape of a green samurai warrior, the size of a Biju. Danzo opened his eyes in surprise and some fear for the large humanoid in front of him. Meanwhile Izumi saw the humanoid of his friend and smiled and said Susanoo, thus creating a spiritual humanoid in the shape of a pink samurai warrior, almost as big as Shisui. Susanoo, and said, well, it's time to finish you. After saying that, he took out 2 swords from his Susanoo and easily cut Baku, finishing him off and sending him to the world of summons. Danzo saw the pink humanoid in terror, realizing that he was terribly outmatched by the 2 Uchihas in front of him, but was brought out of his thoughts when Shisui Susanoo pierced him with his sword, making him use the Izanagi again. Seeing in horror that he only had 2 Sharingan left, he tried to make hand signs, but a large pink fist hit him. Killing him again, he used the Izanagi again, appearing again, but both Uchihas sent their Amaterasu, completely burning Danzo. He appeared again and the old warhawk realized that he was going to die and said, if I die I will take you, but before he does anything Izumi cut off his Sharingan arm while Shisui cut off his head, giving the end to Danzo. Finally, this battle is over, right Izumi, said Shisui with a half smile. Izumi nodded and said, how do you think Naruto is doing? Sama will be fine, he is too powerful, besides, he is with Kurama. Sama, if something happens he will take care of protecting them, said Shisui, although Izumi saw in his eyes concern for what the Uchiha said, and if we are going to support him, I think it will be better to do that. Shisui nodded and both in a burst of speed went to where the fighting was. Meanwhile at the Hyuga compound, Hinata and Yukuma watched as Hiashi forced those from the secondary branch to fight and protect him, which made them frown, so in a burst of speed they appeared at the Hyuga compound, killing both all the Iwa.nin and Odo.nin that surrounded the compound. That opened the surprised eyes of all the Hyuga, since in front of them was Hyuga Hinata, the Byakugan princess, and a cage-level Kunoichi, which made all the Hyuga sweat cold. Members of the branch house, I have come to rescue you from the main house, although those from the main house who do not wish for the cage bird seal to be used can also come, shouted Hinata with her chakra rising, making everyone around her shudder. "I see you have brought dishonor upon the clan," said Hiashi with venom in his voice. Hinata looked at the man responsible for her father's death and said, "Today you will die, Hiashi Hyuga, and all who follow you." Hiashi sneered and said, "Silly girl, you can't beat me." But he couldn't finish speaking as Hinata in a burst of speed threw a Ken punch at him, sending him flying towards the compound, causing a loud bang. All the members of the main and secondary houses were surprised by how Hinata, who was supposed to be weak, easily took out the head of the Hyuga clan with ease. "Well, it's time to finish off the elders and their followers," said Hinata seriously. The Hyuga elders were nervous. They never thought that the former Hyuga heiress was so powerful. Meanwhile, in the battle of Inoki against Kakashi and Guy, you could see the two elite jounin somewhat tired and bleeding in the case of Kakashi, while Inoki could be seen very exhausted and with an arm somewhat burned by Kakashi's Kaiten jutsus. The copy ninja was going to finish off the Tsuchikage with his Chidori until he was hit by a fist made of gold dust from the revived fourth Kazekage that made Kakashi fly several meters. "Well, Tsuchikage, it seems we will work together to finish off the green beast of Konoha," and the copy ninja said. The Kazekage, somewhat annoyed of being used as a weapon against the Leaf Village Inoki, looked at the revived Kazekage and said, "How are you here, Kazekage?" The mention looked at the Tsuchikage and said, "Orochimaru revived me and 7 other ninjas so that we can destroy Konoha." He said this angrily and frowning at being the puppet of the man who killed him. Tsuchikage nodded and smiled, as he now knew that he would win against the two elite jounin in front of him. But Kakashi and Guy, we are seeing the revived cage in front of them, and they were worried since they knew that fighting Inoki was complicated, but fighting Inoki and another cage would be much more difficult and even worse, being an Ito Tensei, a dead man with unlimited chakra. That was when Kakashi said, "Guy, go for Inoki. I will fight for the previous Kazekage and seal him." The aforementioned nodded and lit his sixth gate again, preparing for the coming battle against him and his best friend. The former Kazekage Raza looked with interest at his opponents and sent a tide of gold dust to both elite jounin, who dodged by climbing the buildings around them. Inoki flew and went against Kakashi to finish off the one he thought was the most troublesome, but a strong counter-punch from Guy sent him flying away from the area where Kakashi and Raza, the Yondaime Kazekage, were. "Well, Kakashi of the Sharingan, although from what I see, you no longer have one," said the Kazekage, curious to know what happened to the Sharingan of the man who was going to face the copy ninja. Looked at his opponent cautiously and took out a kunai, filling it with Raiten chakra around it so that it would have greater penetrating power, and launched himself against the revived cage. But Yamato, Sasuke, the Anbu and Jounin, who were facing Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, and subduing him with the Sharingan and the Mokuton, until suddenly two figures appeared that made several of the Jounin and Anbu pale. These were the brothers Gold and Silver Ginkaku, two powerful shinobi feared in their time. Yamato sweated for the opponents in front of him and said, "Sasuke, I will take care of Giganku, you go for Kinkaku. The others kill the Jinchuriki to end this battle as quickly as possible." Everyone nodded and went for their opponents. Meanwhile, at the Hokage monument, a few minutes before Naruto saw the chaos in front of him with a half smile, he was alone since Kurama had gone to have fun, killing all the Konoha.ni and Iwa.ni and Odo.ni, and Naruto siege watching the disaster until he saw something he didn't like. He saw that Orochimaru did the Ito Tensei and saw with his eyes full of out how the pedophile snake revived his mother Kushina Uzumaki. So he stands up and left himself. It's time to finish off a snake, after saying that he disappeared in a whirlwind of flames ready to cut off the pedophile's head. With Anko and her fellow Kunoichi, they were fighting against Kuretsuchi. She had already killed Hana in Yuzuka, while Kurenai lost an arm thanks to, and in the case of Inoki's granddaughter, she had several snake bites and was already poisoned. In addition to that, she had several sword cuts around her courtesy of Yugao Kuretsuchi, realizing that she would not survive against her 3 opponents, did something she recently learned from her grandfather and consumed the rest of her remaining chakra. She made hand positions and shouted Jinten. Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu dust release. Primitive world detachment jutsu. Both Anko, Kurenai and Yugao opened their eyes in shock and went for a white dome, thus all of them disintegrating. Moments before, Izumi and Shisui were running killing ninjas from the 3 villages until they saw their friend Anko about to be killed by Kuretsuchi, so Izumi made a jutsu to save her old friend and said Kamui, thus absorbing Anko into his dimension, saving her from Kuretsuchi's jutsu. "I finally finished off those 4 women. This was more complicated than I thought, but Inoki's granddaughter couldn't finish when a blade surrounded by electricity cut off her head. The one that cut off Kuretsuchi's head was none other than Uchiha Izumi, who took advantage of his opportunity to end the life of one of the strongest ninjas in Iowa. Well, it's time to get Anko out." After saying that, Izumi with her Kamui took Anko out of her dimension. The aforementioned came out and was bewildered since she was supposed to have died with Kuretsuchi's attack, until suddenly she sees 2 familiar faces and says, "Izumi, Shisui, what are you doing here?" Izumi smiles and explains what happened. She nodded that Anko understands the situation for what she said. "What are you going to do?" Both Izumi and Shisui looked at each other and said at the same time, "We will support Naruto." Sama today Konoha will be destroyed, Anko nodded in understanding, but suddenly the trio heard several explosions, and the three saw surprised how Dadara the crazy bomber from Iowa was killing by exploding several of the Konoha.nin. I see the damn Orochi team use the Ito Tensei well, I will deal with Dadara. Izumi Anko, go ahead, ordered Shisui. Both Kinoichis nodded. And in Shisui's case, he stayed and went against Dadara, activating his Susanoo and giving a strong blow to the Iowa mad bomber. Madara after a few seconds recovered and said, I see that you are an Uchiha and not just any Uchiha, but that you are Uchiha Shisui. It will be interesting to fight against you. Shisui looked at him with disdain and said, I will end this quickly. I do not have time for a long fight. It was then when Shisui activated his Susanoo to its maximum splendor, and with the sword that he took from Itachi, which is the sword of Totsuka, he pierced Dadara, sealing him with ease, but suddenly more than 30 ninjas surrounded Shisui. He sighed and began to finish them off in order to help his leader. Meanwhile, with Hinata and Yakumo, they had finished off most of the main house of the Hyuga clan. Hinata had finished off Hiashi and the Hyuga elders. Currently Hinata, with her new and improved Dojutsu, which was the Tensegan, opened a portal in which all the Hyuga of the secondary house and some of the main house were passing to have a new life. Seriously, you are not coming with us, sister, said Hanabi with some concern. Hinata shook her head and said, I have to help Naruto.kun to finish off all of Konoha's enemies. Niji, who was next to Hanabi, said, Hanabi-sama, it's time to go. Hinata-sama is strong enough to protect himself. He has nothing to worry about. We need to go through the portal and leave Hinata alone. Sama, the younger Hyuga, nodded, and they crossed through the portal created by Hinata, being the last to pass. The moment everyone crossed through the portal, more than 300 ninja from Iowa and Odo surrounded Hinata and Yakumo. Both girls smiled sweetly, unsheathing their Zanpakuto, and roared, activating their Shikai, deciding Yakumo, destroy the mind with your illusions, Tsukiyomi, while in Hinata's case she said, rule over the frozen skies or freeze the frozen skies, Heimer Meru. After both said that, a gigantic amount of energy erupted from them, and they went against their enemies, knocking them all down with ease. Meanwhile, in the battle of Jiraiya vs Kushina, the Toad Sannin, despite being in his sage mode, found it difficult to deal with Iridid, and more so when she wanted to kill him by any means, and despite the fact that she had not done any serious damage to him, he had several cuts all over his body. Jiraiya's thought. Kushina is still even more dangerous than Tsunade. Sealing her will be very complicated. Come and face your punishment, you perverted toad, you will pay for not taking care of my baby, you wretch, roared Kushina. The Sannin frowned and dodged Kushina's attack. She mentioned she did hand positions and said fire released out of the sun goddess, so the Iridid sent a gigantic fire towards Jiraiya that could be seen all over Konoha. Jiraiya did hand positions and an earth wall rose up, but even with the wall it could not hold and was destroyed by the fire, resulting in Jiraiya with some burns, which made him scream in pain. But Tsunade, she was in serious trouble, since her brothers Suiton Jutsus were a nuisance, but in combination with Dan's Futon and Reiton Jutsus, they were a danger, and to make matters worse, her grandmother Mido had hit her several times with her adamantine chains, so she had to use Byakumo no and seal strength of 100, but even so, she was in trouble against the three opponents in front of her. They're my ex-granddaughter, I am disappointed in you, you know I thought you would be a true Uzumaki and protect your relatives, it's a shame, said Mido. Disappointed Tsunade frowned and was going to say something when she saw with horror how Kushina cut off Jiraiya's arm. But suddenly everyone heard with surprise someone say zero, and everyone saw with surprise how a gigantic amount of energy was directed against Tsunade, and the three revived with whom she was fighting. Tsunade was barely able to dodge thanks to her vast experience as well as Mido, but Dan and Nawaki were not as lucky and were completely disintegrated by the attack. Wow, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, it's good that the three of you are in one place so I can finish you off without having to go looking for you, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. The three Sannin frowned at the person in front of him, since that person has been a thorn in their country for a long time. While in Mido's case she looked curiously at the man in front of her, realizing that he was in Uzumaki by his chakra, and in Kushina's case she was surprised and happy, since she knew who was in front of her was her son Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Invasion Part 2. In the previous chapter we saw a battle between Orochimaru and his Ito Tensei vs Tsunade, the God Hokage, and Jiraiya the Toad Sage. They're my ex-granddaughter, I am disappointed in you, you know I thought you would be a true Uzumaki and protect your relatives, it's a shame, said Mido. Disappointed Tsunade frowned and was going to say something when she saw with horror how Kushina cut off Jiraiya's arm. But suddenly everyone heard with surprise someone say zero, and everyone saw with surprise how a gigantic amount of energy was directed against Tsunade, and the three revived with whom she was fighting. Tsunade was barely able to dodge thanks to her vast experience as well as Mido, but Dan and Nawaki were not as lucky and were completely disintegrated by the attack. Wow, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, it's good that the three of you are in one place so I can finish you off without having to go looking for you, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. The three Sannin frowned at the person in front of him, since that person has been a thorn in their country for a long time. While in Mito's case she looked curiously at the man in front of her, realizing that he was in Uzumaki by his chakra, and in Kushina's case she was surprised and happy, since she knew who was in front of her was her son Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto my boy, said Kushina with joy. Naruto saw his mother and gave a small smile and said, hello mother, it's good to see you, but I was hoping to get to know you better under other circumstances. Kushina nodded sadly and said, sorry for letting your father seal the Kyuubi in you, son, sorry for the life you went through, I want you to know that I love you. Naruto nodded and said, me too mother, but this is not the time, since it is time for me to permanently deal with the pedophile snake that summons you. The drunken old woman and the pervert, it is time for Konoha to fall. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned, realizing that Naruto was not there to help them, but to finish them off. The Sannin duo were going to attack the former Jinchuriki, but suddenly three figures appeared that surprised the three Sannin, but there was one of these three figures that made the Sannin sweat cold, and this was Uchiha Shisui, Shunshin no Shisui, Shisui of the flickering body. I see we arrived on time, Naruto. Sama, said Izumi seriously, this battle will be interesting, it's time to finish off my old sensei, said Anko licking her lips that although she was still somewhat exhausted from her previous battle, she had already recovered most of her chakra with the soldier pill she ate. It's time for the Sannin and all of Konoha to look, said Shisui seriously. It's good that you're here to help me, I guess Kurama is dealing with the four-tailed Jinchuriki. They are Goku, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Naruto said calmly but happy that his friends support him in finishing off the scum of Konoha. Yes, but well, it's time for the battle to begin, don't you believe it, said Naruto smiling. The others nodded, and so a three-sided battle took place. On the other side of Konoha, Sasuke and Yamato were along with several Anbus were battling against the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Ginkaku and Kinkaku, the Gold and Silver brothers, 2S-ranked ninjas who were revived by the Snake Sannin. We have to seal the Gold and Silver brothers or we will lose this battle, Yamato shouted to the Anbus that were with him. The Gold and Silver brothers mocked and were going to attack, but suddenly a red flash appeared behind the Gold and Silver brothers, piercing each one of them with his arms, and they all heard the stranger say element burn demonic calciner, thus burning both Ito Tensei with ease, and Yamato nervously looked at the man in front of him. Since he had just defeated 2S-class ninjas with ease, despite the fact that he attacked them by surprise, that did not take away the astonishment and nervousness he felt, since the man in front of him emitted a great presence, one so great that it made his Hokage look like a little girl. Who are you, said Yamato squinting his eyes, although inside he was very nervous. Kurama saw the Mokuton user and said, who I am is none of your business, since you will die now, along with all of Konoha. Yamato and the Anbus frowned at that and launched to attack Kurama. But Kurama took out his 9 tails, and with them he pierced the face and head of the Anbu who were attacking them. Yamato was in a state of shock because of that, and saw with horror how behind the man in front of him, 9 tails moved, and he realized who his opponent was, and it terrified him, since his opponent was the Kyuubi himself. You are the Kyuubi, how are you free? Were you supposed to be inside Uzumaki? Namikaze Naruto, what did he do? Shouted Yamato, and the Anbus who heard him became alert and scared, since the opponent in front of him is the Kyuubi, the most powerful Biju. The Kyuubi looked at them with disinterest and said, Naruto just freed me. Since in his eyes I did not deserve to be sealed, but leaving that subject aside, how about we start our battle? It will be interesting to kill you, and the only survivor of Orochimaru's experiment, so you can use the Mokuton. Yamato opened his eyes in surprise, since there were few people who knew that he was an experiment of the traitor Sannin Orochimaru. How do you know that? Said Yamato narrowing his eyes, but you could see the anger in them, since Kurama told his biggest secret. Kurama sneered and said, well, if you don't attack me, it's time for me to do it. After saying that, Kurama made hand positions and said element burn heat bombardment, thus sending several small fireballs to the Konoha, Iwa and Odo ninjas, completely incinerating them. Yamato, who barely survived Kurama's attack with his Mokuton defense, watched in horror as the bodies of Odo Shinobi, Iwa Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi turned to ashes, and that made him swallow hard, since he knew that this was his end. He had no chance of defeating the strongest of the Bijuus. Ukikuku, it's time for you to die. Mokuton user, it's a shame since I don't feel evil in you, but it has to be done since it's time for all of Konoha to pay for the acts against my cub and his women, said Kurama. With a dark voice, Yamato frowned and made hand positions, but before he finished, Kurama in a burst of speed ripped out his heart and crushed it with ease. Well, this was too easy, it's a shame. I wonder if Hinata and Yakumo have already finished off all the Hyugas who are not on our side. Kurama wondered, but dismissed those thoughts and shrugged, going to his next objective, which was the Uchiha. While with Sasuke and Rashi, both were fighting, although Rashi, thanks to his great experience and his partial control of his Bijuu, was little by little cornering the Uchiha with his lava fire and earth jutsu. Despite the fact that Sasuke had the Susanoo as a defense, he barely resisted the power of the four-tailed Bijuu. Shit, the four-tailed Shinchuriki will not defeat me. I am an Uchiha, I am a god. No foolish demon will be able to defeat me, roared Sasuke with his Susanoo growing greatly, ready to hit Rashi, who was very surprised by the large size of the Susanoo and prepared for what was coming. But suddenly they both heard a voice say element burn demonic calcination. After the voice said that, a great torrent of flames went toward Sasuke, who was surprised but received the attack head-on, thinking that his Susanoo would resist that fire jutsu. When the fire attack collided with Sasuke's Susanoo, causing a great explosion, and when the smoke dissipated, you could see most of the Susanoo destroyed and a panting Sasuke, since he had to put much more chakra than thought to protect himself from the jutsu that attacked him by surprise. Sasuke was searching for his attacker until suddenly a red flash appeared in front of him and he kicked his Susanoo, sending it flying towards the buildings. Well, I think the last Uchiha of Konoha is a weakling, said Kurama mockingly. Meanwhile inside Rashi, the Four Tails or Goku was impressed to see Kurama in the form of a human. While Rashi was preparing to attack him despite being weakened, he would not let himself be defeated easily, so he made hand positions. But before he finished, Kurama in a burst of speed appeared in front of Rashi, who was with his Bijuu cloak, and said sealing demonic retention of tailed beasts, thus Kurama surrounding the tips of his hand with his energy and throwing them into Rashi's stomach, causing him to fall unconscious. Well, my brother Rashi's Jinchuriki is here, it's time for me to take him to the water capital. After Kurama said that, he made hand positions and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone grabbed Rashi and disappeared in a red flash, taking him to the water capital. Well, I think it's time to finish off the troops of Iwa, Odo and Konoha. It's good to stretch our legs. After Kurama said that, he made dozens if not hundreds of clones of himself and scattered them throughout the village to finish off both sides. But suddenly he heard a loud noise, and with his sensory ability he felt a shinobi who he was interested in killing in the worst way. The ninja who interested him was Hada Kakashi, the last student of the Yondaime, and the one who did not take care of or protect Naruto. He would kill Haddock and would not let anyone else steal that from him, so in a burst of speed he went to where Kakashi was fighting against Inoki. And the Kazuki revived. Meanwhile, Guy and Kakashi continued fighting against Inoki and Reizo, who was revived by the snake San and Orochimaru. The fight was not in favor of the Jounin duo, since despite cutting off his head or piercing Raza, he continued to regenerate, which made the Jounin curse Orochimaru for using the cursed Ito Tensei against Konoha. It's a shame Kakashi.san that I have to kill you. Who am I cheating on? I always wanted to kill you for being the Yondaime student, said Inoki laughing sadistically, so he made hand positions and said Jinten. Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu Dust Release. Jutsu of the detachment of the primitive world, but before Inoki finished throwing his jutsu at Kakashi, a crimson blade cut his head, killing him. Everyone was in shock, but they came out of the shock. Since both the revived Kazuki Guy and Kakashi saw Redeed, who appeared to be about 18 years old, walk calmly towards them with a crimson blade, which gave him to understand that he was the one who cut off Inoki's head. Guy and the Kazuki were confused since they did not know the Redeed, but Kakashi saw with horror the man in front of him, since the man in front of him was the captain commander that Naruto had under his command, a man who terrified him, since the intention to kill that he had when he met him was even greater than that of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Both Guy and the Kazuki realized that Kakashi was terrified by the presence of the young man in front of him and were going to ask who he was, but saw him disappear in a red flash, appearing in front of the Kazuki and piercing him, making the former cage ashes. This made Guy get nervous and Kakashi get even more terrified. It's good to see you, Kakashi.san, it's time for you to die for what you did to my little brother, said Kurama with his power sprouting that made both Jounin surprised, and Kakashi said, what do you mean by doing something to your brother? I don't know him. Kurama looked at the former copy ninja and said, simple Kakashi, my dear brother is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I am his guardian, I am his brother, and I will marry all those who hurt him. Kakashi opened his eyes in surprise and grimaced, since when he was assigned to take care of Naruto he evaded that order and made several other Anbus do the same, so that Naruto suffers for the mobs of civilians. I see you remember what you did to my dear brother, Kakashi.san, said Kurama seriously, but with a dark aura around him. Kakashi grimaced and prepared to fight, as did Guy, who was tired but activated the fifth gate. Do you really think you two will be able to beat me? Poor fools, die fire element, great tide of fire. Kakashi opened his eyes in surprise at the huge amount of flames heading towards him and Guy, so he did hand positions and said water element, great wall of water. The tide of fire collided with Kakashi's wall of water, but it couldn't hold up and destroyed it, but the seconds that his wall held back the tide of fire was enough for him and Guy to dodge. Oh, I see that you were able to dodge my first attack, but don't worry, you won't be able to dodge this one. After Kurama took out the Zanpakuto that Naruto gave him and said reduce all creation to ashes, Reincarnation, after saying that a great torrent of fire rose up and launched itself towards Kakashi and Midougai, burning them, as well as several Oto.Nin, Iwa.Nin and Konoha.Nin, turning them to ashes. The torrent of fire was so great that all sides could see in horror as the great torrent of fire consumed a quarter of Konoha. I think it's over. I never thought that Reincarnation was so powerful. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll go help Naruto. I feel Kushina and Mito's chakra, it will be interesting to see them again, said Kurama with a giggle. Meanwhile, seconds before, with Urei Tsunade and Orochimaru who were about to fight Naruto, but before launching themselves against the former Jinchuriki, they saw with astonishment and horror how a great sea of flames scorched a quarter of Konoha. What the hell was that? Who the hell could throw that great fire jutsu? Even Sensei's fire jutsus fall short of that, Jiraiya shouted in shock. Naruto let out a small chuckle upon hearing Jiraiya so hysterical, which made the three Sannin, Mito and her mother Kushina turn to look at him, while Shisui, Izumi and Anko also looked at their leader with curiosity, since that great tide of fire was impressive if not terrifying. Who did that, Naruto? Do you know how many Konoha Shinobis died there? Roared Tsunade with hatred in her eyes. Naruto laughed and said, well, the one who did that is my brother, someone that you fear and tremble just by hearing his title, and who according to you would make us tremble, hissed Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes at the former Jinchuriki. Naruto laughed, well, his title is Kyuubi, the strongest of the Bijuu, and also my captain general and brother in everything but blood. The Sannin, Kushina, Mito and Anko opened their eyes in shock, some knowing that the Kyuubi was free, others knowing that Naruto now considered him his brother, and others knowing that the Kyuubi was the captain general of the Water Nation, someone who has under his command several S-rank ninjas and hundreds, if not thousands of samurai. That is impossible. It was supposed that when a Bijuu is released the user dies, said Kushina curiously. Oh mother, that is almost true, but things happened that I will not say, and well, now I am alive and my brother is already coming to claim the blood of you foolish Sannin, and they will say that they have their armies here. I will only say this: several of the clans were exterminated, as well as most of the Konoha shinobi. I was shinobi and Oro shinobi, now only a few remain, and well, it's time to wait for my dear brother and my old teammates. Naruto laughed, since he had felt Sakura and Sasuke approaching. Well, Kurama was also very close to where he was, and he realized that he was only taking too long, because he was annihilating the shinobi that stood in his way. It's surprising, I never thought someone would consider the strongest Bijuu a brother, said Mito curiously. Oh lady Mito, I consider him my brother, my best friend, and the first to trust me. Are you surprised to know that the Kyuubi is not the beast you thought it was, said Naruto. Mito nodded and said, I think we better start our battle, since our guests are about to arrive. Naruto nodded and prepared for battle, as did the Sannin, but before they attack a red flash appeared next to Naruto, and next to the Sannin appeared Naruto's two former teammates. These were Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura Haruno. Starting the last battle, the end of the Sannin, Iwa, Odo, Sasuke and Sakura, the end of the darkness in the shinobi world is approaching. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Invasion Part 3. Currently in the invasion of Konoha carried out by Wagakure under the command of Inoki and Itagakure, under the command of Orochimaru the Snake Sannin, hundreds if not thousands of deaths could be seen from both Konoha, Iwa and Odo. On the other hand, in the center of the village a battle like no other could be seen, since this battle will decide whether Konoha remains standing or perishes like all the shinobi who have died in the invasion. Currently the strongest ninjas were battling, either to destroy Konoha or to keep the Leaf Village standing. Hello Sasuke team, girl in front, it's a displeasure to see you again, Naruto said with a half smile. The aforementioned frowned, since the dope of his class dared to offend them, the best of their generation. Shut up dope, today you will die the same with those two Uchihas. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shisui will die, roared Sasuke angrily, since the three in front of him robbed him of his revenge, one by sending both Uchihas to finish off his brother and the other two by killing his target, their purpose which was to kill his brother. If you shut up Naruto Baka, today you will die by Sasuke.kun, screamed Sakura, making everyone cover their ears, since her voice was unbearable. Some of them wondered if it was not a bloodline, since Sakura's voice was deadly. Shut up pink-haired monster, today you will die by my hand. I hate your screech. Before I couldn't kill you, since you had your mother in the civil council, but now she is no longer here, so I will enjoy torturing you, said Anko with a sadistic smile on her face. We'll see, booking snake, I'll kill you, and that way Sasuke.kun will be proud of me, Sakura roared with fire in her eyes. Everyone rolled their eyes, even Orochimaru and the revived, seeing Sakura's fanaticism. Well, I think we should start this Kukuku party, Naruto laughed darkly, unleashing some of his power, since he will finally be able to take care of the three Sannin and finish off the stupid Toad Sannin, the pedophile snake, and the drunken old woman who calls herself Hokage. Everyone shuddered at the dark laughter given by Naruto, and a chill ran through them now just realizing how dangerous their opponent can be, as they saw a chilling energy coming out of him. "Well, I think we should start this battle," a certain little brother said, a dark voice making everyone on the battlefield tremble as they felt his power. "Oh yes brother, it's time for all our enemies to tremble," Naruto said with a half smile. "Who are you trash?" said Sasuke, narrowing his eyes at his new opponent. Tsunade and Orochimaru also narrowed their eyes, since they did not know who their new opponent was or how strong he was, while Kushina, Mito and Jiraiya widened their eyes in surprise since they realized who they would face, and Jiraiya trembled, knowing that he would have to face the strongest of the Biju, and that was not nice at all, since he knew that there was little chance of defeating him. "Hello Kyuubi, it's a pleasure to see you again, although I'm surprised by the form you have," said Mito, extremely curious about the form that the Kyuubi has. Both Tsunade, Sakura, Sasuke and Orochimaru opened their eyes in shock, knowing that they had to face the strongest of the Biju, the Kyuubi. "Impossible," said Tsunade incredulously. "Well, if you are the Kyuubi it will be easy to finish you off and control you with my Sharigan, you won't have any chance," said Sasuke with an arrogant smile. Kurama rolled his eyes at the Uchiha's arrogance and said, "Those stupid eyes are nothing, you won't have the power to control me, stupid and weak Uchiha, but anyway, changing the subject, how about we start this battle?" Everyone in Naruto's group nodded and waited for their leader's order. "Okay, Kurama, go get Mito and my mother, stop them." The Kyuubi nodded happily to be able to fight the Redeeds. "Anko, go and finish off Sakura, make her suffer like you know how." The snake lady nodded reluctantly. "Shisui, Izumi, finish them off. They are Sasuke, the foolish weak brother of Itachi. I don't think it will take them long, since he is much weaker than Itachi. I will take care of the three Sannin. It is time for them to learn a lesson." They all nodded and went against the opponents dictated by their leader, leaving him to fight the three Sannin. "Fukuku, I didn't think you wanted to fight my Naruto.kun," said Orochimaru with an arrogant smile. "You've become arrogant by wanting to fight me and Tsunade at the same time," Naruto said. "Jiraiya. It's time to kill you, Naruto, it's time for you to pay for Kushina's death," Tsunade said with anger, since she thought that because of Naruto's birth, Kushina died. "The arrogant ones are you three legendary Sannin, hahaha, it will be the three biggest idiots. You are a pathetic excuse of shinobi. One is a mad scientist with questionable hexual tendencies, the other is a pathetic pervert who let himself be guided by a pathetic prophecy, hopeless fool, and finally an old drunk Hokage who blames me for the death of my mother being the culprit, and Uchiha who controlled Kurama. Fools, the three of you and fools will die," said Naruto in a mocking tone. The three Sannin narrowed their eyes at such mockery and frowned at that, but one of these Sannin did not take his insult well and went straight against Naruto to throw a punch, surrounded by a gigantic amount of chakra to break his head if possible, so the Hokage giving Naruto a blow, breaking his head, making him smile, but suddenly everyone heard a deep but mocking voice say, "Destroy Kyoka Sujetsu," so Naruto's headless body was shattered into pieces as if it were glass and the real Naruto appeared. Next to Tsunade, while the Hokage appeared with hundreds of cuts on her and one of her arms was missing a hand that made Orochimaru and Jiraiya open their eyes in shock, since they did not know what exactly happened. They only saw Naruto headless, then appear next to Tsunade, and then see Tsunade battered to such an extent that she looks more dead than alive. "You are fools, you will not be able to beat me, it's not that I'm arrogant, I know I can beat you, I won't deny that in power you are easily cage level ninjas, but I am above that level, just look at how I left Tsunade, and that's without trying," said Naruto in a mocking but sincere tone. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru frowned and watched in surprise as Tsunade slowly got up. Naruto also noticed and watched with great interest as Tsunade's wound slowly healed, which impressed him. The Hokage tried to throw another punch at Naruto, but he disappeared and appeared a few meters away from her. "I see why they are called Sannin, and I see why you were chosen as the Goddamn Hokage. You are interesting old drunk witch, but well, what do you think if we continue with this battle?" asked Naruto in a mocking tone. The three Sannin frowned and Tsunade said, "Well Orochimaru, since we have a common enemy we will fight like old times and finish off the demon boy in front of us." The snake Sannin nodded reluctantly, realizing how dangerous Naruto was. Jiraiya was surprised by what Tsunade said, since he did not think that she would ally herself with Orochimaru, the murderer of her sensei, just to finish off Naruto, but she said nothing since she knew how dangerous the son of her former student was, so as soon as they finished off Naruto he would kill Orochimaru with all his power. "I see that they lowered themselves quite a bit. I never imagined that the pedophile snake, the perverted toad and the drunk princess would work together again." "Kukuku, what a laugh," said Naruto all mockingly. The Sannin frowned but said nothing, preparing to fight the enemy in front of them. For the first time in years, the Sannin united to defeat a common enemy, which was Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Meanwhile with Kushina, Mito against Kurama, the redeeted duo looked cautiously at Kurama in human form, since they never imagined that a Biju could have that form, and that made him see him with more caution, but at the same time with joy, since they knew that the Kyuubi could free them from the control of the pedophile snake. They knew that they had not returned with all their power, since Orochimaru feared that they would free themselves from his control. "Nice to see you again Kushina, Mito, it's a shame it's under these circumstances," said Kurama calmly. Haha, nice to see you Kyuubi, who would have thought you would become my baby's adoptive brother, we'll see what you can do in that way, I hope you manage to seal us, since I don't want to be forced to hurt my baby, said Kushina honestly. I say the same, seal me, since I do not wish to harm a Jinchuriki, and even less if it is in Uzumaki, I do not wish to hurt my people, so Kyuubi, defeat us and seal us, said Mito, frowning at being controlled by the pedophile snake. You don't have to worry, I'll finish you two off so you can rest in peace, Kurama declared sincerely. The redeeted duo smiled and prepared for the coming battle against the ancient Biju residing within. Fire-style great tide of fire roared Kurama, launching a gigantic wave of fire towards Kushina and Mito. The redeeds made hand positions and said at the same time tsunami water style, thus both launching a gigantic tide of water towards Kurama's large amount of fire, thus neutralizing the attacks of both sides. Element burn calcination, said Kurama, sending several fireballs towards the redeeds. Kushina smiled, and with her Tanto surrounded by water chakra parting with some difficulty Kurama's attacks, while Mito made hand positions and said Fuinjutsu light barrier, thus she is protecting herself from all of Kurama's attacks. The Biju frowned, but then smiled and said, I see it won't be easy to defeat them, not for nothing you were the most powerful women of your time, even the cages feared you. This will be fun. You flatter us Kyuubi, but well get ready because now we will go for everything, said Mito, making hand positions and saying Fuinjutsu explosive destruction. Like this the legendary Kunoichi sending hundreds of explosive tags towards Kurama. The aforementioned, realizing what she wanted to do, Mito dodged her attack with regular ease, but suddenly Kurama saw with surprise how a large water dragon was heading towards him, so he quickly made hand positions and sent a large fireball causing the dragon and the fireball to cause a large cloud of steam. I see that you are powerful, although we both know that if you take your fox form you could level this village, Kushina said calmly. Kurama saw his former Jinchuriki and said, well, if I take my true form, it would be easier for you to hold me back with your silly diamond chains. Both redeeds looked at each other and smiled when they saw that the fox wasn't underestimating them at all, but rather was being cautious, and that made them smile, so they prepared for battle, even though they doubted they could win. Elsewhere in Konoha, Sakura was trying to break Anko's head so she could be noticed by her Sasuke.kun and make him fall in love with her. Girl forehead, you are silly and slow, you can have a strength comparable to that of the old drunk Tsunade, but you definitely do not have a good fighting style, you are just a girl with a big forehead, said Anko in a mocking tone, making Sakura frown and attack. Angrily Anko, the former snake lady of Konoha, took advantage of Sakura's lack of emotional control and stuck several sebin with poison in various parts of the pink-haired girl's body, making her moan in pain as the poison made her entire body burn as if she were being burned alive. Damn bitch, what did you do to me? My whole body feels like it's being burned, Sakura roared with hatred in her eyes. Kukuku, pink-haired brat, the only thing I did to you was put a very powerful poison in those sebin, it is a very special poison. Since even though it doesn't kill you, it weakens you quite a bit and burns all your muscles from the inside, making it difficult to move, and even if you give it the poison it is very powerful, your chakra may not stabilize to the point that you won't be able to use it for several days or even weeks. Sakura opened her eyes in horror and surprise, knowing what her enemy's poison was doing, and was going to try one last hit towards Anko to kill her, but before the pink-haired girl could hit Anko's head, she took out several Kurani and threw them at Sakura, who couldn't move well because of the poison she had, making Tsunade's apprentice scream in pain. Well Brad, I think you lost, it's a shame I have to kill you. Oh, who am I kidding, I wanted to kill you a long time ago, but for different reasons, one for speaking ill of Naruto Sama and two because I know how stupid you are and have that squeaky voice. Hell, I've wanted to do this for a long time, said Anko with a sadistic smile on her face. Meanwhile the battle of the Uchiha duo of Yuzu against the last Uchiha loyal to Konoha was in favor of the Uchihas of Yuzu. Sasuke was slowly running out of chakra despite possessing the Manjukum Sharingan. These were nothing compared to the power of Izumi and Shisui, who possessed the eternal Manjukum Sharingan and had a better control of their eyes compared to Sasuke. It's a shame we have to kill you, little Sasuke, Izumi said with some sadness. Yes, but unfortunately you've become too dark, there's too much hatred in you, Itachi would be disappointed. I hope you can rest in peace when you're dead, Shisui said with honesty in his words. The younger Uchiha frowned at being underestimated by his brother's old friends and activated his semi-complete Susanoo to finish off those who stole his revenge on his older brother. Your Susanoo may be strong, but it's far from being at the level of your older brother Sasuke's Susanoo, and my Susanoo is even stronger than Itachi's, while Izumi's has a destructive power comparable to mine. Do you really think you can beat us with that? Shisui mocked, activating his own Susanoo along with Izumi, which far surpassed Sasuke's, and went for the younger Uchiha's head. Naruto, you have to stop, you can't continue doing this. Blonde Jiraiya got angry, since he knew well that if Naruto continued like this, the leaf would be completely destroyed, since Tsunade barely had the energy to continue fighting, while his former partner Orochimaru looked tired, since he had changed his skin more than 6 times, and from what he saw that consumed a large amount of chakra. Oh Jiraiya, I will not stop until all my enemies are destroyed, and you are unfortunately my enemies now. Who of you will die first, said Naruto in a funny way. The Sannin frowned, but watched in surprise, as Kabuto appeared out of nowhere, lunging at Naruto to kill him, so the trio of S-rank ninjas smiled to themselves. Kabuto hit Naruto with his chakra scalpels, but suddenly they all heard Naruto say destroy Kyoka Sujetsu, and so the Naruto that was hit by Kabuto was destroyed like glass, appearing the real Naruto behind Kabuto, and with his sword he easily decapitated him, putting an end to Orochimaru's second in command. The 3 Sannin opened their eyes in shock at how Naruto was able to kill Kabuto so easily, and that terrified them. They knew the Kabuto was not weak, hell, he could give a good fight to Kakashi Haddock, an Anbu captain level ninja, along with some S-rank shinobi. Well, since the 4 Eyes is dead, what do you think if we continue this dance for the last time? It's time for the Sannin to die. Kukuku laughed, amused Naruto to finally be able to finish off his enemies. The Sannin frowned and Tsunade went against Naruto to finally finish him off, and with her chakra-enhanced fist, she went against him to tear off his head, but Naruto did something that left everyone in shock. Naruto opened his hand and said Had 90 Kurohitsugi, black coffin, thus completely enclosing Tsunade in a large black mass, taking the shape of a large box. Then when the Godame Hokage was completely enclosed, Naruto closed his hand, thus completely destroying the body of the Sannin of the slugs. Leaving only dust of this made everyone who saw how Naruto finished off the Godame shudder and feel a terrible dread towards Naruto. Well, 1 Sannin minus 2 to finish. What do you think if we continue with our battle, old pervert and pedophile snake, Naruto mocked. The Sannin shuddered until suddenly dozens of Odo shinobi appeared to protect Orochimaru. The Sannin took his opportunity to escape, but before the snake does anything, Naruto said none of you will leave this place alive. Now die. Had 99 Guritenmetsu, 5 whirlpools of destructive dragons, so the former Jinchuriki sent 5 dragons made of Ryatsu, with a great power of destruction that went towards the Sannin, and towards the dozens of Odo.Nin, who went to protect Orochimaru. The power of Hado. Number 90 was gigantic, destroyed all the Odo.Nin and the surviving Sannin duo, as well as a large part of Konoha, killing several Iwa shinobi, Odo shinobi and Konoha shinobi. Well, finally this plague is over. I suppose Hinata-chan and Yakumo-chan have taken out the innocent and those who are on our side, Naruto asked himself, but then shrugged his shoulders, downplaying it, and went to watch the battle of his allies against his enemies. Minutes before, in the battle between Kurama against Mito and Kushina, the Redeed duo, despite being strong, were not having a good time against Kurama, since both Uzumaki were not at their full power. I see that you are not at your full power, Kushina Mito, said Kurama calmly but somewhat mockingly, since he knew that both of them on their own were easily on par with Tobirama. How Kurama saw Kushina fight on equal terms with the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. Well, being revived by the Ito Tensei, I suppose our power is still 70% of our original level, said Mito calmly. Kurama nodded in understanding, knowing well that this was not the true strength of the most lethal Kunoichis of their generation. Well, I think it's time to end this battle. Demonic sealing, retention of resurrected, roared Kurama, raising his chakra. After saying that, several seals appeared below Mito and Kushina, immobilizing them and causing their soul to slowly leave the revived body. Both Mito and Kushina opened their eyes in surprise at the powerful seal beneath them, realizing that Kurama was not only fighting them, but was also placing several seals around the area where they were fighting in order to seal them. I see that you are a master in the art of Hyuinjutsu, Kurama. San said Mito with a half smile. True, you are very good, and you defeated us without using your brute force. That is spectacular, and from what I see, Naru Jan also just finished his battle. Take good care of my baby Kurama, and thank you for protecting him from everyone, said Kushina, shedding a few tears for everything her baby lived through. Kurama nodded sadly, since he wanted Naruto to have his parents, but he did not have the power to do that, and he saw sadly how the souls of Kushina and Mito left the bodies used by the Ito Tensei. Well, I better meet up with Naruto. I'm not detecting as many chakras anymore. I suppose all the Iwa shinobis and Odo shinobis along with the Konoha shinobis will have killed each other. It's a shame. I wanted to finish them all off, Kurama thought to himself with a sadistic smile. Meanwhile in Anko's battle, if you could call it a battle, the beating and torture that Sakura was receiving, since she was immobilized and her entire body was burning from the inside, in addition to having several kunai around her arms and legs, causing the pink-haired girl to bleed little by little. Well, I'm tired of torturing you, it's time for me to die, since from what I felt Naruto. Sama just finished off the 3 Sannin while Kurama. Sama just defeated Kushina Sama and Mito. Sama so goodbye boy in front after Anko said that she did hand positions and threw a fireball at Sakura, burning her body completely leaving only ashes of it. Well, finally, the silly fan is dead. Damn, that brat was really weak, he's not even at the level of a jounin, having been trained by the Godame, it's a shame. Well, it's time to go with Naruto. Sama, Anko said to herself. In another part of the village, a bleeding Sasuke Uchiha could be seen without an arm. This is because in the battle between Izumi and Shisui Susanoo against Sasuke's, they practically destroyed the younger Uchiha, and when Sasuke tried to pierce Izumi's heart with his Chidori, she took it wrong and cut off his arm, making the younger Uchiha roar in pain. Well, it's a shame we have to kill you, I can say that in time you would surpass your father Fugaku, unfortunately you have to die here, since you have too much hatred in your heart, so rest in peace little Sasuke, Shisui said sadly, then hardened his eyes and sent a stream of Amaterasu flames toward Sasuke, burning him completely, leaving not even the ashes of the younger Uchiha. Well, I think it's time to meet with Naruto-sama, he already finished his fight, said Izumi. Shisui nodded, and the duo of cage-level Uchihas went to meet with Naruto to finish off the remnants of shinobi that remained in the corrupted village. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Total Conquest and the New Elemental Emperor. After finishing off all the shinobi of Konoha, Odo and Iwa, and the leaders of the armies of these villages, Naruto and his companions were leaving the Leaf Village. Well, Naruto-sama, now what next, asked Anko with curiosity. Naruto saw the snake lady and said, well, it's time to erase the Leaf Village completely. At that, Anko, Shisui, Izumi, Hinata and Yakumo raise an eyebrow while Kurama smiles sadistically and stands next to Naruto and says, well little brother, so you want to erase the village completely, right? Naruto nodded and said, you will do that attack. Kurama nodded and said, you are also going to do that attack that you learned. Naruto nodded with a half smile, and the duo floats a little, and Kurama gathers a gigantic amount of energy like Naruto, and the Kyuubi says Biju-sama, while Naruto says Futon. Kendamaras and Shuriken, both attacks collide in the Leaf Village, causing a gigantic explosion completely destroying the Leaf Village, leaving only a large crater in it, causing Shisui and the others to be left with their mouths open by such a gigantic attack by Kurama and Naruto that practically erased all of Konoha, leaving only a crater in it. Well, I think it's time for us to go. No guys, Naruto said happily, that brought everyone out of their daze, and they nodded to their leader, and Naruto smiled and said, okay, everyone, hold on and touch my man. Everyone listened and disappeared in a flash towards the capital of the country of water. It's been a couple of days since the destruction of Konoha and the death of the Iwa and Odo armies, along with their leaders Orochimaru the Snake Sannin and Inoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage. This caused the Sound villages and the village of Iwa, along with the entire country of land, to prepare for an invasion, since they knew that the daimyo of the country of water would not stay calm, he would go for them. The same was doing the Lord of Fire along with his samurai armies. Since he knew that Naruto the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi would not stay calm and would want his blood, so he prepared his defenses as best he could, since the disappearance of his shinobi village, his forces were considerably reduced. Currently in Iwagakure, the Yondaime Tsuchikage Akatsuki, an ancient high-level jounin on par with A-rank shinobis, the Yondaime, knew that he was not as strong as the Sandaime, but he would do his best to protect his village and his country. He knew that without Jinchuriki and without S-rank shinobi, they did not have much chance of winning this possible invasion that was currently approaching. The Yondaime was in a meeting with the clan leaders to talk about what happened and what could happen soon in Iwa. Well, as you know, in the invasion of the leaves our Sandaime along with Orochimaru apparently, and the Sannin armies like ours were destroyed. All the clan leaders nodded. In addition to that, the Leaf Village was erased by Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. We do not know what attack he used, but according to our spies in the Leaf Village there is nothing left but a simple crater. We have to prepare for a possible invasion. Finished the Yondaime Tsuchikage Akatsuki. But what chances do we have without a Jinchuriki or without an S-rank shinobi? I know that you Yondaime are strong. Heck, you could against shinobis like the deceased Asuma Sarutobi, who is a high-level A-rank shinobi. But we both know that he is not at the level yet, not an S-rank ninja. In terms of speaking, the leader of the Kamizuru Akatsuki clan frowned and sighed. I have no idea, we have few opportunities. The Whirlpool Alliance has all the Jinchuriki under its command, has several S-rank shinobi, all of them on par with a Kage or close to them. In addition to that, all of these are commanded by Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, being this the daimyo of the country of water and leader of the Whirlpool Alliance. It is rumored that his power is even superior to that of his father and mother together, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, being each SS rank shinobi. When the yondaime finished speaking, everyone opened their eyes in shock and sighed, knowing that they did not have much chance of winning this battle with the Namikaze. Meanwhile, Naruto was in a meeting with all the alliance leaders who were at a large table to decide what to do with the country of fire and the country of earth. Well sir ladies, we are in this meeting to decide what to do exactly with the country of earth and the country of fire, Naruto said calmly. You should attack them and end this. You already unified most of the elemental countries, giving us all peace, and if several have to die and be conquered for peace to reach the elemental continent, it will have to be done, said Uzumaki Nagato, leader of Omegakure, calmly, but it would be before that. Several of the leaders of the various countries nodded in approval, but there were some who were hesitating, so realizing that Naruto says well, anyone who wants to suggest another option, apart from attacking these countries, to that Koyuki says well Naruto.kun, I think we could give him the option to surrender, so that there is not so much bloodshed, or another option would be to kill only the leaders of these countries, and in the chaos of these, since they would not have a leader, conquer them without having to eradicate everyone and without so much bloodshed. At what was said by the daimyo of the country of spring, several leaders of the various countries nodded in understanding and acceptance. Since those ideas were better, so they could more effectively end the threats that are the countries of the earth and the country of fire, Naruto saw Koyuki and the other leaders and said well, we will follow your plan Koyuki-chan. I will have several of my captains, along with the best assassins, kill the leaders of these countries, and in the chaos we will conquer these two countries. Thanks for following my plan, Naruto.kun, said Koyuki happily. Since she did not want hundreds if not thousands of people to be killed by her armies, Naruto nodded and smiled at her old friend. Well, and what are we going to do with the yondaime Tsuchikage Akatsuki, asked Darui the Rockudame Reikage with curiosity. Since he knew that the yondaime was not as strong as the previous Tsuchikages, but was strong enough to face shinobi of rank A like Anko, the former apprentice of Orochimaru, or the deceased Asuma Sarutobi, one of the 12 guardian ninja and son of the Sandaime Hokage, we will not kill him, even though I know well that Akatsuki is a loyal and peaceful person. But if he refuses to surrender, he will be killed, said Naruto in a serious and firm manner. All the leaders nodded. They knew the reputation of yondaime, they knew he was a peaceful shinobi, and they did not like war, they just hoped he would surrender, so as not to kill him. 3 days after the meeting between the leaders of the Whirlpool Alliance, Naruto was talking with several of his captains, since he had a very important mission that they had to carry out. Well guys, I will send you to finish off the daimyo of the country of earth and the country of fire, along with every politician who is on your side. I want your heads, so you will divide into 2 groups of 4, said Naruto calmly. All the captains nodded. Naruto looked at them and continued well, Hinata-chan, Ikumo-chan, Haku-chan and Karen.niu4 will go to the country of fire. You will finish with your daimyo with the genjutsu of Yakumo-chan. It will be easy for you to infiltrate the castle of the fire daimyo, while Teiya.ni, Kimimaro, Neliel Chan and Fuwu-chan, you 4 will go to the country of earth with Teiya's abilities in illusions. It will be extremely easy for you to enter and kill the lord of the earth. If there is a confrontation, you know what to do. Finished speaking Naruto seriously. All the captains, they nodded at Naruto with determination. And what are we going to do? The others asked Jugo with curiosity. Naruto looked at Jugo and said, I want you Jugo along with Tear, Grimjo and Yujito to go to the rock village and give notice to the yondaime Tsuchikage Akatsuki. Tell him to surrender to us and he will not suffer, but if he does not surrender, he along with all of Iwa will be eradicated. He decides. Naruto finished firmly, although some sadness could be seen in his eyes. The 4 captains nodded and left on their mission given by Naruto, their leader and savior. 5 days later, 4 figures could be seen at the gates of the land of stone. They were Tear Heredero, the former 3rd Espada of Aizen's army, Yujito Nai, the former Jinchuriki of the 2-tailed cat Matatabi, Jugo, one of Orochimaru's old experiments, and Grimjo Jijurjakas, the former 6th Espada of Aizen's army. Each of them was one of the 15 captains of the water daimyo, each as powerful or even more powerful than an average Kage. Together, these 4 were strong enough to wipe out several smaller shinobi villages. Shinobi of Iwagakure, call for your Kage. We need to inform him of what our leader wishes to say, ordered Tear Heredero, who was in command. She was the strongest and the one who hid her emotions the best. At this, the gate guards looked at each other nervously, and one of them rushed off to inform the Kage of who was standing at their gate, since all the shinobi nations knew these 4 individuals, each an S-rank shinobi in their own right. Who wouldn't know them? One of them was Jugo, the blood beast, a shinobi of immense strength second only to the late 5th Hokage. Another was Tear Heredero, the shark princess said to have cornered and even driven back the late Itachi Uchiha and Kisame, both former Akatsuki members and S-rank shinobi, equal to a Kage. The third was Nai Ujido, the fire cat, the former Jinchuriki of Kumo, and a kunoichi as powerful as the late slug Sanin Tsunade or the current 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Finally, there was Grimjo Jijurjakas, the warrior panther said to be on par with Cage level himself who, alongside Tear Heredero, Neliel Tua Delshwink, and their leader Naruto, had conquered Kumo. The shinobi guarding Iwa's entrance broke into a cold sweat. They knew they stood no chance against the 4S rank shinobi before them. Minutes later, the 4th Tsuchikage, Akatsuki, appeared at the gates along with several Anbu. What is it that the 4 of the 15 captains of the Land of Water want? Akatsuki asked cautiously. Why don't we take this to your council? And don't try anything, because you know as well as I do that neither you nor your shinobi could defeat even a few of us, Tear Heredero said stoically. At this, Akatsuki and his Anbu frowned but said nothing, for they knew she was right. Those 4 were powerful enough to destroy Iwagakure in its current weakened state, with barely 15 or 20% of its military strength left after the failed invasion of Konoha. Very well, come with me. We will meet with my council, Akatsuki said with a sigh. The 4 captains nodded and followed the 4th Tsuchikage to the council chambers. Minutes later the 4 captains of Naruto were in front of the entire Iwa council. Well, since none of you spoke, I will begin. Our teacher and leader of the Whirlpool Alliance kindly asks that you Iwa surrender to avoid the death of everyone in this place. We are not asking that you kneel, or that someone rule Iwa, but that you Yandame.san will remain in charge of Iwa, but you will continue to report to your daimyo, and your daimyo will report to Naruto. Sama, so everything will remain the same. Will only have one authority above you, said Tear calmly. At that the clan leaders, the civil council and the yandame, saw each other, and the Cage said, but our daimyo will not accept the deal. His pride will not let him. Before that Ujido spoke, you do not have to worry about your daimyo, and your followers will be replaced soon. At that everyone opened their eyes in shock and frowned, so the yandame sighed. Well, I accept the proposal of their leader. Iwa will be loyal to you. I will not risk my shinobi or my village being annihilated by the armies of the water daimyo. All the clan leaders and civil councillors nodded at what was said by their Cage, since they knew well that if they went to war with the Namikas, they would be completely destroyed. Perfect, then Yandame.san we will inform Naruto. Sama of his surrender. Goodbye, said Tear Heredero calmly, making the yandame and his council nod their heads. It's been 2 weeks since the surrender of Iwa. In these 2 weeks the Fire and Earth daimyo, along with several of their followers, were killed by Naruto's captains. When these murders were carried out the countries fell into chaos, making it much easier for Naruto to conquer both countries and making a fair ruler be installed as the new daimyo and swore loyalty to him. The daimyo who were recently in power of their respective country surrendered to the Namikas. They did not want to war with the most powerful man of the elemental nations. They were not stupid. They knew that the Namikas had several armies, so they recognized him as their total emperor. They would continue to be daimyo, only that they would have to report everything that happens to the country to a higher authority. Meanwhile with Naruto, he was along with his captains and several of the leaders of the various countries that were under his command. Well, Naruto.kun, you finally fulfilled your dream to unite the various countries of the elemental nations into one, said King Uzumaki. The Uzukage. Naruto looked at him and nodded happily. But what is this meeting for, asked Eri, the current Reikage. Exactly, it seems strange to us that you call us so soon for a new meeting, spoke Mei Terumi the goddess Mikuzage a little curious what exactly is happening. Naruto-sama asked Hakuto, the leader of the country of the stars, with some curiosity. Naruto saw all the leaders and sighed. Well, Shion-chan, tell them what you saw. Shion saw all the leaders and sighed. This is the first time this has happened to me. Normally I only see death, but what I saw is that beings from space will come to Earth in about 8 years. Approximately. These beings are very strong. According to what I could see, they are here for all the chakra. They want to steal it from us as well as you want to end all life on Earth. At that everyone opened their eyes in shock. But who are these beings? Mei asked somewhat nervously. Shion saw the Mizukage and sighed. They are Otsutsuki. From what she saw, 4 of them will come, each powerful in their own right. I would say that currently only Naruto and Kurama would be able to face 3 of these, but the 4th, their leader, is on another level. Before them, several people opened their eyes in shock. They knew Kurama and Naruto were powerful, but that they were not powerful enough to defeat those Otsutsuki was worrisome. What we have to do is prepare for what is coming. Since these Otsutsuki, they are dangerous. I know because my father was, said Kurama seriously. Before those all looked at Kurama with surprise. What do you mean your father was one? Kurama-sama asked Gaara, the goddess Kazukiage, with some curiosity. Kurama sighed and told them everything since the arrival of Kaguya to the earth. Who had 2 children who turned against their mother because she wanted the destruction of humanity, since she went crazy since the fruit of the god tree. Told them about the 10 tales of how Hagoromo, the sage of the 6 paths and the eldest son of Kaguya, divided his power into what is now known as the 9 Bijuas. Told them about Indra and Ashura, the rivalry they had. Told them that Homura went to the moon along with a large part of his clan to take care of the body of the 10 tails where Kagaya was sealed among other things. After Kurama finished telling everything, the leaders looked at him, astonished. They never thought that a story like that was true. Well, you already know everything, so I want everyone to strengthen, since average shinobi will not be able to fight with Otsutsuki, only shinobi rank S. Their cages would have a minimum chance of power against them or have some possibility of harming them. Before that, the leaders of the various villages nodded to their elemental emperor in understanding they would become strong for the good of their people and the shinobi world. They would not let those beings from space destroy them. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Epilogue. It has been 7 years since Naruto was crowned emperor of the elemental continent. In these 7 years, the new elemental emperor married several women. Among them were Hakuyuki, Hinata, Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama, among other women who were not only ninjas but also daimyo. An example was Koyuki Kazuhana, among other very important leaders of their respective countries. Naruto having with his wives several children, finally having a large family. Another important event that happened is that all the Bijuas were released and take human form to fit in more easily with people, each having their life in different parts of the elemental nations. Another very important event is that Naruto made a deal with the Shinigami, giving the god of death several souls of evil people and a promise to destroy the mask of the Shinigami, and only he would summon him if required. The god of death accepted Naruto's proposal and revived Kushina, Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, finally being the Namikaze Uzumaki family complete. On the other hand, all the cages and ninja currently under the command of the Elemental Emperor were training for the arrival of Otsutsuki, being very beneficial, since thanks to the great training they all had, Minato reached his full potential, having a power comparable if not superior to that of Hashirama Senju. The same happened with Kushina having a power similar to that of Uchiha Madara, and in the case of the cages, they were greatly strengthened, the most outstanding being the Kazekage. Ara being the strongest Kazekage that has ever existed and having a power superior to that of Pain, if not superior to this, being able to peel easily with the 3 Sannin at the same time and defeat them, although it would cost him too much. The same thing happened with Naruto. He became stronger to the point that he could even defeat Kagaya and Hagoromo together by himself. The same thing happens with Kurama. This increased his power, being a little above Kagaya, being above all these two, the only ones who could fight one-on-one with the leader of Otsutsuki. In addition, what happened in this time, Tenari Otsutsuki came to Earth to take the Byakugan from Hyuga Hinata, but he kicked his ass. Princess Hyuga. This impressed Tenari, since he did not think that Hinata was so powerful to defeat him. The battle of both was seen by Naruto, who saw great potential in Tenari, so he gave him 2 options: or joined his empire to protect the land of Otsutsuki or killed him. Tenari hesitated, but then realized that it would be better to be on Naruto's good side, so he accepted the offer, and after a while, he came to fall in love with Hinata's younger sister, marrying the heiress of the Hyuga clan, having a child with her. But, despite the fact that several very good things happened, the worst also happened, and that was the arrival of Otsutsuki, in which many died, being Naruto and Kurama, who dealt with the leader of Otsutsuki, while Hinata and Tenari, along with some captains of the country of water, now called the captains of the emperor, defeated Momoshiki, although not without casualties, since Jugo was killed in battle, or rather committed suicide, since he self-destructed to kill Otsutsuki without leaving a trace of the alien. And finally Urashiki and Kinshiki were defeated by Minato, Kushina, the cages and several other ninjas, where there were many casualties, although not so important. That day was a sad day for everyone, since they lost quite a few ninjas, so Naruto created a large stone where he placed the names of all the fallen as respect towards them, especially since one of his friends died in battle without leaving a trace of him. But at least the elemental nations were already at peace, there was no more wars, the entire elemental continent united under his banner, and he finally put an end to the cycle of hatred as the prophecy dictated. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.